welcome to the beautiful city of Riga, and welcome to Bikernieki Trust, the amazing circuit that makes up round 4 of the Drift Masters Championship. We are here to settle a lot of debates. Who is the bravest driver on the grid? Because this track is all about taking names. It's the fastest on the calendar. It's also one of the most dangerous. The stands are packing up, and we are ready for some amazing Drift Masters action this weekend. My name is Dave Egan. I'm going to be joined in the commentary box throughout the weekend with my good friend Ian Waddington. Ian, this is the event we look forward to right from the off, because this separates our championship pretenders to our contenders.
Look, Dave, it's Riga, baby. We always love coming back to Riga. It's one of the events in the calendar that I always look forward to, and I'm glad we're back. I'm glad the sun is shining.
Yeah, well, this is what's happened so far. If you're just joining us at this part of the season, it was round 1 in Spain where Kevin Pazur, the Estonian and 2024 Rookie of the Year, took the win. Then Ireland, James Dean winning his home event, has a wild card. Then in Finland, we saw Lauri Heinonen take the dream win there, and this is how it went down, as Dwayne McKeever put on a valiant display to try and take down, but with all the fans behind him, the fairy tale story was complete for Lauri Heinonen as he took his first ever Drift Masters win in front of his home fans. It was an amazing moment, and Lauri comes into round 4 as your championship leader. And let's have a look at those championship standings, because they're getting very tight at the top. And now being round 4, this is where it really matters. As you can see, Lauri Heinonen, 246 points. He's out in front. Dwayne McKeever in 2nd position and James Dean in 3rd, but only a wild card in the championship. But he is here this weekend. Kevin Pazur, last year's Rookie of the Year, continuing his form in 4th. And Orjan Nilsen making up the top 5 from Norway in a season that finally got his car working and got him into the game. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of drivers outside of that top 5 that are really going to try and climb into it after this event. And this track, well, I'll tell you what, it's going to really be all about excitement from the off. And if you guys want to watch all the action, it kicks off right now with qualifying. Then this evening at 8 p.m. local time, we have the qualifying showdown. And top 32 tomorrow at 1:45 p.m. local time. And top 16 following that, the main event at 5:20 p.m. Ian, I am super pumped, super excited, and I cannot wait to see exactly the way these guys take on the track. But it's a hell of a track. It's a tough track. It's one that a lot of these drivers always kind of go, it's fun, but they kind of do it with that gritted smile, because they say it's also very dangerous. Let's take a look at what the drivers are going to negotiate. This track has only 1 inner zone, 5 outer zones, and 1 deceleration zone. Off the line full all the way up to 4th gear at over 75 miles an hour, fired onto the outside of this very slight corner. Get it right, you got your 2 wheels inside that outer zone. Get it wrong, well, you could be in the grass and in the wall. As they fire through, then this is where we start the full throttle pull. Full throttle through outer zone 2. Same full throttle inner zone 3 and outer zone 4. And a big transition across the grandstands into outer zone 5. This is where drivers have to just stay absolutely pinned through all these transitions, which is really unusual in a drift car, to not be lifting off the throttle whatsoever. Then you got to slow it all right down as you take this only deceleration zone into outer zone 6. And it goes on for a long time, and it's got a big immovable wall on the outside. Get your rear wheels into that zone, put your bumper just close to the wall, and you've scored maximum points here in Riga. Ian, looks easy, certainly is not easy.
Certainly isn't easy, Dave. And you know what? I spoke to a lot of drivers over the course of the weekend so far, and they've said that they've been nervous. For the first time in a long time, they've sat down there on the start line and they're nervous. Well, let's take a look at the qualifying rules, Dave, and exactly what the drivers need to do to top qualifying.
Yeah, each driver gets 2 runs of qualifying, with their best run scoring as their overall score. The top 32 advance to our battles and their main event tomorrow. Up to 8 championship points for the best 8 qualifiers. And new for this year, the qualifying showdown. The top 4 qualifiers will face off in semi-final and final battles at the end of qualifying for bonus points. As if it wasn't hard enough to get through qualifying, you got to do some battles at the end, and this is the qualifying start list. We got all of our wild cards here at the start. You can see some local Latvian drivers into the mix, and then a whole host of champions from all corners of the globe, over 21 nations, 48 drivers, all here this weekend. And remember, only 32 will make it through to the battles, meaning we're going to lose a lot of drivers in this qualifying session, which is super harsh.
It's super harsh, Dave. A lot of these guys, like you say, have travelled from a very long way to come here. They've put in a lot of work. There's been a lot of pain in the paddock already after yesterday's practice, but today is where it all counts. They need to make sure that the driver's in focus, and they make sure the car is 110%, because every single point from now to the PG Narodov way counts. That championship, Dave, is in sight for some of these drivers.
Yeah, we are past the halfway point of the season. If you want to make a move in the championship, well, you've got to start now. If you're in the mid-pack or lower down the grid, if you don't get it done here in Latvia, you're going to be left in the dust when those top 10 are announced at the end of this event. Well, you know what? The time for talking is over. The time for action is here. Let's head to our first qualifying run in Latvia. course, as always here in Drift Masters, we start in reverse championship order with Lauri Heinonen being the last driver as the championship leader to do his qualifying run. And we start with the wild cards. That's one of my favorite parts about Drift Masters. We get to see this mix of local talent and crazy talent from all over the world just jump in for one round to just put a cat amongst the pigeons. And that's what we expect to see from some of these big stars that are stepping in for the first couple of runs.
Yeah, we've seen it before. We'll see it time and time again. Those wild cards at every single place we visit across Europe, they come in, like you say, Dave, and they mix it up. There's a cat amongst the pigeons, and who knows? Some of those drivers can shine. Some of them, underneath the pressure of all of these champions from across Europe, can crush them, can push them down. Can the pressure be too much for the drivers? Well, we're going to find out right now as we see our first driver make his way to the line. It will be the Latvian 2023 champion, Roland Burzins.
Yeah, so 23 champion, meaning he gets the wild card entry this weekend. He's running S14, has 700 horsepower. And I'll tell you what, you don't know what to expect from these wild cards. No. They can come out here in top qualifying, they can come out here and struggle. Of course, the grip levels and speed so much higher in the European series as it would be in the national series. So sometimes it is a bit of a step up, and these guys will probably be winding these cars up to 11 to try and stay with some of the bigger stars in the championship. Let's see how Roland gets on. He's going to give us the first tour of the circuit here in Latvia, and I'm excited to see how he gets on.
Yeah, through the chicane he goes, down through the gears now. That long drive, that long drag. Look how far it is from there to that white line across the circuit, which is the beginning of the scoring zone. Need to keep the rear wheels in that long outside zone. Then nice transition to that one. Gets that done dial. And now he needs to go wide. He doesn't get there. He keeps it safe now as he fires across the track. He misses out another outside zone. Then right to the edge of the curb. Fires for the wall and keeps the wheel on the white line. Can he keep it in the zone? Dips back into it once again. And Roland Burzins completes the first qualifying run here in Riga 2024.
Yeah, and of course, if you're new to drifting, the idea here is that you got to connect all those dots. All those outer zones, those white painted boxes you see on the ground, you want to see a front or rear wheel in those. If they're missing them, they're losing points. Also, it's about how you get to those zones. You stay in drift. Are you fluid? Are you fast? Are you on big angle? Snappy transitions. That's what the judges are going to want to see here. And of course, you can see from Roland's dropping out of a couple of zones and then not too aggressive in the transitions, meaning his score is probably going to end up somewhere in the mid-pack here, I think.
Yeah, 100%, Dave. And we're going to see that from some of these wildcard drivers. They're going to, put a score down on the board for the first qualifying run. Then maybe they'll push for the second one and try and, push the limits of themselves and the car from what they've been doing in practice. You can see they're not wide enough, want to go right to the edge of the curb there on that transition and then flick the car across the circuit again to that outside zone, which has been decimated by the drivers over the course of today. And
also remember, it's all about timing. You come away from a zone too early or too late, it messes up a couple more zones because you're not on the right trajectory. Think of every corner like a huge, donut. You've got to be in the right angle for everything. A 54.5 for Roland Burzins from Latvia. And again, something he'll have to improve on. We expect the scoring to really rise up. And here's a very interesting story that's developed throughout the event is Christaps Bluss, one of the most famous, if not definitely the most famous driver from Latvia, who's competed all over Europe and the USA, wasn't going to drive, then last minute decided he was going to drive, was waiting for a crankshaft for the engine, only threw it in this morning, has had very little practice, but maybe he doesn't need it here, Ian, because this man is ready to rock and roll. Christaps, 700 plus LS V8 Eurofighter, the man that invented the Eurofighter, and here he goes in his home track.
Yeah, through the gears. He might use this one as another test run, Dave, or will he fire it in? He's going to go for it now. As Bluss goes right to the edge of the circuit, flirts with danger, puts a wheel into the dirt there, but he is a man that's done many laps around here. This is and was the local track to him and his workshop where he tested these cars, built these cars for this circuit. As Bluss now gets a rear wheel into the outside zone, doesn't want to scuff the back end of that Eurofighter just now as he dips a bumper onto the wall, across the line he goes, and you know what, I think he'll be happy with that. 2 laps of the track he's done just today.
Yeah, he's done 2 laps and it does, he knows the track pretty well. However, he said himself a little bit of rustiness, hasn't been competing a whole lot lately. Very caught up in developing drift cars and pushing the limits with his company here in Latvia. But this is a very good chance to explain that outer white line on the first corner. So 3 wheels off there is a 0, 2 wheels off is a deduction, and 1 is a lesser deduction. So probably a pretty sizable deduction for the 2 wheels over there from Christaps, but everything else looked pretty solid.
It did look pretty solid there, David. For me, with the last outside zone as well, dipped in and out, was wandering and wavering a little bit, but hey, look, this is a man who literally built that engine this morning, put it in the car and said on his social media channels, we might make practice, and they got 1 lap in before practice closed.
What I absolutely love about it, just take that in, ladies and gentlemen, he built a 700 plus horsepower engine this morning, put it in a car, and then comes out here throwing it sideways at over 140k. That is just how wild these guys are. But Christaps, we know, is definitely no stranger to podiums and to aggressive driving, so he'll have relished the opportunity to get get back out on track rather than no run at all.
Yeah, exactly that, Dave. And he'll just want to be here, put on a show for the Latvian fans. And he is an OG in Latvian drifting. A 57.5 will be the first score on the board for Christaps Bluss.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of, you know, those big deduction for the two wheels off the edge of the circuit. He's going to have to tidy that up, but no issue in that. And then we have got Sandra Janušauskaitė from Lithuania, the only female driver on the grid, but what an incredible driver, and also what an incredible car. 1,150 horsepower in this BMW. This thing can boogie. Let's see how she gets on her first run.
Yeah, off the line goes Sandra now. Looks her initiation, feeling very, very confident. She had a bit of an impact yesterday in a spare car that she brought, and had some clutch issues with this car over the course of the weekend, but nevertheless still going to throw down, still wants to put on a show, misses the outside zone, looks for the one against the curve there, gets that one now. Nice flick, but doesn't go deep enough. Across the circuit she goes over that bump. There is a big bump there as they head in towards this long last outside zone. Trips a wheel into it, doing it for the ladies as Sandra crosses the line.
You know what, this is one of the most difficult, technical and stressful tracks in the world.
Yeah.
Everybody who's into drifting knows Riga and knows this circuit because it's so full throttle, so you have to be so committed. There's no easy way to go around this track, and I think she did an amazing job there. As you said, transitioned a little too early from outside 1 to outside zone 2, which kind of messed up that part of the track, but then made up for it in other areas too.
It certainly did, Dave. Look at this concentration inside the car. She makes her way down, and yeah, you can see that transition here. She was fulfilling the outside zone lovely, but I think she just got a little bit too carried away there and transitioned early, and I think she knows that inside the car. She had to work hard, and you can see her looking for that zone, just can't get there, and that kind of messes up then the rhythm down that alley, down in between the two big grandstands that now divide the centre of the circuit, and that line into that last outside zone, I'd say, Dave, that's pretty easy to get. You know, you can kind of fire the car into that zone and maintain that line through there, but the way you get to that last outside zone, that's where the judges are going to be weighing heavily.
A lot of guys saying the same thing. You know, when the track is working the way you want it to, it's not that difficult. No. When you make any error, it's such a hard track to get back on that rhythm, and that's where you can see missing one zone can be enough. But there you go, top qualifier so far with a 62.5, but Sandra into first position so far. I'll tell you what, we're going to see a lot of upsets, I think, in this qualifying session. A lot of drivers that are going to be wanting to prove themselves, and this is definitely one. On the line, Irish driver Tomas Kiely. Now, he may be a rookie in this championship, and you may not recognize his name, but he has been taking names for over 10 years in Irish drifting, and this time he's coming for blood this weekend in Riga, and he's been putting in monster runs in practice. Let's see what he gets on with here. Whoa, what an early entry.
Yeah, big early flick from Tomas Kiely now, the Irishman, as he comes down, looks for the outside zone, right to the edge of the curve. He goes, collects that inside zone. Now he's going to go wide, not wide enough, but he does get a wheel onto that zone, flicks across the circuit. He's been carrying big angle here in practice, but he's not going to do it now. Big handbrake drag before he decels into this outside zone. Now parks the back bumper up into the wall, tags the spoiler, gets the job done, but it was scrappy from Tomas Kiely. I think some nerves coming in there.
Yeah, I definitely would say some of his later practice runs were a little bit more, you know,
flamboyant.
I think, you know, I'm going to put it out there. I think that was a tentative run. I think he tried to put a score on the board, which a lot of these drivers will do, and not overcommit, damage the car, make a big error. And I think it cost him, especially in the last transition where he kind of slowed too much and had to wait on the handbrake to get to the wall. So I think, you know, maybe trying to play it a little too safe, and I think he needs to, you know, take off what I would say the stabilizers and head in there with, you know, absolutely. But I mean, again, as you said, missing one of the zones like here kind of does mess you up for other parts of the circuit. And for me, the biggest mistake from Tomas was this: as he comes across the track, he goes on the handbrake here very early, and as you can see, the car doesn't wash into that outer zone, leaving, you know, he doesn't get in there until probably a third of the way around. So judges will be watching that. Of course, we've got Kevin, Vernon and David keeping a close eye on everything here this weekend. And you know they have to be very harsh, because 68 on the board for Tomas Kiely. They have to be harsh because it's going to come down to the finest of margins as we move through the competition.
It certainly is, Dave, and as things start heating up, not on circuit as much as inside the car, these guys are going to be pushed to the limit. Up next on the line, Estonian driver Karol Piroja. And bought two cars this weekend, Dave, two almost identical cars. Comes off the line, though, in this Nissan 350Z, or 370Z, sorry. He's got two cars with him, as I say, a 350Z and a 370Z. He's driving this one now, though, VQ35 turbo underneath the bonnet, making over 650 horsepower. Throws that car, but goes wild. Now starts to shallow up. Looks like he's gripped the car up massively. Dives on the inside. He's going to avoid the outside zone. No one straightens up. Now he's going to have to reinitiate into the outside zone. I can see this being a zero, Dave, for the centre of the circuit.
Yeah, got a little bit Messi there, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be, because I've often been, I think there's actually a 370Z running a turbo 350Z engine, which is an interesting way of doing it. Now, he's, again, struggled a little bit in practice. We watched some of the runs, but not sure if the car is 100%, but definitely on that initiation, got to that outer zone pretty late. Does a good job here of transitioning back, but it just seemed like it was a bit labored through some of the areas on the track, and especially here, missing that inner zone means he kind of ended up missing both zones. So while he got through the circuit, not what the judges wanted to see. No,
certainly not, Dave, and that'll be scrappy for him. And the big handbrake drag here, the reinitiation after he straightened, is going to be scored, and it is a 0.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, it's not just about, I mean, we expect at this level everybody can drift the circuit, but it's how you drift the circuit that can, you can score a 0 by still mostly drifting the circuit. Now, here's an interesting one. Fan favorite, all the way from Finland. You can hear the crowd making noise. Definitely the loudest fans wherever we go in the championship are the Finnish fans. Yako Yulia from Finland. He's the current and reigning national champion of Finland. Got the wildcard entry after a very, very good performance in Finland. Here he is in this beautiful Toyota Chaser firing in.
Oh, look at this big flick from this man. Beautiful looking car and an aggressive driving style, but it doesn't help him out. He drops out of the outside zone. Now he's got work to do as Yako Yulia fires that car through the centre of the circuit. He's turned it up to 11 right now. Look how wide he's going to go for the outside zone. Collects it nicely. Can he flick the back end of that Chaser into that zone? He can, but he wanders. Now he gets himself back in there. There's a back end of that car to the wall and across the line. That was beautiful, Dave.
I just love that last shot when they're running up along the wall. And you take a moment to go, what are they doing? Like taking these beautiful cars and pushing them into concrete walls.
I went up to the start line yesterday for the first time ever and watched guys leaving, and I thought they must be mad because you can't even see the initiation as they leave the start line. No, it's crazy.
It's a blind first corner. There's no runoff, more or less, and it's a scary track. You can see Yulia doing a great job here. This was really nice, right to the curb. That's where you want to be there. That's the perfect line. As you said, wandered out of the outer zone one, wandered out of the last outside zone, but everything else in the middle was pretty tidy, so a lot to work with to tidy up for the second run, which of course a lot of these guys will take the feedback from the first run and try, and we always see the scores rise as we go along. You know, for some reason, I don't know why, always the second runs score higher, because they're maybe that nervousness from the first run can, you know, you can overdrive the car, you can make mistakes. Second run, maybe you're more laser focused knowing it's your last attempt, or maybe you're trying to drive a little too tentative on the first run. A 75 on the board though for Yako Yulia from Finland, first place so far, and the scores started to creep up. As I mentioned, we are in reverse championship order, and still now we move out of the wild cards and into the drivers that are competing in the championship regularly, and a lot of those guys down here, I would say at the bottom end of the championship, have had a tough road to here. Would it be mechanical failures? Weather has been an issue in a lot of events. One of those drivers is Ryusei Akiba from Japan, the only Japanese driver on the grid. He's been suffering a little bit, adapting to the style here in Europe, had some mechanical issues, adapting to the walls and the weather, but he says he's loving it here in Riga. Let's see if he gets on in his first run.
Here we go, through the gears he goes. Ryusei Akiba looking to fire that S15 in beautiful as he gets that dialed in on the outside zone. Look at that, right to the edge of the circuit. Now flicks it back across, puts a wheel to the curb. This is beautiful so far from Akiba. And it looks like the car caught a little bit of understeer, goes right to the outside edge of the circuit, too far, pops a wheel up onto the curb, but he's going to stay in it. It's upset the line now into the outside zone, tries to get himself back into the mix, back into the flow, as he puts the back end to the wall and across the line.
Yeah, it just looks to me like once he missed that, you know, outer zone, the transition was so fast, he actually went faster than he wanted to, and then ended up just jumping up on the curb. And the curbs here take no prisoners.
Oh no, we've seen cars roll, Dave, before hitting that curb. Many years ago, Jim Olofsson put his BMW E30 on its roof at that very point. So it is a sketchy, dangerous part of the circuit. You're carrying a lot of speed into a corner where really you can fly yourself onto the roof. And look at this from Akiba. Upset himself there really a little bit as he come down.
Well, the transition was a lot sharper and faster than he wanted it to be, which means his muscle memory from practice, he was moving at too much speed at that point. And you might wonder why these curves are so big. Well, the reason being is rallycross is run here quite a bit, and a rallycross car is obviously able to jump over any curve. So they have to make them huge so that the rallycross cars don't skip the circuit. Look at that wheel off the ground from Ryusei Akiba there. Look at the aggression you have to drive with here. Wheels off, one wheel it's steering the car, because there's so much grip in the back of the car, it's compressing and squatting down.
Crazy. I was downstairs earlier below where we are in the commentary tower and the judging tower. There's the spotters area where the spotters get a personal view, their own dedicated area to watch all the action from the big screen and live on track. And a lot of the spotters saying this is the first year that we've seen many guys running 3 wheels through most of these corners. They're gripped up so much now, the front wheels don't want to stay in contact with the tarmac. 67 7 there for Ryusei. I think he might be safe for the moment, but there's definitely some improvements. I think them nerves, once he settles in, I think he's going to enjoy the circuit.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, look, at these first runs, we're going to see a lot of nervous drivers, you know, with high expectations coming into a round where they think that they need to turn it all around. Another driver that needs to do that is Nasser Alharbali. And again, from El Salvador originally, but now residing in Dubai. This car is the highest horsepower car on the grid, 1,150 horsepower. But he's been struggling again this year to adapt to the style, but he says he's firing in with no holds barred this weekend. He says he's going for it, but again, not bad through the first corner. Nasser transitions back, gets to that corner. Zone, just gets through it. Nicely done so far from Nasser as he transitions back. Now this is where he's got to watch the curve, just gets away with it as he transitions back, puts the bumper into the wall. This is a great run so far from Nasser Alharbali, and that is what he's been trying to prove for the last 3 rounds, that he has the stuff to get it done, and he got it done on that occasion.
He certainly did, Dave. And you know what? I spoke to him the other day, and he said he had hardly any sleep when he arrived in Riga. He wasn't feeling too well. They had some issues with the car, had to make some big repairs. And he said to me this morning, I feel good. The car feels good. I'm in the right zone. And you know what, Dave? Wow, what a run from this young man.
And remember, it's just a first run, but I'll tell you what, if you can get through all those zones, connect them all on your first run, what a confidence booster for your second.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what? If he gets a good score here, he'll be feeling a little bit more confident to push harder on the second qualifying run. Look at the way he used that. Look at that, the momentum to get himself all the way to the outside zone. And from the onboard, he looks like he's doing 10 miles an hour. But trust me, they come past this commentary booth at easily 60 miles an hour.
Oh, and I love the fact that when they're on full angle at outer zone 4, you're just looking straight up at the grandstand. Look at the grandstand. Everybody,
have a little cheeky wave.
Little wave at everybody. And when I say grandstand, this whole place is grandstands now. There is 40% more people here than there was last year. And last year there was 40% more than the year before. The championship growing in popularity. We don't even have space for more grandstands here anymore. But you know what? Love to see the fans come out. They're getting rewarded with great driving and sunshine this weekend. I'm sure we're going to see them pump the drivers up right throughout the competition.
Yeah, certainly so, Dave. And you know what? They'll feel off the energy as well. And as you say, 2 grandstands now, either side of that central lane, and 78.5 for Nasser Alharbali. He will be absolutely buzzing.
Yep, first run in the bag, good score on the board, lots to work with for the second. I think he could have committed a little bit in some areas. I can see that from the judges.
Easy for us to say up here, Dave.
Very easy.
Very easy for us to say.
I'm struggling to get committed just to climb the stairs up to the tower. These guys are driving at 140.
I had to drag you up here. You just wanted to scoot around the paddock and talk to everyone.
I'm a little afraid of heights. So here we go. Peter Kozlowski, our next driver on the start line from Poland. He's got 2 big old turbos sticking out the bonnet of his S15, 1,000 horsepower. Looking for a turn of fortune in the championship. Just hasn't settled into the groove after the first 3 rounds. Let's see what happens here in the fourth round. Coming in very late here, but he makes it work. A little bit of labor drag though to the next Peter Kozlowski. Now this is nice. Right to the edge of the circuit. Snappy transition. This car looks like more of a gunship than a drift car, but an early transition on the bump messes up Peter Kozlowski as he now has to get very late to that outer zone, and it just didn't work out the way he wanted. The snappy transition worked the first time, but the second time he lost a lot of momentum.
Yeah, he certainly did, Dave. And as you say, Peter, just looking for that turn of fortune. Had a lot of close ones this year. Been very, very close to that top 32, but just hasn't yet managed to get in there. Super late initiation. I believe it was brake dragging through that scoring zone line, but nevertheless managed to make it work. This wasn't too bad here as he comes out nice and wide, picks up that outside zone right to the edge of the track, flicks it back, and as you say, some parts of it working for him, other parts of it not so much.
Well, that's the problem. You've got to make it all work. And the judges, you know, you could do all the track perfect. You take a little bang on the wall in the last corner, you're going at 0. So that's the harsh part of drifting. And remember, all the preparation, building these cars, the hundreds of thousands of euros spent, and it all comes down to 50 seconds on the track, whether you can get it done in that time frame. There is no, let's get back into the race, let's do a few more laps, let's catch up. It's over and done with if you can't get it done in these 2 qualifying runs. And a 54 for Peter Kozlowski from Poland.
So there we go, Peter Kozlowski, 54 on the board. Work to be done for him as we move it back to the start line to a guy from Switzerland, an incredible brand new Toyota Supra on the line. These cars are phenomenal. It is Joshua Reynolds on the line. Drove in the USA in Formula Drift, now returns back to Europe to drive alongside his teammate, and says he's feeling more and more confident round on round, but Riga is one of those tracks for him where he just can't seem to gel. The high-speed initiation and the risk it takes. Joshua Reynolds has been feeling a little nervy. Can he put those nerves aside right now as he flicks that car in? The car gets a little bit upset there, and he just about manages to dip a wheel in outside zone 1. Now picks up the throttle, looks down around the circuit, but misses that inside zone. He's going to come up short on that out one. Now as he fires back across, picks up outside zone 5 as he looks for this outside zone, the long one along the wall. He gets there late, but he does get into it, and that's going to hurt his score massively as he crosses the line.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things where you go into that first corner and it's not working right, and then it's not like you've made any more mistakes. It's just you're in a bad place. So when he missed, you know, when he came out of outer zone 1 quite, I would say, tentatively, it cost him outer zone 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Very quick. He's just on the edge of the line here. Now watch this. The transition is a little bit labored here and not very snappy. A little bit of left foot braking, and he gets there. Now you're thinking all is going good, but he's way too late on the transition. He misses the inner zone.
Yeah.
And then he's going too early away from the next zone, and that's just going to hurt his score there. Now you're moving at such pace through the center of the course that it pushes you wider on too much speed. You got to dial all that speed off. So it's just not the perfect run. And again, it's about that rhythm, it's about that flow. And if you don't get it, you don't just discover it halfway through the run. It's got to come from that first pull of the handbrake on initiation. You got to have that confidence to go, I'm going to make this work. But when it doesn't go right, you are at breakneck speed, not doing what you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, you're not driving down the road to the post office to pick up a newspaper. You are throwing a race car, which is worth hundreds of thousands of euros, as you say, Dave, at a concrete wall. 43 there for Joshua Reynolds, and he will need to go back and reassess and have a think about what he needs to do to move on further in competition. We go back.
And you know, if he scores a 90 on the next run, this doesn't matter.
No, exactly.
So it doesn't matter. Remember, you're not out. You can have we've had a lot of guys, especially over this season, with zeros on the first run and then up in the top 5 in the second half of qualifying. So
who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Manuel Vacca getting a little bit of what we call cheap air conditioning there.
Cheap free aircon.
Free aircon into the car. Very warm out there today. Probably temperature rising up near 40 degrees in the car, just with the engine and all the transmission heat coming through. We got the only Italian on the grid, 940 horsepower in this E36 BMW. Manuel Vacca firing in a slight angle, but he gets the line absolutely spot on, just dipping a little wheel over there, transitions back. This is fast. For Manuel Vacca as he does get out of zone 4 but misses the inner zone, and then transitioning at breakneck speed and a little bit too much speed, but he somehow gets away with it and does get it back in. Nice job for Manuel Vacca. Didn't go perfect for him, but he made the adjustment, and here he is tagging the rear of that car off the wall. Nice job. Good save too.
Yeah, very good save there,
Dave. On
Dave.
the curve, that's a violent place to be, and he made it work.
Is. Yeah, that car kind of reacted well to it. And most cars, you see them hit that curb and it jumps up and over and unsettles the front wheels. As you say, Dave, gets here a little late, makes it work though, very shallow angle, then starts to work into it. But for me, it was missing that inside zone. That's quite a crucial point of the circuit, because you have to kind of then shortcut. You kind of, you know, making outside zone 1 and 2 a real long extension, and that's not what the judges wanted to see, so he will be penalised for that. But nevertheless, he did save this very, very well. Look at that, right onto the curb, almost the rim on the curb there, and he's flirting with danger.
Yeah, I like it though, it's exciting.
Yeah,
I like it, you know, little 3-wheel motion there coming through the corner, and I think he did a good job of saving that. And again, when I say saving it, you know, it'll be rewarded. I'd rather see the drivers flirting with the curbs than being safe on the inside. There's no reward there, there's no risk there. So I think Manuel Vacca going for the big run, which is what we love to see, and you know, trying to do his very, very best there. Not perfect, but you know what, a lot to work with. Let's see what he scores. It's a 70 dead from Manuel Vacca from Italy. You can see style. Look at that. That's the style points there. Just get dropped a little bit. Quite you know, no big angle. That's what they're looking for in those situations. So we move along to our next driver, and he's not had an easy weekend or season so far. It is our only Canadian driver, Josiah Fallaise, and he's in the C6 Corvette engine issue. They had a pretty much written off chassis after Finland. He put 70+ hours in this week to get this car straight and going, and he's been struggling in practice with engine issues. Let's see if it all goes right for Josiah Fallaise here on the first run. So far, looks like the car is working, and he is wildly throwing beautiful.
Wow, this is good so far from Josiah as he puts that car right where the judges want to see it, nice and wide. Can he keep it in that zone? He can. He right to the edge of the circuit, puts the back end of the C6 Corvette into that zone. Oh, a little shallow there, but now starts to massage the back end and work it into the wall and across the line. And what a run from Josiah Fallaise. He said to me earlier on, Dave, it feels good to be at a circuit driving a car that I designed to drive this fast. He said, you know, I engineer and I build these suspension components, and I'm finally driving at a track where I can really unleash this weapon. He said, even if I'm doing it with 7 cylinders, they have an intermittent misfire, which is the hardest thing to find.
Yeah, they said they've plugged in all the computers. They cannot see a fault.
No.
So they know it's there. They can hear it every now and again, but there's no feedback of what it is. So they're kind of, I suppose, hitting and hoping. But you know what? That one went pretty good for Josiah. He got through the whole course, and again, as he said, said himself, he hasn't had the easiest of seasons. He had a massive crash in Finland, which wasn't his fault particularly, but it did cost him the rest of the event with the car not handling correctly. Had to get the whole car jigged or, you know, on a frame to get it all straight again. You can see it's definitely not as clean as it was when it arrived in Spain from Canada, but he won't care about that if he puts a score on the board.
No, he certainly won't, Dave. You know what? He's a guy that just likes to risk it all. Well, there we go, a 74 for Josiah Fallaise, and he'll be happy with that. And he'll be feeling a little bit more confident now, knowing that it's all out there, it all works. Can we just finesse it?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you got to get that first run in the bag. Takes the pressure off, and especially with the car not working in practice, it'll feel good for that team. We move it along to the Latvian legend, Edgars Keras, man who has helped so many drivers at this event with his own workshop. Let's see if he can get the job done himself. He came second in the Latvian Championship in 2023, 700 horsepower, F22 Eurofighter, LSV8 powered and firing through. A lot of speed here, but it's wild. It's up on the curves. We love to see it. The judges love to see it.
Yeah, I think they're not going to like this one as much, Dave. There was a little bit of flirting with in and out of that first outside zone, and he's very fast through the circuit. And it's how he's getting there, and it's how he's connecting those dots, and he wanders out of the outside zone, and he's back in again. It's fast, but it's scrappy. I like the style, I like the aggression, but the judges not so much. I can already tell you that, Dave.
I know, but it just looks so cool to watch.
I know, and he's such a good guy. You know, you talked to him around the paddock, and he said to me last night when he supplied all the food at this event. So he has all of these food trucks dotted around. Very good kebabs. If you're, I mean, I love a kebab.
If I had a kebab shop and everyone else was eating it, I'd give them terrible kebabs. But he actually
he gave us the best ones.
He gave us the best ones. So.
He said to me yesterday, he said, look, he said, if I don't win my home event, I'm going to be upset. Well,
it's tough enough.
It's tough enough now.
I think Christaps Bluss will probably be in the same position. And you know what? Every year, a more, I would say, deeper, talented grid arrives here at Riga, and it gets harder and harder. But he does a good job of getting through the circuit. As you said, super fast, maybe not super precise.
No, exactly that. And the judges will be taking every single point into account. And our head judge this weekend, Dawid Keras, well, he's in the hot seat, Dave. All eyes are on him.
He's a class act.
Oh, I like it. We're starting already?
We're starting already.
So we can start doing them now?
We can.
Okay, awesome.
Edgars Keras from Latvia gets a 70.5 into 4th position he goes. And yeah, you can see, I like the line angle and style scores. You can see where people are winning and losing in those areas. So we move on to our next driver. It is the second half of Drift Force. It is Yves Meyer from Switzerland in the GR Supra, bright yellow as opposed to Joshua Brown's very dark matte black. And I looked at some of the practice runs from him. He looked pretty strong. Let's see what he can translate that into qualifying performance.
Yeah, he's been a driver that's been growing into the championship and learning this brand new chassis now over the last few years. And he seems to be getting more and more dialed as we see him absolutely locked onto that qualifying line, and he goes super wide, dials on the angle, flicks his Super across the circuit, now picks up the outside zone, goes for the wall, and can he get there? He certainly can. It's just on the edge of that white line, but he's making it work now as Yves Meyer, a man that's really adjusting to the Drift Masters Championship. What a drive from him.
You know, it's so funny. I think this could have been up in the 90s, but he backs off after out of zone 4, and I think he thought at that point, don't mess it up. But if he had stayed in it, I think this would have been a big score.
Yeah.
The first corners were phenomenal. I mean, absolutely inch perfect. You see here, watch this. On the outside of the zone, perfect. This is textbook here. Maybe flirting on the line, but I think he gets away with it. Transition, snappy, full throttle, perfect again. Gets to the inner zone here. Look at this, beautiful.
Perfect, yeah.
And then as he goes wide, I think he was going to miss it, but he doesn't. He nails this one. Then when he transitions here, he kind of lets off the throttle just a little too early here. Feels like he's going too fast, and then he's not. He kind of just about gets into it, and I think this made it labored into here. But so that's the only error on the circuit is there. But you know what? He can tidy that up for the second run. This is a guy that could top qualifying if he gets that together. But amazing performance from Yves Meyer there, especially through the first 2 corners.
Yeah, he's feeling confident, Dave, and he's feeling comfortable, and that's a man that could be dangerous, especially as he's been growing into it. Look at that, biggest score so far. It is an 80.5.
80.5, highest score so far. I think it could have been higher. I think that was so good it could have been right up in the 90s if he just kept on the throttle a little bit, but he'll definitely do that in the second run. I'm excited to see the second half of qualifying and see how Yves Meyer does. We move on to our next driver. In a very, no, that's not a tumble dryer in the back of a Mercedes on its way home from the shops. It is the legend Teemu Peltola from Finland in a diesel Mercedes. I have to say it with that emphasis because it still surprises me to this day. 800 horsepower, well over 1,200 Newton meters of torque, and a crazy fin behind the wheel. Let's see how he gets on.
Yeah, look at this. He's not been out much in practice. Had some issues with that car when they got here in Latvia, but now they seem to iron out the kinks. And he starts to throw down as Teemu Peltola, the man that's driven around this circuit many many, many times before, navigates this big Mercedes wagon, and that's the curb. That's how it can affect you.
Yeah, and we, you know, a couple of drivers flirting with it earlier on, and we were like, oh, they got away with it. And you were like, what do you mean get away with it? Well, that's why. Because once you go up on it, it lifts the whole back end of the car, it pushes the front suspension, slams it into the ground, and all of a sudden you lose steering because your suspension has actually gone up into the arch and in the wheel well, and you slam back down, and you don't know whether your wheels are spinning too fast, too slow, whatever. So unfortunate for Teemu Peltola there, because he was actually on a bit of a flyer up to that point.
He certainly was, Dave, yeah. As we take a look back at the replay, in and out of that first outside zone, but nevertheless, for a man that's been struggling with this car all weekend and finally gets it dialed, it's upsetting to see that he couldn't make it happen here. Look at this, and this is just how harsh that curb is. Up it goes, look at the front wheels, he's on the left foot brake, trying to slow the car down. He's like, nah, this is not happening.
That's a massive compression as he came off.
Yeah.
You could see the whole car lift. And then it's a 0 on the board again. Remember, every driver gets a second roll of the dice at the second half of qualifying, so he's going to have to brush that one off. But it is tough and stressful to come all this way and be sitting on a 0 after the first half of qualifying. I will say the nerves do increase, the pressure increases. But hey, pressure's tires. Let's see what happens as we move on to our next driver. Itay Seda, 2JZ, 800 horsepower. He's been looking strong in practice too. Very steady, very dialed in. You know, it's been a good season so far for Itay. He just needs to climb up a little bit in the balance. His qualifying performances have been good. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, he's a very confident driver, and he's a very consistent driver. What can he do this weekend? He tested that car late last night. They had some issues with the engine. He lost power in practice last night, and now they seem to have got it back as that car is fully unleashed as Itay Seda, one of the youngest drivers on the grid, puts the back end of that BMW into that zone. Nice line now into this long outside zone. Gets the back bumper onto the wall, fulfills the zone, tags the bumper and the back end completely off the wall.
Yeah, I've got to say that's probably the best run so far for me. Really solid. From start to finish, looked completely in control of the car, collecting all the zones that the judges wanted. You got to say, Itay doing, you know, he would have been listening in driver briefing. There's nothing wild in this, there's nothing crazy, there's no big exclamation point, but what the judges want to see, that's as close as we've seen so far to it.
It certainly is, Dave, and that's a nice run, you know, come out of nowhere really as well, sitting quite low down in the championship, and I think this is another guy that's just had a misfortunate year. Met some real strong contenders in top 32s before, and he just hasn't been able to prove himself or perform as well as what he kind of wanted to.
Yeah, of course, it's luck of the draw. I mean, you know, wherever you qualify, you know, you could end up having a previous champion qualifying down the order, and then all of a sudden your top 32 battles against someone that's won multiple championships. So for a lot of these rookie drivers, it is a little bit of, you know, they very rarely we see rookie versus rookie. We always see veteran versus rookie. So it is a bit of a, I suppose, a war of attrition for these guys to fight through that.
Yeah. And
that's why we'll see people like Itay, like an 88.5 for Itay Seda into first position. You go, I'm going to go out there and say he could be safe for top 32 with a score like that.
Yeah, I'm sure he can be, Dave, to be honest with you. But who knows? We've said that before, and we've been very wrong.
Well, we are professionally wrong most of the time.
Yes.
So take everything we say with a pinch of salt. We're like you guys. We're watching on, and you can't predict sport, right?
No, you certainly can't. We go back to the line. Michal Reichert from the Czech Republic now steps up. That car looking battered and bruised, but he's nevertheless still got a smile on his face as he comes off the line, through the gears. S54, 1,050 horsepower, goes for a big flick, makes it work, puts it back in the BMW into that zone, wanders way though, then dips back into it again, doesn't treat it like a true arc, and it is. As he comes down there in front of the grandstands, shallow on the outside zone, looks for the transition, back now as Reichert misses that outside zone, flies back now, starting to fall apart a little bit. And the Czech driver, as he gets into this last outside zone, looks for the finish line, job done, but that will be very low on the scores, Dave.
Yeah, I think, look, experience counts for a lot of drifting. I think he made some errors and he recovered from each one, but they were still there. The errors were still there. And a shake of the head from Michal Reichert. I mean, he is so good a driver that he knows himself.
He knows, yeah.
We don't need to tell him. He's been driven this track so many times, done some great battles over the years in this track. He'll know himself it wasn't quite right there.
No, certainly so. So there we go. Take a look back at the replay of Michal Reichert. And even as battered as bruised as that car looks, it still looks very cool.
It's a cool car. Always a cool car. They just didn't check the boxes there.
Oh, yeah, another one.
Here all weekend.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, what I like about, you know, this first qualifying run is we get to see a little bit of the hands these drivers have. Are they going to go wild? Are they going to go tentative? What's the approach for the weekend? And it looked like Michal Reichert, I think, didn't have a clear idea in his head there of what he wanted to achieve. He didn't go hard enough on the first corner.
No.
And that's why his score reflected that. We move back to the start line. Is Adam LZ from the USA, the only US driver on the grid. Massive crash, wheels and suspension falling off in Finland, but the car is back together. He's a lot of driving both sides of the Atlantic this year, and now he's in the Euro E36, as he calls it, firing in. First time he's ever put a competitive run in Riga, and he goes wide to the edge of the circuit, and this is solid from LZ so far. Very fast through the course. As he fires to that outer zone for us, it's good, very snappy transition. When he gets slowed down time, just about gets away with it, but that was going to be a big error for Adam LZ as he hops up on the curb. And I was just noticing how much speed he was carrying through the course. I would have thought, you know, this guy's never driven the track before. Should be a little tentative, should be a little bit nervous. This is a scary track. Not so much for Adam LZ. He's done enough things this year to say, what more is left to scare me? And I'll tell you what, that was a pretty good run until that moment, and that's going to hurt his score because that was a big hit with the curb.
It certainly was, Dave. Yeah, you know what? That was looking like it could be, you know, a contender for the top spot there, because he was absolutely pinpoint perfect right up until that point. Look at the line here. He takes through the middle of the circuit, snappy transition, keeps it on throttle as well, and I think that didn't help him. Didn't have any slowing down into that point.
I think, you know, a little bit of handbrake or a little bit of left foot brake to predict that that was going to happen, but I think he thought maybe the car will hook up, maybe it'll pull me out of that danger zone. It didn't. That thing was to the moon there at that point, and once he got up on that curb, I mean, a man that's had the rear wheels of an E36 off the ground more than anybody in the history of drifting in the last month or so. You can see, look at the violence on the steering wheel as he tries to regain control, which he does. But a 70 on the board, that would have been, much higher if he had got away with that. But again, you got to get it done. Judges aren't going to be like, oh, that would have been cool. It had to be cool or not.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is why he scores that score. As we move along the order, next up, we will see Joachim Andersen from Sweden. Another driver I'm, I think, struggling to find the groove this year. New car. Maybe it takes that little bit of time to develop, but I think for Joachim Andersen, also this is a Mercedes-powered Nissan, which is a pretty wild thing, right? I've never heard of that before in drifting.
No, and it's becoming more and more common. A lot of guys now choosing this Mercedes-Benz engine over a BMW platform or the 2JZ, which we see is way more commonly used. But Joachim Andersen, the man from Sweden, firing down right now, and he's driven around here many, many times. I spoke to him earlier. Again, another driver I spent quite a bit of time talking to. He said, been coming here for 5 years, and every single run is still unnerving. It's still scary. And they had issues with the clutch, but it looks like they've got it dialed right now as Joachim Andersen puts down a very nice run.
Yeah, they didn't look too nervous there as he absolutely sent it around the circuit. And that was a really good job from Joachim Andersen. Again, you know, could have been, I mean, I would imagine still, you know, 10%, 15% in the tank, you know, just to go a little bit crazier. But that first corner was pretty solid. And as he transitioned back, there wasn't too many big mistakes in that run.
No, it certainly wasn't, Dave. Look at this. It goes
could have been a little
shallow,
wider, could have a little bit wider. But you know what I mean? No major errors. He got all the zones, but not quite deep, as the judges would say, are going to score him a 90 plus. You know, but again, is that important, or is it more important just get around, put a score on the board, don't sit there a nervous mess for an hour waiting to see if your score, you know, you're out of the top 32. Because remember, if you're outside the top 32 at the end of the first half of qualifying, it's exactly the same as having a 0.
Exactly that.
Didn't think about that before, Ian, did you?
Not today, no.
No, but you know what? It is the same.
It's true,
If you're out, it doesn't matter what you score in the first run because you got to go up anyway. 75 on the board for Joachim Andersen, 4th position so far. That's a solid score.
That is a solid score.
Yeah, that's a solid score to work with. Will it be enough at the end of qualifying? I'd say it's flirting with disaster because we always see it somewhere around 70 to 82 or 3 is kind of where we sit in the danger zone. We move on to Fionn Roche. Rookie in the championship this year from Ireland, 2JZ. Shanahan-built car, 970 horsepower, almost identical, if not identical car to Jack and Conor Shanahan, but driver with not as much experience, but he's growing in confidence every single round. An early initiation from Fionn Roche, he takes it wide to the edge of the circuit, and this is pretty fast and pretty precise so far. Yeah,
he's right to the edge of the circuit here, Dave. He's using all of the tarmac, and he's on that flying line. Look at that, right wheels right to the edge of the curve. Is he going to carry too much speed now into that curve? He doesn't. Manages to dial it in. Oh, and he makes a mistake there. Handbrakes too early, and that upsets the line into that final outside zone. But nevertheless, he gets himself back on it, back into the zone and across the line. Nice job.
I've just noticed that there's a bump before the wall, and if you're on the right line, it doesn't affect you.
If you're offline,
it massively. You can see he hit the bump and the handbrake at the same time, and it totally stopped the car dead. So Fionn Roche doing, I would say, 85% of the circuit absolutely beautifully, and then just that little moment, which happens here so easily when the track is so fast, because you have so much momentum built up that whatever happens just happens, you know, it's multiplied because you can't slow down. And watch this, as he transitions back, this was really nice. He gets a little shallow here, so this brings him on closer to the bump, right? Watch the bump, the car just bumps a little bit, and as he transitions, bumps there and onto the handbrake. It just sort of settled the car. I think the bump compressed the suspension, gripped it more than he thought, and it didn't actually naturally flow out to the wall. But I'm speculating.
We're speculating.
I am not in the driver's seat of that car. And Fionn might say, no, I just messed up. But I'm giving him an out.
Yep.
You could say that this, to me, looked like the suspension of the car working a lot more in that zone. And getting the timing right, so important, so pivotal.
Well, there we go. Score drops in a 64 for Fionn Roche. And
that's pretty much all down to that big mistake on the transition. So he can tidy that up. He can get that better for the second run. Move back to the start line, and we won't see Marko Zacherl. Engine failure for the Czech Republic driver, and we'll move it on to our next driver, which is Conor Falvey from Ireland, another rookie in the championship, and in a 2JZ, 820 horsepower. Has been looking pretty strong in qualifying in the second half of qualifying this year so far, but can he transfer that practice form now? Early initiation from Falvey as he goes very wide.
Yeah, this is nice for Falvey. He's done 1,000,001 laps on the simulator of this track, and he said he felt confident before he even came here, and he's looking confident right now. Falvey fires that car across the circuit, avoids the curb. Look at that, it gets the bump perfectly. Oh, wow! The line into the outside zone was absolutely beautiful. Conor Falvey has just given everyone a round of applause.
That's a big run, and I'll tell you what, he put the car on the line on that last transition. He went in there faster than anyone we've seen before, and the bumper tells the story. The bumper will tell you, yeah, he did.
I thought the transition into that final outside zone, I thought he was in the wall.
Like we watched,
there was no ways making it,
There was no major decel. There was no major left foot braking or handbrake. He just used the angle to slow it. And that's a risky move in the first half of qualifying.
You know what, he kind of gained himself a little nickname of second run Falvey, because on the first run he'd either throw it away, spin, mess up. But you know what, I think it's first run Falvey now, because he just absolutely threw down. Look at this. I thought there's no ways making it, because we've seen nobody so far in the lower end of the championship fire into the outside zone so early. And look at this, and the judges and everyone around us gave a round of applause. Look at the free wheel motion towards the outside zone. How gangster is that?
Yeah, well, he usually gets it done in the second half of qualifying. Looks like he's a little bit bored of being so nervous. So I think the first run's definitely going to score pretty good for Conor Falvey. Where does he slot in? Look at the window on the car, the speed they're traveling, the window getting bent back on the opposite side, and I have to say that was an impressive run from Conor Falvey.
Oh,
93
wow.
for Conor Falvey on his first run. And I'll tell you what, for the youngest driver on the grid, in his first time, one of only 5 drivers to never drive this track before, he puts a 93 in his first qualifying run. Impressive stuff. But it is only a short way through qualifying, and another man who will definitely want to be putting a 90 plus on the board is Peter Wiańczek. He is the undisputed one of the best drivers to ever be produced in Europe, but he's struggled this year. The car has been working against him. Stupid problems, but when it works, he definitely can work it. And Wiańczek's ready for another big run at Riga. He's top qualifying 3 times in the last 6 years. What can he do here?
Yeah, well, the Candyman's going to go for it. Puts the rear wheels of that Supra into the outside zone, carrying a lot of speed. Oh, that was a gangster flick from Wiańczek as he comes down now in front of the commentary tower, fires that Supra back across the circuit. Again, look at the front end dip as he gets on the foot brake. Another driver that puts it into the outside zone. Nice and early, the experience from Wiańczek as he puts it back into the wall and across the line. Another textbook run.
That is a huge run. The speed he carried through that course was just...
The transitions were dangerous. They were 90 degrees.
I honestly think that when this car, and we've had, the car's worked, Gremlins, yeah, pretty much been Peter Wiańczek's story. But when it's working, look at the potential of this driver and car combo, because this was a masterclass.
Man, he threw on so much angle, he had to kind of correct the steering to make sure that he didn't go too far.
Like, this is a ridiculous run for a first run.
Look at this full throttle. He didn't lift until here. He lifted there, dabbed the handbrake, and then went straight back into it. Beautiful textbook stuff there from Wiańczek. And you know what, Dave? It's really nice to see him comfortable, back in the zone, and the machinery working. That Peter Wiańczek that we adored for so many years. The man that won here time and time and time again.
Well, when Wiańczek's not in the mix, you miss him.
Yeah, 100%.
Because he brings that X factor.
Yeah.
But it's taken time. New chassis, and again, the Toyota Supra, this new Supra, I mean, it's only been released as a car in 2021.
Yep.
So it's a very fresh car that people are still trying to find what's the, I mean, you look at the Nissans, you look at the BMWs, you got 20 plus years of development. But he seems like when it's working, this thing can beat anybody. And 95 for Peter Wiańczek on his first run. We just go back-to-back 90s with the most winningest and the youngest driver in the championship. So it's all been blown open. Business has just picked up in the last 2 or 3 minutes here. And Peter Wiańczek, well, he's definitely in the show with that. And he could just sit and have a cocktail now if he wants. But there's a lot of drivers looking on going, oh, God, they're going that big so fast.
Already?
I got to go with 90s now? So Juha Piytalaakso, who had a massive qualifying session in Finland, got to continue that form now. Can the Flying Finn put that E92 into where he needs it to be? Well, you know what? He's going to give it a hell of a go because he's put some big runs in here in the past.
Yeah, and look, he's an old-school driver, and he knows these tracks like the back of his hand. What can Piytalaakso do as he puts down now? He goes right to the edge of the circuit, and I think, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get treated this afternoon for some absolutely heroic runs, but he does miss that inside zone as Juha Piytalaakso now goes for the outside zone, transitions across the circuit, looks nice and early into that zone. He does tail light to the wall as he puts the back end of that BMW United 2 all the way around and across the line.
Remember at the last event, Ian, we said we were going to set up that tail light stand?
Yeah.
Ian and Dave's
We're going to need another one.
But we've done nothing about it. We've missed another opportunity here. Because I see we're going to have a lot of broken tail lights.
We're really good at thinking of cool ideas, and everyone else takes them.
Yeah, but we're very lazy, and we don't actually see them through. We talk the talk. You can see here Juha doing a great job. You can see the timing wasn't right on the transition, which meant he had to make a decision to hit the inner clip or the outer clip, but he decided to do the outer clip. You can see he misses it here on the inside, but he does get the outside. But that's a timing issue. A lot of drivers struggling with that because you get the timing wrong. You're moving at such a pace, you don't have the opportunity to change your trajectory, so you're either going to hit one or the other. And to thread the needle there is very difficult.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult.
But everything else from Juha, you would, as expected, as advertised.
Yeah.
He's in the walls, he's everywhere he needs to be on big angle, but there's just one area he could improve on. But you know what, great to see Juha back to his best this year. You know, he kind of, I think, I wouldn't say fell off, but just didn't find the rhythm for a while. And now that he's back, I think he's back there where he needs to be. Again, remember, a driver that's battled it out for European championships in the past. So multiple Finnish champion. 82.5 for Juha Piytalaakso from Finland. The Finnish fans in the grandstand, well, they're getting warmed up because they got a lot of their stars on the grid, and especially the big one, Lauri Heinonen. He is currently at this moment in time in the pits fixing his car. He had a diff explode in practice, which isn't the worst thing, but you know, a lot of nervous faces when he was towed in. We'll move back to the start line. Max Heidrich. We're about to get max speed, max angle, and Max Heidrich as he comes off the line. The German driver, the only German driver on the grid, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And he is one of the drivers that can go 100 points and can put it in the wall, but let's see what happens on this one.
Yeah, Max Heidrich is going to go for a nice big flick to initiation, dials on the angle. He's always known for that style, that flair, as Heidrich now shallows up the angle, collects that inside zone, dials on the angle for that one outside zone. Look at that big flick, but it hasn't worked out for him. Car gripped up and he had to make a big correction, but he makes it work now as Heidrich gets into this last long outside zone. Back end into it, up against the wall, across the line. Heidrich there, apart from that little wobble, I think that was nice, Dave.
That was good. You know, I spoke to Max, I'm not going to say it wasn't after a few beverages in Finland, and he was saying that he could drive all these tracks a lot simpler and a lot easier, but why would he? He wants people to enjoy watching him drive, and he wants to enjoy driving, and he said the only way to do that is when it's big angle and big risk. He said most of the time it's not going to work out, but he said that he wants to teach, you know, his little ones that it's all about taking a risk and believing in yourself. And I mean, some of these transitions, and you can see he transitions so aggressively, the car actually squatted down and gripped up on him. So he actually was the maker of his own misfortune there.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's definitely a big run in Heidrich on the second half of qualifying, and that could have very well worked out, and he'd be sitting up in the 90s too. So it is that risk-reward factor that we love in the sport. We love watching these drivers almost make decisions in a split second of how aggressive they're going to be and whether it works out. I know it's harsh, but for us watching, so entertaining.
So entertainment. It's the best entertainment you can see on TV right now. Look at this wheel up again as he pops on the curb, and Heidrich driving 100% as always at a 68.5 for the German driver. As we go back to the start line to Alex Holofnia, the Ukrainian driver, two-time Ukrainian champion, his BMW M2.
Yeah, this was actually the first ever B58 to drift in Europe, which is the engine from the new Toyota Supra. It's not in a Supra, well, kind of in a BMW, so, you know. let's not bring it up.
Nope.
But it is going to be Alex Solovnia's first run into the first corner. A little bit of dabbing in the handbrake here just to make sure the precision was there. Now, judges will watch that, but it worked for him. He got it right, little left foot brake there. It's a very precise run so far from Alex. Look at the angle. Oh, wow. Solovnia goes up on the curb there, and will he come back from it? He will. It's an aggressive run from Alex Solovnia. Fire into that last zone, running that carbon Kevlar all along that concrete wall, and look at the shots as we see the sunset here in Latvia. And that is a big run from Alex Solovnia. I'll tell you what, the little bit of tentativeness on entry with the dabbing of the handbrake, probably going to lose him a couple of points. But everything else was pretty solid.
I liked it. I liked the run. Yeah. I like the confidence he had, and the way he could just position the car, through the car around. Like you say, a little dab of the handbrake there. I don't think the judges are going to hurt him that much for that, because, you know, he carried the momentum, he used the speed. It was just to set the car for that outside zone. But the line for me, Dave, was textbook. Look at the front wheels. No movement there as he collects that inside zone. Look, doesn't move him still. Just touches the foot brake, locks up the tyre, and then starts to adjust ever so slightly. So that means he's using the line, that curve, that natural curve here on the circuit perfectly. And he's got that car dialed in.
I know the judges are going to deduct a little bit here for curb drops.
Yeah.
Well, curb lifts, as they are here.
Spoils. That's why they're spoilers. They ruin all the fun.
Always giving out about the curbs. But it does unsettle the car. There's no way you can get on a curb here at Riga and you say it doesn't unsettle it. I think that could have been higher if he didn't hit that curb, but it is still an 83 on the board. And Alex Solovnia, will he be happy with that?
He will be happy with that. He'll be very, very happy with that. Again, another driver that's not really had much fortune this year. We go back to the line to a guy that was, again, another driver that was talking to yesterday, Tor Arne Kvia. He said, I've had a terrible year so far. I came back swinging this year. He said the sledgehammer was back in Drift Masters, and he said, I just wanted to prove to everyone that I've still got it. He said, it just hasn't happened. He said, this is the round where I need to kind of podium. I need some success. Well, this is where it needs to happen. Tor Arne Kvia, the Norwegian driver, now fires down, big flick across the circuit. He's carrying a lot of speed as Kvia hammers through that first outside zone. He's known for his wild driving, and this is so fast. But it puts Kvia offline. He misses that inside zone now as he transitions back 3 wheels across the middle of the circuit. As Kvia looks for the outside zone, collects it beautifully, doesn't put the back end of the Nissan in any kind of danger, and he then rubs the bumper along the wall across the line.
Oh, I mean, he's always a joy to watch.
Oh, he's brilliant. I'm such a Kvia fan.
The way he drives is so aggressive, but the inside zone, as you said, missed, but everything else absolutely nailed. Now, we talk about it. He wants to turn it forward. You can even see it in Kvia's body language. We were watching them when they were taking their photos and stuff. He needs a result. He said he's feeling a little bit down in himself. He knows he's got the talent, but he's pushed a little too hard there to get to the edge shortcut. But again,
I'll make a little bit of a guess here, David. So he's carrying too much speed in outside zone 2. You're too fast. Because it just pushed the car through inside zone 2. And he kind of didn't touch it and leave it on that perfect arc.
It was definitely, I think, the fastest anyone's been through there so far. But it didn't actually help. No. Because he carried too much speed and couldn't, took the nose into that inner zone. Everything else, though, was textbook Kvia. And I think he'll learn from that for the second run. But good to see him back on the grid this year. Hasn't had the that wow performance yet this year, which is so unusual, But again, sport is about form. Sometimes you can have a good run and then all of a sudden you get into a sort of a lull, and then it takes a lot, when you come back from it, 88 on the board. And I'm going to say if he got that inside zone, that would be a 97 or 8.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show that 10 points probably just lost from one zone, but everything else was perfect. We move on to Diogo Correia from Portugal, a man who is definitely not afraid to throw down here in Riga. 1,000 horsepower. And he has won so many Portuguese championships, I would lose track trying to read them. multiple. But he wants to be the Drift Masters champion, and he's going to try and be the King of Riga this weekend as he fires in this Mercedes-powered BMW, but he loses a little bit of line through that first corner. Off to the inside, and then now he's pushing wide onto the curbs. It's kind of getting a little bit wild out there for Diogo Correia. Missing a lot of zones in the front has kind of fallen apart. The fact that it didn't just get that rhythm from the start, and now he's just trying to maybe finish and go, right, scratch that. That wasn't perfect. We'll go again. Yeah.
Well, I think for me, that all comes down to seat time, Dave. Correia lost the head of a valve inside the engine. It snapped off and completely destroyed the engine in practice earlier on. The team have worked tirelessly to get him out for qualifying, and I think that little miss, that break between driving early this morning and then not driving driving this afternoon has really upset the rhythm, and I wonder if the car is 100%. There's a different engine in the car. I wonder if they're dialed, they're focused, if it's 100% power, because it looked to me like he was a little bit shaken there. And that would do that to a driver, you know, being out the seat while everyone else is practicing, that can do a lot to you mentally for some of these drivers.
You feel like you've got to catch up.
Yeah.
You feel like you're being left behind. You feel like you've not got the same opportunity to practice and test as everybody else. We've seen it before with Bluss earlier on, you know, just jumping in the car. You think, oh yeah, no problem, he's driven the car before, but this is not the place that you go, let me do a test run in qualifying. Because everyone else is going, no, we're going for the perfect run.
Dialed,
so 57.5 will put him way down the order, and I think not enough. He's going to have to go with a much bigger run in the second half of qualifying. Here's a driver that's impressed me this year. Dawid Sposob from Poland. Youngster, 23 years of age, 920 horsepower S15. I'm liking his style. I like how he's, you know, he's a rookie in the championship, but it doesn't look like he's a duck out of water. It looks like he is relishing the opportunity to show what he can do. Yeah,
certainly is, David. Look at this. He goes for a wild initiation, big flip across the circuit, falls out of the outside zone, picks it back up again now as he comes down in to outside zone 2. Looks for that inner, does get it. He's a little deep on it, but he makes it work now to Sposob. As Sposob looks again across the circuit, goes over the jump. That car very low, but he makes it work. As Sposob now into this outside zone, starts to work into the groove, finds it and gets it, job done across the line.
One of the few drivers running, I would say, correct ride height. Very slick-looking car.
100%.
And, you know, very good outfitting. You know, he's there with his dad. They're working on the car constantly. And his dad, a pretty good driver, too. Yeah. So, you know, it's generational there for Sposob. And that was a pretty good run. Very solid. You know, you can see the potential in this driver and car combo every run of this championship, learning more, developing more. He's going to be a real contender in the future, I think, for championships.
Oh, certainly so, David. You know what? He's pulling on a lot of advice from a lot of other Polish drivers. He's pitted alongside Adam LZ, so he's getting that knowledge as well from Adam, who's wildly experienced from driving in multiple different championships around the globe. And I think Sposob's soaking that all up like a sponge, and it shows that because from, you know, round on round, he's growing as a driver. 74 dead on the board there.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I mean, nothing spectacular, but it was very solid. And sometimes, you know, when you're a rookie driver in the championship, you just want to get a score on the board, settle those nerves and go, right, I know what I can do better. Let's go for it.
Yeah, certainly so. Back on the start line we go as we see flags flying there, a little breeze over the circuit as we see Jakub Przygonski now, the Polish driver, in this incredible GR86. Going for the Batman look this year, all black carbon fibre. We got rid of the blue. And B58 underneath the bonnet, 900 horsepower, 1,000 Newton meters of torque. And Przygonski, a man, as we've said many times before, super amount of credits, super amount of trophies in the cabinet, but yet to have that first place podium finish at Drift Masters. Can this be the weekend as Przygonski puts foot to floor, dials on the angle, looks for the outside zone and collects it. Car looking absolutely dialed. All four wheels on the tarmac, uses the little bobble to help him into this outside zone now as Przygonski pushes this GR86 right to the limit, right to the edge of the circuit, doesn't damage the carbon fibre and says job done.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you look back at Finland, I think Przygonski, like I would say 80% of the grid, caught out by the conditions of a very tough track. If that wasn't the case, I think we could have watched him go much higher and be much higher up the championship. So he's trying to rectify those mistakes in Finland. Perfect conditions here, and we've talked to him on interviews with Becky Evans, and she said, you know, the car feeling good, driver feeling good, and when you hear that kind of confidence, you know, they're ready to go, and that looked to me like a driver ready to go for this weekend.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, Dave, rightly so, that the weather conditions in Finland were, you know, a mix completely, and a lot of guys saying, a lot of drivers saying, we're going to write that round off because it's so hard to drive in those conditions on a circuit that's been rubbered in.
I think the word is impossible.
It's impossible,
I think the best in the world struggles, which means everybody struggles. You know what I mean? If you watch a golf tournament and, you know, Tiger Woods is hitting it into the wind, and then it's going in the forest, you go, well, what am I going to do?
Well,
yeah. So there was a lot of that in Finland. I think, look, dialed in Kuba. How cool do these slow-mo shots look as well? So Kuba waiting to see his own score. He gets a 92 on the board, and Kuba goes into third position, and that is a phenomenal first score for Kuba Przygonski, who is ever professional. But we you know what, it's been a while since he's been on the podium. Could this be the weekend? Could he be the new King of Riga? Well, it's early days.
It is early days, Dave. We've got a whole day to go tomorrow yet before we even get close to that. We go back on the line to the Swedish driver, Pontus Hartman, a man who's shown glimmers in the past of some success and looked good. He has got the tool for the machine, for the job, and it's 1,000 horsepower, 2 JZ power BMW E46. As Hartman looks for the outside zone now, transitions across the track, opens up the throttle, but gets unnerved, and takes it to the wall, pulls the back end clean off the car.
Oh, you know what? He got away with that lightly, because if he was a couple of feet further, he would have been. That would have been the car.
Yeah.
Straight. I mean, there's tires there.
I think, Dave, that could have been the car, to be honest with you, from looking over the top here of the commentary tower and looking at the back end of that BMW. I mean, he has moved a concrete block that is very, very hefty, and we know a lot of these drivers now carry the fuel cell within those crash structures. I wonder if there's
did he move the tires? The tires moved it.
Yeah, I think the tires pushed the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Like, oh,
I mean, look at that.
Absolutely sandwiched the bumper bar in the back. Look at that.
I mean, that's not a bumper bar, Dave. That is an extension of the chassis that these guys now build in tubular steel to act as a crash zone. That's completely sandwiched it over.
But I think of how he glanced it, I think he got away with the rear suspension. I think it took all the impact. Wow, I have never seen anything quite sandwiched like that before.
Let me just say to you something, and there's probably a lot of people watching online, a lot of people watching at home, a lot of people that will pick this up after the event, Dave. You know, people are working. We're meant to be working. This is our job, believe it or not, right? Pinch yourself sometimes. We have said years on years before that area of the track, no one's crashed there before. This year so far, we've had 2 crashes there.
Yeah, I think
and do you know what? I think people are pushing harder and going faster than they've ever been before.
I think this has gone up a couple, maybe 10
notch or
kilometers.
2, yeah.
And when you hit that curb and you lose traction there, all of a sudden that wall comes up a lot quicker than it has in previous years. So I think he's hit the tires. The tires have braced some of the impact.
Yeah.
The car, to me, I mean, now that he's on the phone, to me, means that he's ringing his team. He's saying, hey, we've got a problem. We need to straighten the whole back of this. Someone get a very, very, hefty chain and someone else's machinery. We don't have to pull this thing straight. But I have a feeling that he's got away without too much damage behind that. And that, I mean, a lot of guys, you look at these cars, they look like an E46, but there's only from the front wheel to the back wheel that's an E46, everything in front and behind. Well, watch this again. Watch how much speed he picks up on the curb. This makes the back end of the car go light. Now he can't slow here. He's on the handbrake.
He's on the handbrake, look.
And then all of a sudden, watch the rear end of the car. He just glances. I think he misses the wall.
He does, yeah.
Because he misses the wall, he gets away without the car being completely destroyed. That could have been the end of the season if he was a couple of feet to the right.
Oh, easily so, Dave. And you know what? I think it was only because he transitioned so late that he went so deep on the outside zone. If he would have transitioned a few feet before, he would have been safe. But you know what? It's easy for us to say that sitting up here. I think
if he hits the tires, but the tires then come to a stop at some point, which is the concrete wall, and he moves it. I mean, that could have been a big hit. You could have been injured. So we have got to introduce our on-the-ground reporter for this weekend. She's going to be giving us all behind-the-scenes gossip. And at this point in time, Becky, it's not gossip, it's tragedy for Pontus Hartman, because that, you know what, it could have been worse. He's okay, but that was a big hit. Is he okay?
Absolutely, Dave. I've managed to grab Pontus. Obviously, first question whenever anything like this happens. Pontus, are you okay? That was a bit scary for a moment there.
Yeah, it was scary, but I'm feeling super, so that's not the problem, really. It was a hard hit, but the tires saved me a lot there, so yeah.
The guys are asking up in the tower, they're sort of looking at the car. Thankfully, the back end is sort of space framed. Do you think you'll be able to pull it out and get out for your second qualifying run?
Yeah, we sure hope so. It seems like the mechanical damage is only down to the bash bar. It looks like we have some small leak in the fueling, so if we can get that sealed, we should be able to get out, yeah.
Thank you so much, Pontus. Have a moment. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Becky. Becky's going to be checking in all the way through this weekend to let us know what's happening down on the track. And it's great to have her there because we were having that debate. Yeah. And then Becky comes down. She asks the questions we all want to hear at home. And now we know it is just the rear bash bar. And again, I would have thought he'd have a quick look at the rear suspension and gone, hold on, that's okay.
Yep.
So fuel tank or fuel cell, probably in and around that area, so there could be some issues with fueling there.
Well, these fuel tanks now, Dave, the rules in the Drift Masters Europe Championship are that the fuel tanks have to be a steel or aluminium box that enclose a plastic crushable cell, so everything inside that's safe. So it could just be a fitting that's broke maybe, or a line that's been pulled out of a filter or a pump. Could be a really easy fix. And as for that space frame, that done its job. They're going to pull that straight, maybe remove it and say that we'll have to repair that another time.
But he will do it again. But I get your point. I mean, these cars are, I know it sounds really, no one wants to crash, and no one wants, we never want to see it.
Designed for it
but
now.
They are designed to take a hit because they know they can't be naive enough to come through 6 events. Every single one bar, maybe one, has concrete walls. You've got to have a car that can take a couple of hits and keep on ticking. So hopefully Pontus Hartman's team, I mean, they definitely won't be enjoying the sunshine now. They'll be underneath the car in the shade, making sure it's okay. But we'll keep you up to date as we move back to the line. Paval Korpulinski from Poland. 2JZ, 850 horsepower, a little bit further down the order, I think, than he wants to be this year, but he's got a great record here in Riga.
I was just going to say, you know what, normally this guy's a lot higher up in the championship, but I think this year he's struggled a little bit. You know, I think everyone, and a lot of top-end drivers have already said it, everyone's coming in swinging this year, and I think, for me, Korpulinski's not really had a good fight, not really thrown down. This could be the round, though, as Korpulinski flicks in that Nissan 206 S14A, puts the back end and the rear wheel right to the white line now, gets that line dialed as he picks up that front zone. He's on a ripper so far. Can he hold it together as he flicks it across the circuit right to the edge, curb to curb, as he keeps it off the curb and into the outside zone. Korpulinski proving me and Dave wrong and proving that he is going to throw down this weekend and he is going to put it all on the line as Korpulinski lays down a heater of a run.
Yeah, and I think, you know, sometimes a driver will have, you know, a couple of rounds where they don't show their true form, and we all get a little bit like, oh, you know, and then all of a sudden you remember, oh, right, it's actual Paval Korpulinski.
Yeah.
He is one of the best in the business, and he's here to prove a point, and that's a great point proven. Very precise. I think he still had more to give. There was a couple of little tugs of the handbrake where he was just like, you know what, let's not go too hard, but the precision is phenomenal, and the angle here for me was just exceptional. I really enjoyed this. Little tip of the handbrake here just to settle the car, and another towards the wall, but you know, he's everywhere the judges want him to be.
He certainly is, Dave. Look at this, the commitment, though, full throttle going towards that curb, knowing the risks as well, as we've seen now. Go on them curbs, it does get loose, but he puts it all on the line, no messing around.
That is as close to the curb as you want to be without it affecting the car. Really good precision from Paval Korpulinski. And you know what? Again, I always say about Riga, certain things can happen here over a weekend. And an 86.5 for Paval Korpulinski, 6th position, and he might even be safe for battle action with that. But I was just about to say, King of Riga is like its own little tournament within a tournament, right? So everybody wants to be King of Riga. Clint van Oort also wants to be King of Riga, the Dutch driver, the only Dutch driver on the grid in this beautiful S14. Takes off for like 880 horsepower, 2JZ power. Look at the laser focus from Clint van Oort, very fast, and a very late initiation from van Oort. Pushes him wide on the circuit, but it's worked well. Oh, early transition.
Yeah, goes too early, puts him off the outside zone, puts him early on that inner. Now he has work to be done as Clint van Oort's got that car gripped up massively. And look at the line he's had to take into the outside zone. Too much onto the wall. Judges saying that this weekend they don't want to see the back end buried, and he tags the rear wheel off the wall. He's upset himself there. He's got in his own head, Dave.
I think it's just, you know, he was triangulating the wall. So he was hitting the wall, bouncing out, bouncing in, bouncing out. So 3 hits, and on the third, it was definitely the heaviest of the 3. Looked like to me the wheel got a little bit of a bang, maybe an arm bent in the back of the car. Definitely no shortage of a commitment, that's for sure.
No, and it all came down to this transition. I think he did it way too early. Didn't let the car wash to the edge of the curb. Maybe watching that Pontus Hartman crash has upset a few of the guys. Maybe they're a little bit nervous now to go that hard. But for me, it all kind of went wrong when he tagged that wall. Look at this big handbrake drag as he comes down, flicks the car in, gets it right on time, but he goes too deep and sparks there as he tags the wheel on the wall very early on. Oh, it's a big hit there.
Yeah, so it was like he went, gradually increased the amount of damage he was doing. He did the first time, got away with it. Second time, third time, the car was like, no, things are going to break now. But he's got an amazing team behind him. They're going to get that car right as rain for the second run. And you know what, I watched some of practice, and Clint van Oort was really on it.
He was.
So that looks to me like an uncharacteristic run this weekend, which could prove that, you know what, the pressure and the nerves of that first qualifying run, especially coming out after a pretty big incident, can shake some of the drivers out there. Remember, you know, they've all got great cars, but it's a real mental game drifting. You know, you're the one controlling everything in that car, and that's the most important thing. Mika Keski-Korpi, new chassis this year, looks like he is right at home as he comes off the line. He's been looking good so far. And Keski-Korpi from Finland in this BMW Eurofighter, 770 horsepower. He fires into that first corner. Very late again from Keski-Korpi, but he makes the line work pretty good as he transitions back. Look at that little wavering though from the front steering on the car. Lots of speed, but a little bit of a wobble through the center section. Big angle here. Can he hold it? You bet he can. Oh, very early to the wall, and very nice line to the wall as Mika Keski-Korpi puts the rear bumper. So a very strong finish to the run, pardon the pun, but also a couple of wobbles at the start.
Yeah, there was a few wobbles there, and for me it just looked like the car was gripped up massively. And I know these guys are pushing the limits of how much grip they can run these cars, how fast they can go. That is the game for most of these guys, but I think here it bit Mika Keski-Korpi a little bit, because you can see how much grip he's got in the car. It didn't want to react to the way he was trying to drive it. But nevertheless, though, Keski-Korpi does put a pass down, does put a run here on the board in Riga. This, for me, the way he gets into this outside zone, look at the angle.
It's like he knew himself. I've had him a bit of a wobble there. I need to really impress the judges.
Redeem myself, yeah.
And he did. It was a really nice finish to the run. And I'll tell you what, just to sit in that zone, you know, so comfortably, when it is so fast, so dangerous, it's amazing to watch. These shots are fantastic from our friends at Red Bull TV. Just amazing to see how much hardship and compression the body panels and everything goes. These cars may be doing a short run, but in that short run, they're probably going through more stress than most race cars do in a race. 81 on the board from Mika Keski-Korpi, puts him into 9th position. Not bad.
That's not bad.
That's not bad at all. When you think about it, we had some big 90s go in there in the scoreboard, but a lot of zeros as well. So we move on to Oliver Randadu from Estonia, two-time Estonian champion. One of the best Baltic drivers on the grid, 850 horsepower E46. Oliver Randadu, you know, just teetering outside that top 10 in the championship. Would like a good, strong performance here.
Yeah, he certainly would, Dave. He was confident earlier on today. Can he put that confidence into play right now? Goes right to the edge of the circuit. Brand new build for 2024. And instead, he's not sure if he prefers it over his E36 BMW as he fires through. He looks confident right now. A beautiful line into the outside zone. Can he hold it together? He can. Big handbrake drag though. Decelled massively, but then gets back into it. The drone's staring him down. You can see the inputs he's putting into the car as he crosses the line.
What a cool shot that is.
That was unbelievable.
You told someone 10 years ago in drifting you could fly along beside the window of the car.
Watch a guy driving it.
You couldn't even do this in computer games 10 years ago. So now it's amazing to see. You can see the inputs on the wheel. And for me, as you said, the first corner was inch perfect. Right to the edge of the circuit. The transition was really solid. I like the fact that he was on really, you know, full throttle the whole way through. You could hear the limiter being banged on the car just to make sure. And at this transition for me, again, very smooth, very nice. And again, you picked it up. Just one error for me is when he transitions here, he sort of kind of slows a little bit too much on the transition. That said, it does make it work. So it's not a big mistake. It's just it's a method more than a mistake. And could have committed a little bit more, but you got everything right, got in all the zones.
He did.
What more do you want?
No, exactly that, Dave. And for me, yeah, it was handbraking through the transition, which it looks scrappy, it doesn't look clean, but nevertheless, I mean, he's doing a way better job than what I could do at it, Dave, that's for sure.
We nearly fell off our scooters going around there yesterday.
I did fall off a scooter yesterday.
Yeah, you didn't have to bring it up publicly. But
you know, I
okay.
just wanted it to be out there. I just didn't want anyone seeing the footage and saying, there he is.
There he is on the ground. So it is going to be Oliver Randadu to get a score from the judges, and I
think that's going to be a good one.
I think so too. You can see Conor Shannon. Look at this.
New games, new stuff that he's trying out. You know,
hand-eye coordination getting tested there. 83 on the board for Oliver Randadu. Good score. As you can see, could jump up a little bit in the style, but the line was really good. 7th position so far for Oliver Randadu from Estonia. And we will move to the start line to our 2023 Drift Masters champion, Conor Shannon, who sits outside the top 10 this year and said he needs to have every single round go perfect to get back into the top 5. So that's where he wants to go now. He thinks maybe the championship is gone from him. The top 5 would be solid. So it's all going to start here for Conor Shannon. Second half of the year has to be better than the first for Conor as he comes flying through the gears.
Yeah, had a shaky start for this weekend already. Had a blown turbo in practice yesterday. The guys started 4 in the morning this morning to make sure that car was 100% for Conor Shanahan, and now it seems to be working flawlessly as Shanahan puts bumper to wall. Look at that, the way he controlled the car on the handbrake into the outside zone, dials it in on the foot brake, right up against the wall and across the line. Shanahan back on form.
You know, it's amazing when you watch Conor Shannon qualify, and he always scores, you know, pretty well.
Yeah.
It makes it look so easy.
It's relaxed.
It's so relaxed. It's not like he's like holding on for dear life. He's at such speed, but you can tell he knows it's easy. I can get there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely room here and there where he could have been a little bit more aggressive. But that first corner is just so fast.
Downhill blind.
And in the shade too.
Yeah.
A lot of drivers saying when it gets, you know.
Oh, here, the trees shining through and then the light goes boom. Apparently it's blinding.
Yeah. Crazy track. They got a little gear change as if he's going to the shops. Just amazing.
I like the way he just flicked the steering wheel, downshifted at the same time as if it was
Well,
easy.
One thing you can say with Conor Shannon, it doesn't look like he's fighting the car. It looks like he's well in control. A little bit of left foot braking. You see his left leg moving from the clutch onto the brakes just to steady the front end. And that's why he's 2023 Drift Masters champion. But this year hasn't had that roll of fortune.
No, you know what? And I spoke to him yesterday, and I spoke to the family, and they were saying everyone has a bad year. It's just a shame it came after the year where he'd won it. And 86 on the board for Shanahan. He'll be happy with that, and I think he'll be comfortable to just get into the show tomorrow and then do the damage, work his way through.
Qualifying is one thing, but you can qualify first and go out in top 32.
Exactly.
So, but it does show the rest of the grid what you got, right? And you also get to lead the battles first if you're the higher qualifier, so it adds a lot of advantage there. Juha Rintanen now, he sits just outside the top 10 and 11th in the championship. And he'll definitely want to improve on that with this incredible 1,001 horsepower. And the one matters, VOC, or GR86 rather, as he comes through. Look at that, a lot of left foot brake from Juha Rintanen there. Really controlling the front end of the car. A lot of smoke, a lot of aggression as he falls. Oh, that's a big mistake. Big mistake from Juha Rintanen.
The wheel's undone on the back of the car. The wheel is loose on the car from what I can see there.
Something's not right there at all.
It looked like the rear wheel was loose on the car. Now, I could be wrong, but I wonder if that's what upset him on that transition.
Well, so even on the first corner, it looked a little bit sketchy.
Now, it seems to be fine now. So am I seeing things?
Maybe it was the
top.
So let's see what happens.
Let's take a look back at this. Like, he's pinpoint perfect here, as we would expect Rintanen to be. And it looks all good here. It's on the transition after he fires an angle. And I wonder if our slow-mo managed to pick it up. Maybe it's just... that's uncharacteristic.
Yeah, it looks to me like he just goes on too much angle, but you know what, I think...
Right, here we go, on the transition. Watch the rear wheel.
No, I think you might be seeing things, Ian. Definitely, definitely took a big hit there as he came through on the curb, but I have a feeling that that was just a little bit of
just
an over.
curb,
I think that was an over-rotation. I think he tried to flick on big angle, but he sort of flicked too late.
Yeah, I think I picked it up. I think I looked back at the monitor once he'd been up the curb, and I see the wheel unsettled, and then it kind of looked like the wheel was undone.
I think obviously you see the markings from the paint on the rear tire too.
Yeah, it was the way the wheel moved backwards and forwards there in the arch, and it caught the side skirt. It kind of looked like it wasn't attached or it was loose.
Talking rubbish, Ian.
Yeah,
Talking
I mean,
absolute rubbish.
Do you know what, Dave? You pay me round on round to come and do it, and I love it. And everyone
if you want to go to racedriversexcuses.com, Ian has a whole list there for everybody.
I am
it's never your fault, it's always the car, right?
Yeah, I wrote the book.
Yep.
I wrote the book. That's why I gave up drifting and became a commentator.
Because you completed all of the excuses.
All the books were done. Volume 1 to 12 were completed.
Everyone had heard every excuse, and that's it.
Done.
67 on the board, for Juha Rintanen, 23rd position. I'll tell you what, that's just an uncharacteristic error. I think it happens to the best, and Juha Rintanen is one of the best. I think he just over-rotated, just went on too much angle and caught himself out. Definitely won't make that mistake again, for sure.
No.
We now move on to the top 10 in the championship, Ian, and it matters now. Now it really matters.
It does matter. Kevin Piscotty's sitting in that 10th position, and Piscotty looking strong. He's laser focused.
It's such an unfortunate exit in Finland. Top 32 had an issue with the car, couldn't even compete, couldn't even balance. Said he was ready for Riga before he left Finland. Let's see how he gets on here, firing into that first corner. Off the car almost with the speedy thing in that first corner, transitioning very aggressively as Kevin Piscotty here as he fires that E92 through. A little bit of left foot braking there just to make sure he collects all those zones. Very big angle from Kevin Piscotty as he transitions back. Nice early entry into that outer zone. Kevin Piscotty, this is very smooth, very calculated and very tidy.
Wow. So there we go, look at that. Piscotty looking absolutely rock solid. Do you know what, Dave? Technically, that was phenomenal.
I think that's a run where you go.
I'm a little bit lost for words for that one, because
I'll tell you why. What he did there was nothing wrong.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm trying to think of things to say. Where did he go wrong? Where did he put a foot wrong? I don't think he did.
He could have been a little bit more aggressive and a little wider in some of the zones.
I know what he's lacking.
Like here was perfect.
It just lacked the wow factor.
Yeah, I think everything was almost like here is, a very
textbook
run of the circuit.
But there's no wow factor.
Yeah, there's just no little, and again, this bit at the end just on the wall was really good.
The precision to the wall the whole way around.
This will be a very high score. More aggressive, bit more angle, bit more rate to angle on the transitions.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. It just lacked something, and I couldn't pinpoint it.
If your first run is an 87.5, you're on it. You're on the game.
And you know what? He would love a good finish here in Riga, and then go to his home track, his home event in Hungary for the next round with loads of confidence. Look at the clutch kicks off the line there from Adam Zalewski as he leads the line. The 2017 Drift Masters champion comes off the line in this new engine. running GT86. And Zalewski said he's feeling confident, he's feeling good this weekend. He looks it right now as he puts a back bumper to the outside zone. Big angle carried by Zalewski, the Polish driver, feeling super confident right now as he flicks it left to right. Puts a back bumper onto the wall now. Zalewski, another one. He has got the wow factor though, and he's got the speed. He ripped through that track effortlessly.
Zalewski this year has looked transformed.
Just a new man.
Yeah, confidence so high. Ability, we always knew he had the ability, but you got to combine the ability with confidence.
Yeah.
And when you do, you get great runs, and that was a great run. I'm going to have a little look at the inside zone there just to see where that was.
Oh, you're a little bit...
I was a little bit concerned about it. So we'll see from the drone here. But Zalewski perfect in the first outer zone. Transitions on the outside of the track. Yeah, just misses that inside zone, you know?
You're right. Yeah, I missed it. I missed it.
Nothing gets by me.
No, there's no flies on you, Dave.
No.
No flies on you.
I was like, no, I don't like, but this was me. Like, I thought he was going up on the curve. The fact that he's almost at 90 degrees, gets it back around again, little adjustment out on the wall. Oh, so beautiful.
You know,
great to watch.
I'm talking to him now. This new engine platform has kind of just boosted him back. An 89.5 for Zalewski. I mean, if it was for that inside zone.
I was about to say, same as Kvia. Add another 8 to 10 points if they got that zone. So just
98.5?
Just have a think about it.
Just think about it.
Think about it.
98.5. Yeah. Oh, he's losing some coolant, though, from the back end of that car. So teams will have to have a look at that.
Yeah, a little bit of coolant. Well, hopefully nothing too damaging
serious
to the car. As we move back to the start line, it is Jakub Krol. What a year for Jakub Krol. Brand new car. Sits now in 8th position in the championship. 2-time Polish drift champion. 850 horsepower. Oh, the Ghostbusters are back out again. But we have got Jakub Krol in the prime, I would say, performance of his lifetime so far right now.
I think we're going to see Jakub Krol now. I think this is the beginning of what we're going to see him transform into an incredible driver. We already knew he was good, but now I think we're going to see him go to the next level. I think this season has given him the boost he needed with a new car, the engine changed in the BMW, and then he built this S15 with that engine and said, oh, now I know. Now I know why James Dean loves this platform. Now I know why Peter Wojciech was so good with this platform. It works. And to see him now driving with this ability, with this car, I think this is the beginning of what we could see. And that was a dirt drop there from someone.
Well, it must have been...
I didn't see Zalewski.
Maybe it's from Rintanen.
Rintanen, maybe, yeah.
Jakub Krol, look at that. He looks
He's in
happy.
the zone. I love the way he drives his sunglasses on.
Couldn't be cooler. Cooler than the other side of the pillow. Just sitting there going, shades on.
Shades on, ready to rock and roll, ready to do it.
Although he has got a shade thing on his helmet, so I'm not sure if someone's
double
told
shade.
that.
He's that cool. Double
Doesn't
shaded.
even need to see.
Double
doesn't
shaded.
even need to see where
Says
he's
I'll
going.
do it blind.
Yep. I'm just going to put sunglasses on and then another sunglass on top of him. Ready to go there. Car jump off the line now. Expect this to be fast and fluid through that first corner.
Yeah, Jakub Krol going to go for this one now, sitting nice and comfortable in the championship at the moment. He's trying to extend that a little bit and just push himself up into the top 5 as Krol, very shallow transition, but he makes it work now as Krol picks up that inside zone, goes for the outer, gets out as well, could transition back. It looks like he's got this car gripped up massively, not even lifting off the throttle until that D-cell. Back on the throttle he goes, lovely line. Perfect execution so far from Krol as he gets the job done.
Very tidy run from Jakub Krol. It looked to me like he was going to be, I don't know how he managed to be so on the inside at the inside zone and still get the outer zone. I'm still baffled. Then again, I don't wear sunglasses on top of my sunglasses.
No,
so
yeah,
I'm not that cool.
That's probably why.
Yep,
that's
I'm not that cool.
We're not Jakub Krol cool.
He's blocking out the haters.
Yeah, definitely.
So here we go as he transitions back. Watch this. He's kind of
very slow and fluid, but he makes it work.
Look how much close he is to the curb here. Gets it.
But he collects the whole zone.
Yeah, but he still gets the outer zone too. Late in the zone, but still gets it. So that's a good run. It's so fun. You can watch drivers, you know, and you go, oh, that's how you do it. And then they just do it a slightly different way, and you go, but you could also do it that way if you wanted to. You know what I mean? Or this way, or maybe that way. Even though it's almost like that style is the difference, right? Not just the track.
It's good to see how they all dissect the track and how they all put the car in a different position to make the line work.
You know, left foot brake at certain areas, some don't brake at all, some use the handbrake, and they still kind of all make it work. So that's really cool.
And then you see drivers that throw big angle on, then drivers that drive on lesser angle and still make it work.
80.5 for Jakub Krol. And get it, style points, 12 out of 20. I think you're right. I mean, no major snaps to angle or craziness there. Even wasn't too aggressive with the wall. And if I had that car, I also wouldn't be too aggressive with the wall. So I agree. Jakub Krol, we move on to Jack Shanahan. Jack Shanahan now climbing a little bit up the championship order here after a strong performance in Finland. He's an ex-Irish champion, British champion, and he is now 950 horsepower. He's last year's King of Riga, the man to beat on this circuit as Shanahan fires in.
Oh man, look how much speed he's carrying. The door is bent in on that GTX6 already. Shanahan is absolutely flying. This is what the style is all about. Big flicks and big angle transitions. Shanahan's got that car working 110% already this weekend. Now he gets himself comfortable and set up for this long outside zone. Into the zone he goes. Oh man, he's in the zone. This weekend, Shanahan is on fire.
Well, I am not surprised. He is the current King of Riga. He's in the same car, on the same track, and he's now even pumped himself up a little bit more because that was a fast run.
Well, I'll tell you what he hasn't done. He's let the tyres down. He hasn't pumped them up.
No, that's for sure.
He is fast. Look at this.
It's the transitions for me, how aggressive they are. That's such confidence. You know, like just right here, watch this transition. Boom, big snap to angle. He's almost at 90 degrees, all four wheels almost. But just
it costs him there.
Yeah, it costs him a little bit, that snap on that transition. And again, as he comes back to the wall,
it's good because the camera angle that we commentate the run on is different to the camera angle we get from for the replay. So we're like, whoa, and then we go, oh.
We know nothing. We've seen it from the other angle.
You've seen nothing. Everyone in the grandstand's like, oh, you missed that one.
Yeah, idiots. Don't know what they're
looking at. They don't know what they're talking about.
So that's the thing. With so many cameras, you miss nothing. The judges also miss nothing, which is a downside of the drivers. You know, they can even see what they're doing in the car.
Yeah.
Which we don't. Remember, all the cameras are running all the time.
Yep.
We are switching between them. But we have got a fourth judge, and he's looking through all the cameras all of the time to find something. 91.5 for Jack Shanahan, fourth position, and the speed and style doing a lot from there. And you know what, he still has a little bit of line to get there if you got a little bit further into that zone. So I'm saying second half of qualifying, hold on to your butts because it's going to be wild.
Big story, and they managed to get it done. Benediktas Cirba blew the engine up in practice 5 hours ago.
What?
5 hours ago they blew that engine up. Only 2 hours ago the car wasn't running. Now, 2 hours later, it's running and off the line. Benediktas Cirba, the Lithuanian driver, looking to continue his form here at Drift Masters, but he's offline, he's shallow, he's feeling scrappy, maybe he's a little bit rusty after taking a lot of time out. He got out of the race suit, put the overalls on and repaired the car himself earlier on. He said, the team needs me right now. I can't be sitting in the van in the shade. I need to be running. And it happened, and they got the car done. It was a scrappy run, Dave, but you know what? Hats off to him and the rest of the team for getting that car back together.
I was just thinking, can you imagine in FP1 practice that Max Verstappen gets out of the car, puts his overalls on, puts an engine in the car, and then gets back out for qualifying? It would just be ridiculous, and it happens all the time.
He did it. Cirba did it earlier on, and it goes to show that little break, again, another driver that's been out of the seat, missed a practice session to repair the car.
You could see
affected him.
You could see it. He didn't get his initiation point right. He went too early and was a little tentative, and that hurt that whole first two corners.
Nevertheless, though, you have to take your hats off to him and the team for hustling down and getting that car repaired and getting back out for qualifying. And they know you miss a run, you're out of the show, it's all over. The weekend could be done.
Well, you know, Cirba's been quietly chipping away.
He has.
He's in 6th position in the championship, which, you know, he's creeping in there into the top 5. His 61, though, won't do him any favors as he needs to get the job done, I think, in the second half of qualifying. While it is a miracle to get the car going again, nobody else in the grid cares.
No.
Oh, you've had a hard day? Here we go. I'm going to put a 90 on the board. See you later, Benediktas. That's what happens. Now, Orjan Nilsen, currently right now, top 5 in the championship, where he's wanted to be since he started this whole journey a couple of years ago. He had a podium in Ireland. Can he replicate it? Can he be the King of Riga this year? Well, Orjan Nilsen's coming in flying in this Toyota Sora.
Yeah, he's absolutely on it right now as he puts the back wheel right to the white line. That's a beautiful line on that first outside zone. Look at this left foot brake in full throttle. No steering inputs as he fulfills all the zones at the moment. Big flick to angle. The body panels can barely hang on as Orjan Nilsen now gets nice and early to the outside zone. This is going to be a big one if he can keep hold of it, if he can put it into the zone. He puts the bumper to the wall and across the line, and Nilsen again still on form.
Unbelievable run from Orjan Nilsen. Does exactly what the judges wanted to do. No major steering corrections. So smooth.
Yeah.
Buttery smooth.
Oh, he's like butter.
Through the whole track. And You know what? You talk about pressure. No thing on earth is under as much pressure as the body panels on Orjan Nilsen's car, because the pace he comes through that course at, they are just bending and flexing. Look, the whole car, the whole front bumper is like, oh,
I can't hold on.
yeah, I'm not rated for this speed. That's an insane run from Orjan Nilsen. That's so smooth, that's so precise. I just want to see this outer zone. Oh, it's good. Everything's good. This is going to be a big score, I think, here.
This
that
is
little
nice.
touch of left foot brake there on the transition was beautiful.
It just works so well for him as well, and you can see a little dab of the handbrake as he gets into the outside zone, and then he deals with this wall and this line so well. We're just flexing the panels. He's not buried into the wall. The tyre's not on the wall.
Yeah, as you said, the judges this year really saying we don't want you crashing into the wall. We want you know, touch the bumper, great, but this burying in the car in the walls. And I think this comes from the fact that not all cars have the same overhang. And 92 for Orjan Nilsen. Into third position he go. Orjan Nilsen.
Third place.
Third place, first run of qualifying. Here we go. Could he be king of Riga?
He did this in Finland.
He did. And there's a lot of battles to go, but he's looking very strong right now. As Kevin Pezor sets the line, and you know what? Kevin Pezor is on Dream Street. He's currently sitting in the top 4 of the championship. He is last year's Rookie of the Year. He won round 1 of Drift Masters in Spain. The man can do no wrong right now, but he wants to be king of Riga. He wants that trophy in the cabinet. Let's see if he starts strong here.
Yeah, well, he's certainly going to go for that initiation. Does use the handbrake. It does slow the car down. He goes for an early one into that second outside zone. He gets there, though, and now starts to collect the darts. So he's shallow on that curve, and that doesn't help his line now into this outside zone. Can he now start to redeem himself a little bit? He can, but he has to dial a big angle, and it slows the car down. Picks up the pace once again, though, as Kevin Pezor finishes up the run across the line.
I'm going to say there's probably 40% of the people here are Estonian right now, and they are going bananas.
There is so many nations in Latvia right now.
Yeah.
It's insane.
But I'll tell you one thing, you're right. This left foot brake here, that messed up his first corner.
Massively.
Didn't need to go on the left foot brake,
No.
but I think he thought it might push him wider. It actually lost him a bit of momentum, and he misses a couple of zones as a result. Uncharacteristic, I will say, for this year from Kevin Pezor. Has been a very strong contender in qualifying all the way through the season, but at round 4, that first one just hasn't gone to plan.
No.
Not a bad run, gets a score, but he would know himself. He'd be like, oh, that didn't work out the way I wanted it to.
No, and you know what? He's learning. He's gaining experience round on round, and he'll be taking every single part of this into consideration when he comes out for the second run.
He's gaining experience. He's 4th in the championship, so you know,
yeah.
doing all right. So I think, you know, an 84 on the board. I think that's a fair score. We're being a bit harsh here because we're obviously getting to the business end of the championship. We're being a little bit more critical of those guys because we expect them to be, you know, 90 plus. And now we move into the top 3 in the championship, and a big deep breath from the machine, James Dean, who is at the moment trying to break a record that he's not in this championship, but can he go 13 podiums back to back? No one's ever done it before, and he's got to do it all from the start here as the wild card, 3rd in the championship. The machine fires in, and this is a little shadow out of that first zone, but a very solid run so far from James Dean as he pushes wide to that outer zone 4. Snappy transition across the circuit. Dean bounced in the back end of the car, and look at his precision to the wall, as you would expect from James Dean. The winningest driver in the history of drifting is here in Riga to reclaim, or attempt to reclaim, his title as King of Riga. And it's been a couple of years, but that shake of the head for me tells a big story, because that first corner did not go to plan.
No, something went wrong there, and you know what? I see it on the camera. As James Dean finished the run, I could see he was unhappy. I think he punched the steering wheel, which is very uncharacteristic of James. What happened here for him? He came out of this zone, and you caught it, Dave, very early.
He came out so early they had to dial off all the angle for the second. I mean, it's James Dean, great driver. He does correct it, he does make it work. But a handbrake here, that's a full throttle zone, and that's a correction, which of course he gets back in.
Oh, he catches understeer as well there. Oh, he's not happy. I can hear him behind me, Dave, and that's an unhappy James Dean. He caught a bit of understeer there.
You can see him correcting the car. I mean, when it gets to this part of the track, he's inch perfect, but that first corner, those first 2 corners are weighed so heavily by the judges.
He's already shaking his head. This is what I see.
He's still in the run, and he's already disappointed. He's running a wall.
What is it I see when he crossed the line? We didn't catch it on the onboard down. An 88 for James. And I mean, he's unhappy, Dave.
Furious.
With an 88.
Furious with an 88.
I'd be ecstatic. Telling everyone.
A 68, we'd be jumping around.
I'd make a T-shirt with it.
We'd be up on the roof of the car, high-fiving everybody.
Telling everyone I won the event.
But you know what? He wants to go top. That's what he wants to do. And he won't do it with that score, unfortunately, but he does it in the 8th position. It's Dwayne McKeever now, second in the championship. Dwayne McKeever's been knocking on the door for year after year, but the car is broken every year at the wrong time. Now he's got a better car and a better mentality, and look at the pace of McKeever. He goes too wide in the first corner.
Yeah, very, very wide, Dave. He come in there hotter than anyone else we've seen so far, and the pace he's carrying through the circuit is insane as McKeever still full throttle, absolutely flying now. Big handbrake drag into the outside zone, rightly so. He needed to scrape some speed off of that one, and he comes in, up against the wall and across the line. That's the fastest anyone's been round there. I couldn't even catch up.
It's the fastest. I think Pontus Hartman was one of the fastest, but it came to an abrupt stop. And Peter Vjornsek's got to be in their shout there. But I tell you what, Dwayne McKeever's got the pace, and that, look, qualifying's one thing.
Yeah.
You get to battles to try and follow that lunatic into that first corner.
But was it too fast?
He went off the track.
Was off
I
the
think
track,
he dropped
Dave.
2 wheels.
Yeah, I think it was 2 wheels off
now
as
that
well.
line is almost non-existent after so many
and
cars
there's
have been over
quite a
it.
lot of steering input.
Yeah. Very fast though. This
Super
is nice.
fast.
This is a really good part. Look at this.
Yeah.
Big angle, really nice transition. Look, makes it smoothly around. That's really good. That first corner, you had James Dean go too shallow and Dwayne McKeever go too wide. And you know, it shows not easy.
No, it's not
easy out there. So let's see if the judges will also spot those discretions, I guess, on the first corner. But I'm also being a little bit, you know, I would say I'm sympathetic because the white line on the edge of the circuit has almost been completely eroded. Now, it will be repainted for the second half of qualifying.
Yeah.
But the first half, just towards the end, if you're one of the latter drivers to go,
You're not going to see that.
there's a lot of boxes that have been a lot of rubber laid down on top of them. So a 90.5 for Dwayne McKeever puts him into 6th position. But I think that first corner, he could have been 96, 97 there.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't much else. Pace-wise was just ridiculous. So this is the man, all the pressure on his shoulders. The Finnish fans in the grandstand are on their feet because this is the man carrying their torch, carrying the dream. Could he be the first ever Finnish Drift Masters champion? He's got to go through one of the toughest, most scary tracks on the calendar. But Lauri Heinonen, ice cold Lauri Heinonen, is ready to go here.
Well, here we go, Dave, through the gears. He goes big initiation, super early. Look at that, he's got that thing in spokes as he comes firing down, flicks it across the circuit. Oh my God, he is hammering the throttle and the rev limiter as he carries an incredible amount of speed and pace. And this is textbook. Look at the line he's got. He puts a back bumper to the wall. Heinonen is unstoppable. He is absolutely in the zone this year.
Oh.
And the place erupts.
I've started nicknaming him Ice Cold Lauri Heinonen because it doesn't look like any occasion ever gets the better of him.
Do you know what? He's got a new nickname from me. The Undertaker.
The Undertaker. I like
He's
him.
the Undertaker.
He's ice
Do you know
cold.
why? Because he's ice cold and he's carrying all the bodies away, Dave. He is not messing around. Look at this, helmet off. He's waiting for the score to
And
appear
I'm
on the
going to
screen.
guarantee you that
If he tops qualified now halfway
yeah.
through, he'll go, oh, cool.
not all the work done though.
No, still left, still some out there. Right, let's take this run apart. Let's have a look at this because we called it and said it was incredible. Is it incredible?
I mean, I don't know what the judges are looking for completely. We will have a word with them. But
that
this
line.
looks, to me, pretty spot on.
If he goes super wide here and carries the speed, oh my God, that is phenomenal. And we've seen Falvey and we've seen Vincek top it at the moment, like they're up there ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I mean,
Look at this.
But you know what? You got to say, as we said, the Undertaker, right? The Stone Cold. That's how you got to be. You have to win this championship. You can't be just delighted with a good run. You got to be expecting it. If you're the best in the business, then you got to be here to prove that. And you know, he's not an arrogant man. He's not a loud-spoken man. But
oh, he's so humble, it hurts.
I'll tell you what, he's sending a chill down the spine of everybody else here, though, because he is not making any errors.
You know what? Sometimes you just want him to show a little bit.
Oh my God. Goodness!
Wow!
Oh, the grandstand nearly fell over with the cheer there.
Wow!
96.5. Becky, what are we witnessing? This man cannot be stopped.
Yes, Dave. I mean, this is the man that can't be stopped. But I just asked Lauri right here. I said, what a fantastic run. And the first thing he said to me was, no, that wasn't my best run. So, Lauri, even though you've just topped qualifying, how was that for you?
For me, it was the worst run of the weekend. I hope to do better next time.
And we know that you had a couple of problems with the car in practice. There were some issues with the supercharger. I'm guessing that's okay now by the looks of things. The car looked to be singing away just fine.
Yeah, the supercharger oil leak is fixed, and we had some diff explosion on the practice, but that's all sorted. We changed a new diff and it's good.
Okay, so if that wasn't your best run and you just put a 96.5 on the board, what are you going to do different for your next qualifying run? I'm intrigued.
Yeah, just correct the line a bit, and I think I can do a bit more aggressive.
Well, there you have it, guys. He thinks he can do a little bit more aggressive. Congratulations, Lauri. #1 spot so far.
Yeah, you're right there, Becky. Rubbish, absolutely rubbish.
You know what,
run.
Dave? I look back again at another replay and I was like, there is at least 3.5 points out there that he missed. He threw them away.
Yeah, he just threw those 3.5 points. Furious with the decision.
Are you serious? That's the worst run of the weekend.
Worst run of the weekend is a 96.5. He goes, look at the face.
Look at the face. Exactly. Oh, man, is that it?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Do you know why? Because earlier in the week, we put up the highest scorers of previous years of Drift Masters on the Drift Masters social media channels. And he see who topped him before. And he wants to beat him. Yeah. And here we go, Dave.
This is how it stands at the halfway point. We got Lauri Heinonen with a very poor by his standards, 96.5. We got Peter Bjornstek with a 95. Conor Falvey still in 3rd position with a 93. Orjan Nilsen, the form is great. And you got someone like James Dean also saying poor run in 88 in 10th position. Kvia, these guys are missing one zone out there.
Yeah.
You look at the second half of qualifying, I think they're going to start getting those zones. And then we're going to see a lot of guys in the 90s.
For me, interesting, where's the cut-off? I want to see 32nd place cut-off. Yako Yulia, look, making it in there, Dave. Right, 32nd place cut-off. At the moment, Rintanen with a 67. That's going to grow. Now, that is going to... I think we're going to be 75,
I think I'm going to put it out there. I think we might be in the 80s.
I think we're going to see a lot of 90s?
Not in terms of fashion and style of music, but in terms of scoring.
Oh, I like the 80s. They were good times for us, right? Hey?
Wow. Well, that would be good. But what I'm saying is, that's where I think it's going to end up. I think it's going to end up in the low 80s to mid 80s.
And they're big scores. And you know what?
I have obviously no idea.
Oh, look, and they heard you, Dave.
Yeah.
They heard you and they said, we'll go out there and we'll paint the line for these guys.
Dave was giving out about it.
Dave moaning again.
Yep. And then I'm like, oh, they'll go repaint it. They thought they'd have an easy evening. But we need to see some boxes because we need who's putting in the scores. I'm going to see if I can get a quick shout with our head judge, David Callas. David, some phenomenal runs, some zeros, mixed bag out there the whole way through. Lauri Heinonen, though, saying not his best run, but you guys gave it a 96.5. What was special about that run that you wanted to push it that high?
Yeah, like, I need to firstly say that we are the bad guys this time, unfortunately, because we saw during the training that guys were incredible. So we were going into the qualification and we knew that we need to be harsh. We will be looking for pinpoint perfect runs. So if you're just a little bit off the zone, we're deducting. If you're like hesitant with the throttle, we're deducting immediately. So that is very hard for the drivers to get high points. And then Lauri comes in and almost ruin our world with almost perfect run. There was still some points which were not perfect, some hitting and rubbing off the wall. This is something what is also different for this round, where we are not allowing drivers anymore like rubbing deep rear bumpers. We're looking for the bumper slightly touching the wall. You need to be like very precise with your driving, so no more rear bumper inside of the wall, just slight touching, so he can repair the last outside zone. He can repair a couple of stuff in his run, and he can attack those 100 points.
Thanks, David. Don't say the word repair too much around here because there's going to be a lot of crashing into the wall, I feel, in the second half of the run. But I do enjoy talking to them. Becky is down in the paddock. Becky, you're with Jack Shannon. Pretty good first run for him. The Shannon team looking a little bit stronger after a very tough and challenging practice where everything seemed to go wrong. They're on the game again.
Pretty good indeed there, Dave. I mean, Jack, what an incredible run. I mean, I've been watching a lot of the cars go through practice, and you are one of the ones that was just hammering through, like the speed that you're carrying through that first zone. I mean, are you just holding on, hoping for the best at this point? But you still put a 91.5 on the board.
Yeah, so like the issue is that the car's actually too fast at the moment, and we actually can't take any more grip out of the car because we have so much grip out of the car now that it's going super fast through the first corner, but when it transitions down the hill, we're actually losing grip. So that makes it quite difficult then, because obviously you're flirting with the edge of all the track, and actually in the qualifying run on outer zone 3, I just hit the curb on outer zone 3 and actually messed up my transition for outer zone 4 and the last transition. And to be honest, I didn't think it was a 91.5. I was more expecting like an 84 or 85, so I'll take it. You know, I must be on the good side of the judges today. But yeah, other than that, it was good, but it is just fairly flat out here, to be fair. The track is super hot, and we've gotten all the grip down, to be fair.
Well, we were looking at your car a little bit earlier, and I know that you were making some suspension changes because, I mean, just to explain to people at home, the suspension makes all the difference. If you've got the car nosing over, it can change the line, or if it's too loose on the back. Like, can you explain to us those changes that you made?
Yeah, so what was actually happening is that the car was so soft. When I came off the handbrake, the car was bouncing, and then it was like unsettling the car through the first corner alone. And obviously the first corner is the most dangerous part of the track, and that's where you want the car to be as smooth as possible. So what was happening was the spring was too short, so we put a longer spring but the same kg, which means that we could put a bit more preload in the spring, and it kind of just like holds the car up a little bit better, so it's not in the ground basically. But yeah, the first corner is so important that like when you come off the handbrake, you don't want any floating or bouncing, because you need to be full throttle all the way from the first corner until the decel zone, which is at the last corner basically. So to do the perfect run, it's literally 100% from the get-go, so the car has to be on like the perfect setup.
Well, Jack, it's great to see you get out of the car and have a big smile on your face, I'll be honest. It's lovely. I mean, I'm just going to throw it out there. You feeling good for another King of Riga title? I mean, you won here last year. Is it looking good?
Yeah, like obviously we're here to try to do our best, and the best is to win. So it's also my birthday tomorrow, so I think it'll be a good birthday present to myself if I win again. But I'm just looking forward to doing the next qualifying run, to be honest, because I know that I'm not going to be knocked out now, so it's time for the old Jack to come back, and I'm going to put on a hell of a show.
I love it. I love it. The old Jack to come back. Right, thank you so much, Jack. We're going to have a little wander through here. We're going to go to Conor Falvey, because this is a young man who has put a serious score on the board. I'm hoping I can find him somewhere. Let's have a quick look under here. Conor Falvey, is he anywhere around, or is he up watching? Well, there you have it, guys. He's up there watching, seeing what the competition is doing. But we have to say, Conor put a serious run down there with a 93. I mean, it's just excellent seeing these young drivers coming up. But Jack tomorrow is going to be 25, and he's going to put it all on the line. I mean, that's the one thing about Riga. Every time you come to this track, you're seeing people put it all out there. It's one of the fastest, most dangerous tracks of the season. And look, it always throws up an interesting result. So we'll try and catch some more drivers in the paddock a little bit later, because we're going to be heading back up to our judges and our commentators, Dave and Ian. Oh, 1 second though. Just 1 second, sorry. I do want to grab Conor. Fantastic. Yeah, you did an amazing run. You must be delighted.
I'm delighted. It's my first time this year that I got a score on my first run. So the pressure is off now. So for next one, I watch back my run. I seen where I went wrong. So I'm going to try to fix my mistakes, and hopefully we can get a better score.
Fantastic. We're delighted for you. Right, guys, I'm going to pass it back up to the commentators. Dave and Ian, take it away. We've got some happy faces in the pits.
Yeah, look, I mean, gotta say, some big scores coming in. Got a lot of guys sitting down in the drop zone too, and Conor Falvey, we probably went off doing, what do kids do this? Texting, Snapchat?
No, he apparently was doing some TikToks down on the wall, yeah.
Doing some dances, yeah.
Yeah, doing some
so
dances.
we're moving back to the start line with a driver that's sitting, I would say, a little bit more, well, not with a smile on his face, is Rowan Spurzins, because...
He's praying, he's praying he gets in the show.
He's got the helmet goes down, or the visor goes down, and it's business time now, because a lot of drivers are going to know very quickly whether they're in or they're out. We're going to let you know as it happens. Second half of qualifying is a go.
Yeah, Roland Spurzins, the Latvian driver, comes off the road now, trying to get higher up on that board. He knows now the drop zone is in effect, and here we go. You can see it on your screens. Rittman sits on it at the moment. Spurzins is out of it. He has a 54.5. Can he improve? Can he get some form back here? This man knows this circuit. Oh, judges won't like that. We just heard from David Kalazar.
Oh, no.
And he broke the car there. Oh, did he break the car? I think he might have damaged the car quite heavily.
I think he's broken a rear
radiator or something there, yeah.
Or maybe it was a half shaft. Was there smoke coming from the rear left wheel? Or is it that's the harness off? Not what he wanted.
No, not what he wanted.
Let me have a look at the smoke trail here, because I'm just thinking, as he transitions back to the wall, does something break in the car? Comes in through here on the power. He hits the wall. Does he bend an arm?
No, the wheel doesn't touch it. I think he hit the radiator more than anything.
Watch the inside wheel. Just watch that inside wheel. I think that maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
we'll never know. We'll never know.
A 0 on the board, not what you want to see on the first run of the second half of qualifying, showing how harsh and how tough this sport can be, especially when you're a wild card coming in like that. And Roland Spurzins sits outside the top 32. And now this is a man who wouldn't want to be outside that top 32 in his home event. Christaps Bluss, the most famous driver from Latvia, but he's had no practice. He's put an engine in the car probably about 3 hours ago. He has plenty of laps on the circuit, but not this weekend. Has to improve here.
Yeah, needs to get the job done. As Christaps Bluss now fires in this completely carbon fibre, carbon Kevlar BMW Eurofighter. He's shallow on the outside zone, kept it a little tentative there. Oh, and he's lost power.
That's an engine problem. He's got no go in that car. You can hear the engine die off immediately through the first corner. No, he can throw an engine in last minute, but it doesn't mean it's absolutely perfect.
Oh, there's smoke coming from underneath the front of the car, and I do believe that could be a clutch. I do believe they could have just lost a clutch there, Dave, because there was smoke coming from the front wheel. And we've seen it come from the front wheel before, but that's only when these guys are on full tilt, full throttle, and the smoke is going all the way under the car.
I mean, and I'm not saying that these cars, they pulled the car out of retirement this weekend because he hasn't done a whole lot of drifting this year. And you're right. Look, you can hear the car kind of die in rev, and right here, look, no power whatsoever going to the rear wheels. Maybe just a bridge too far. And I mean, you might say, why didn't he prep his car better? Well, they were waiting on an engine part from the USA, which was delayed in customs and didn't arrive until this morning. So they wanted to get the car prepared much earlier, but they didn't. So you can see here just dying.
Watch, look at that funny coloured smoke come from underneath the middle of the car there. That was coming from the front wheel arch. I'm going to say that's clutch from many, many years of experience here, Dave.
You've broken everything on a car over the years.
I have,
so you know all about it. But I think for Christaps there, it's just not going to work out the way he wants. That's going to be a 50 on the board, leaving him outside the top 32.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be a fan favourite decision. I mean, they want to see Christaps throw it down here. But again, I wouldn't say he's retired, but he's semi-retired this year. He's taken a little time away from competition to focus on developing drift cars. And so many cars on this grid, including the one you're watching right now, are wearing the parts from Christaps' company. So he is busy making everybody else's car great, but he didn't get enough time on his own. Here we go. Next up, our only female competitor on the grid is Sandra Janušauskaitė from Lithuania. 2023 Drift Queen, firing into that first corner, getting a good run at it here.
Yeah, very late on initiation though, Dave. You can hear her on the rev limiter, just trying to make sure she had all the power ready to unleash the grip from the back end of this BMW. Now she starts to collect the dots and connect them well, but she's in and out of this last outside zone. And I think the first half of this was super scrappy. I don't know if it's going to be an improvement. You know what? She's doing it for the ladies, Dave, and she should hold her head high. She's done well so far this weekend, but
probably the most difficult drift track in the world.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
It is not the place you want to come in. If I was a wild card, this would be the place I would not want to be the wild card.
I wouldn't want to be a wild card for D-Mate, full stop, to be honest with you.
I was like, this is a pretty tough one, but it is her local track. And let's see.
It's just out of that zone. And you see she goes shallow here as well, and just about dips a wheel into it. But you can see she's struggling with the car there, Dave.
Yeah.
And that's
so this car it actually runs a Toyota V8.
Yep, it's a 3UZ turbo engine underneath the bonnet and making 1,000 horsepower.
1,000 horsepower in a small little BMW.
Yeah, doesn't make sense.
No, 60 on the board, and again another driver not. This is where it gets harsh. This is where we know straight away if it's good or it's good enough to get in the show or not. And from looking at this year, the way it's gone, the wild cards, we'll say excluding James Dean, which is a loose wild card, haven't performed always to the top of the ability or top of the scoreboard. Now, this man, though, has got the car and the confidence to do it. Tomas Kiely, well, the first run with a 68 is not going to be good enough. He's going to have to improve. He's in 31st position at the moment, but he's got to put in a big run here.
Yeah, the car looks absolutely incredible coming down for initiation. Now starts to fire into the outside zone. Can we see the Kiely we see earlier on in practice? And yes, we do. Big angle, full throttle, no messing around. He goes deep now, flicks that car across the circuit. Now he's got that car turned up to 11 as he fires it across the circuit, back up onto the wall, goes into the outside zone. I can hear his spot below me shouting and screaming as he finishes the run. Incredible.
That's a big improvement. That's a big improvement from Tomas Kiely. I think, you know what, he had all the confidence built up in practice, and he dialed back a little bit of that aggression for qualifying, not want to overdrive the car, but then he went back to business there, and you can see a very, very happy set of Irish fans in the grandstand.
In the grandstands. And I think you're right there, Dave. I think it's so easy on that first qualifying run to overdrive, to push too hard, and I think he kept it reserved a little bit. Got a score on the pole, but we knew it wasn't going to be enough for the top 32. And look at this, he really now hunkers down and gets the job done. Look at this, incredible. Slows the car down there though on the handbrake on that outside zone, which I didn't notice on the first half of watching it. But
I'm not sure if it was handbrake or just let off the throttle, but either way, he made it work. And beautiful looking car. This car running a very rare body kit from Japan, which is almost too nice to be doing what he's doing with it right now.
And it's super expensive.
It is.
Super expensive.
You don't want to know.
You don't want to know. It's better if you don't know, because then you won't feel so hurt when he hits the wall. Right?
You know what? Car looks absolutely perfect after the first two qualifying runs. And it's an 86 on the board. Big improvement for Tomas Kiely. Puts him into the mid-pack 15th position. And I'm going to say right now, if we're looking at an 86 in 15th, I think we're starting to see from 16th to 32nd start to creep up into the 80s. I think that's where we're going to see it land towards the end of this session. We move back to another driver looking for form at 0 on the first run for Conor Falvey from Estonia. Needs a 67 to get into the top 32, but that's going to move a lot as we go through here. So I think he's got to be aiming for 80 at the minimum.
Yeah, at least an 80, Dave, as he starts through the gears now, down, looks for initiation, handbrake, almost straight lines it, wanders out of the outside zone, then back into it again. Now looking a little more comfortable on this run than he was on the first one, but he's going to sacrifice that outside zone, fires a car across the circuit, he's carrying a lot of speed. But again, another zone drops, he's going to go into this one, but he's going to come over with very quickly. He's trying puts a back bumper to the wall and across the line. I don't know if there's enough, Dave. There was a lot of mistakes there.
Well, I mean, you guys are watching it just like we're watching it, and the judges are obviously watching it with a much more technical viewpoint. We're watching it as the layman.
Yeah.
But we can still understand sometimes what's a good run, what's not a good run, and especially if you're missing zones. I think, I'm going to put it out there, if you miss more than one zone on the track, you're not qualifying. Just going to put that out there.
Definitely.
So I think if you're not completing, you know, all the zones bar, maybe one, and we watch Jack Shanahan, and maybe Jack Shanahan and Kvia flirt with that inside zone and not being so close, but the rest of it was so perfect. He's missed that zone badly, and then the last zone probably got about 30% of it, maybe.
And I think this now goes to prove to a lot of people at home, maybe watching and everyone in attendance, that you can go from a national level championship and drive at these kind of circuits, but when you are judged at Drift Masters level, that is when it gets harder.
And it's not that the track gets any harder, but the judging gets harder.
The judging gets harder because they're asked to do so much more, and there we go, a 55.5, a good score on any kind of other day, but not here at Drift Masters. A 40, unfortunately, puts him out of competition at the end of the weekend for the Latvian driver. That's Estonian driver, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, but you know what, it's not a terrible run either, so it just goes to show how harsh it is. Now the Finnish fans get quite excited in the grandstand as their first driver in this qualifying session heads to the line. Yako Yulia getting the wildcard entry, as I mentioned, from a phenomenal performance in Finland. But he's on home soil right now. He's brought the whole band with him this weekend as Yako Yulia in the chaser fires in.
Yeah, look at this, nice. Now, drops the wheel off the edge of the circuit, picks it back up again though, and collects the outside zone quite heavy on the foot brake there to get that car where he needed it to be. It does work though for him, a 75 on the first run, fires it across the circuit, needs to keep this one clean as he goes over the bump, flicks it, massive flick, so wild, but he makes it work in such a big car. As Yako Yulia puts the back bumper of that chaser to the wall. Nice job for the Finnish young man.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the judges that we were listening in briefing were saying that they've changed their thought perspective on wall runs. That they don't want to,
after Finland.
Yeah, they don't want to see people burying the car, because obviously if you have a GR86 or a GT86, you have a lot less to play with than, say, Yako Yulia has here in the chaser. So what they're saying is that, you know, put your car proximity to the wall, but we don't want to see you bashing into the wall just because you have that extra overhang. Now, I think that wheel drop loses momentum from Yako Yulia, and then he has to go on the inside. And look has to go on the inside, has to foot brake, and that slows the momentum. I'm going to see that as quite a considerable error.
Yeah.
And that means that his first run being a 75 is in 25th position. I think that's a borderline score in 75. That would be a nervous weight, as I'd call it. And now, has he improved? I'm not so sure. The second half of the run was brilliant. But that first corner does improve a little bit into an 80 with a 23. Into 23rd, not with a 23.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be anywhere with a 23.
No, you wouldn't.
But he's in 23rd position. But it's still a nervous weight, I think, right on the 80. I think you've got to be above there. I'm just by experience watching the scores creep up. So let's see what happens as we move back to the start line. It is the Japanese driver Ryusei Akiba, 67 on his first run. He's in 33rd, outside the top 32. Has to go for it here. Has to put the big run in. Has to get up into the 80s.
Yeah, he does, Dave, but he has to keep it clean. He has to keep to that qualifying line. We've seen him throw down before, but he's been scrappy. He has to do it now, but be very clean. And now that looks good. Very wild, very wide as he picks up that inside zone. This is a lot nicer. Akiba just puts a wheel to the box there on the outside zone. Keeps this one tidy now. No wheels up on the curb. Handbrake track gets into this last outside zone. Keeps it tidy once again as Akiba playing it a little safe, but flirts with danger across the line.
Yeah, I mean, he's flirting with two wheels off on that first corner, and that's going to hurt his score. And then does he miss outer zone 4 also? That's the question the judges are going to ask. We're going to see on a second angle, which I love watching the second angle because we get so much more information than the first. But let's see. He's happy with it.
He's happy.
He likes that one. Let's see. Watch this. Watch the rear wheels. Definitely. Maybe keep it one wheel over, which is pretty good. Transitions back. Misses the inside zone. Gets barely into the outside zone. So there's 2 zones there, I think, that could have been missed. The judges are going to be harsh. We heard David Callis say it. They're going to be harsh, but a lot of smoke in the car too.
Yeah.
You can see the sunlight coming through, not helping the drivers here, especially when you got that little bit of smoke in the car. Getting right out to the wall. You can see the amount of paint left on that wall already, and we're just getting towards the end of qualifying, or true qualifying. It's going to be a lot more by the end of the battles, I think.
Oh, for sure. I'm not sure how they're going to score that one, Dave, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag.
For me, there was a wheel on the line, but how far in the zone are they counting it? We're going to see right now.
It's a 68.5 for Ryusei Akiba, puts him in 32nd position, and that's a dangerous place to be. Very dangerous place to be, with so many drivers scoring zeros ahead of him.
Yeah.
Any score above a 68.5 will knock him down, and we'll start to see that be the tail of the tape as things go on. In 24th position at the moment, we have Nasser Alharbali. Originally, as I said, from El Salvador, and now residing in Dubai, building this car to almost 13 months of work. They turned it back, actually, throughout the season. He's at 78 on the board right now. Can he improve?
Yeah, look at this, nice initiation. Now, that was very fluid and very controlled from Harbali as he flicks that car across the circuit. Very nice from the driver from El Salvador. Absolutely deafens everyone in the crowd and in the tower. Oh, and he makes a mistake.
Big mistake. Something went wrong with the steering there.
Yeah, it looked like the car wanted to push on, but he managed to handle it and get it done, and gets it into this last outside zone. That's going to massively hurt his score.
I think it's the first run now he's going to rely on.
Yeah.
78.5. I don't think that's going to outscore it. That could be flirting with a zero.
Yeah.
It was a stop. He stopped drifting completely for a moment there.
Well, I think you've got to take into consideration, Dave, is where that line is for the edge of the circuit across here. It's not as wide as what it looked. It kind of just looked like the car gripped up. Let's take a look at this angle.
A lot of understeer.
Yeah, the car gripped up. You can see him on the handbrake trying to extend it, and it wouldn't go, and then he had to get himself back into it. I wonder if the car, for a moment, cut out.
Maybe it's just we're watching that transition. Maybe the cars are just so gripped up that when they transition, it puts all the weight on the back of the car as they hit that hill, and it just gives them way more grip than they think they have.
Yeah.
Sorry, than they thought they had previously. And all
yeah.
of a sudden, by the time you figured it out, it's too late. Plenty of smoke pouring off at Nasser Alharbali's car. 68 in the board, yeah, he's going to have to rely on the first score. He's still inside the top 32, and stranger things have happened, but you're going to see it here in the background. Look at that car just absolutely on the handbrake, washing off the circuit.
So maybe it wasn't the grip then.
Yeah, who knows? I'm sure we'll find out later on as we go on to our next driver, Peter Kozlowski from Poland, 54 on the board. He is outside the top 32. Another driver with all the pressure and all the weight on his shoulders has to perform, and it's 50 seconds in or out.
Yeah, here we go. Goes for an early initiation. It doesn't pay off. He's on the inside. Wheels on the inside on that white box. That is a big no-no from the judges.
I think that could be a zero.
I'm just going to say...
Two wheels on the inside of that first corner in that box are a zero. The judges said it to me just before we went live, and I think that was flirting with that. And Peter Kozlowski, even though he's putting in a valiant effort for the rest of the run, it could come all down to that first corner. Did he put two wheels on the inside of that box? So, it has to be four wheels over the outside.
And it has to be two wheels in that
Sorry, three wheels over the outside, and on the inside it's two. So watch the inside. Watch that white line on the inside of the track. Does he put two wheels on the inside of it?
And he understeers massively. He's almost straight there.
He does.
I think they've gripped the cars up too much. I think now the amount of rubber that's been laid down from the rest of the grid, from their first qualifying run.
Well, you can have a look at it there. That's a zero, outside another weekend goes amiss for Peter Kozlowski. It's been a tough season so far, we feel, for him on that one, and you can see how much rubber is laid on that corner, because it's almost no more tarmac underneath. It's just you're drifting on rubber.
A sheet of rubber.
Which is terrible in the rain, but very grippy in the dry. And you can imagine how sticky it is out there, like a drag strip, as they try and negotiate the track now from Switzerland. Joshua Reynolds outside the top 32 in this incredible Drift Force Supra, but he's got to make it work, and he's dropped a wheel, and he's in trouble here. Big trouble. Oh, he gets away with it. He gets away with it, and that could have gone very wrong, very fast.
Yeah, he was very lucky there, and he's so angry, and you can see him shaking his head, pulls straight off the circuit, goes back to the paddock. That was close. He was flirting with some serious danger there.
I thought he was going in the wall.
Yeah,
and that would have been.
We've seen it before.
Yeah, we've watched it happen a few times here, where you just catch that and you've got no traction, and all of a sudden you have to stay on the throttle. If he hit the brakes, even touched the brakes, he was going in that wall. See Adam Zalewski there. He'll be happy after his first run, taking a little chill there before his second run.
He's relaxed.
Yeah, he's relaxed. He's happy. All smiles this year for Adam Zalewski as he's proving.
New crew.
Yeah.
New crew with him this year. New engine setup.
All happy. All smiles.
He's feeling confident.
Yeah. Not often you see Adam. Last year we didn't see Adam Zalewski
a lot of tears last year.
Yeah, so this year he's all smiles. Look at Manuel Vacca ready to go.
I mean, 70 for Manuel Vacca on the first run. He's looking good. 30th for the moment. He'll want to massively improve.
He needs another 10 points. I'm going to say it. He needs another 10 just to be safe. And here we go. Manuel Vacca off the line. All the power in the world. Well, what's he going to do here as he goes in? Early initiation is tentative, but he makes it work nicely. Oh, a little bit of left foot cost him there. Now he's slowed the car a little too much, but he's recovered from it.
Yeah, he goes nice and wide now. Flicks the car across the circuit. Oh. And I wonder what happened there, because he went on the handbrake and the car just hit the rim limiter.
Something very strange happened there. The
I think he broke something.
That is... He's having a look down. Is it a gearbox? Get stuck in gear, or did he try and downshift and it didn't downshift?
I'm not sure. He went for the big transition. As he went on the clutch, he just hit the rim limiter.
I know a lot of drivers are downshifting in that area.
In that zone right there.
So watch this. Oh, left foot brakes and it snaps the car. Big angle, goes on throttle. I think he's... I'll tell you what I think he's done. Do you want to hear my speculation?
Shifted down too many gears.
I think he's shifted down too many, or he didn't shift at all. Because he got on a big angle, had to save it on the handbrake, and then didn't have time to come off the handbrake onto the downshift. Either way, it's a mistake, and it's going to leave him in 30th position, which is where he does not want to be.
No, he certainly doesn't, Dave, and we move it along to the next batch of drivers. Look at this, he was close there. Thought he was going to go off circuit. Well, there we go, back of the line we go to a Canadian driver, Josiah Fallaise, driving in the FDF C6 Corvette LSX engine underneath the bonnet. He's feeling a little bit confident now. Got one run in the bag. Car's working. May have a misfire still. We don't know. It's a mid one, which is the hardest one to find. 999 horsepower. What can he do? He's got one run in the bag. He'll want to prove to everybody here at Drift Masters why he is the best driver from Canada. Fires down, looks for the outside zone. Absolutely screams now. Naturally aspirated. Bootlick can barely hang on as Josiah dips a wheel along the white line of the outside zone. It was a little shallow. Now looks for the final outside zone. Can he get into it? He can't. Needs to let the car go, and he now finds the outside zone. Onto the wall he goes, and across the line.
I was just thinking there that he has 1,000 horsepower naturally aspirated. Not even a turbo or a supercharger.
No, doesn't need none of that.
Nope.
I won't tell you what he said about those items required on an engine. He said it takes a real man to drive a naturally aspirated car. That's what he said, yeah. But he's ripped, goes to the gym, so
he does?
I was like, yeah, you're right, 100%.
And he's Canadian, so he's polite and soft-spoken.
Oh, yeah, very nice guy, yeah.
So we have to, a little bit of nitrous just to keep that thing spinning. But again, I think to me it was a really good run, except for the last transition. Just got it a little bit early and had to dial that handbrake on a little bit too long.
I think he's got that thing gripped up as, again, another driver. They're all fascinated and they're all obsessed with this massive amount of grip, which you're probably sitting at home saying, well, why are they gripping them up? And it's because when they come to top 32 battles, they want to be able to try and drive away from that chase car. So they drive these cars on maximum grip, or as much as they can.
Or lose the lead car who's gripped their car up.
Exactly, but so it's a battle.
It's a battle, but in qualifying, you're not against anyone else except yourself. So running them so gripped up, it's hard to know what the advantage or disadvantage, or maybe you get prepared. But it's 71 on the board for Josiah Fallaise, leaves him inside the top 32 for now.
What
I'm telling you right now, it's going to be interesting because there's a lot of drivers moving and shaking here in the bottom end of the bracket. That we'll see how it goes. We'll see the scoreboards pop up on your screens as we go through a couple more runs. Edgars Keras next up on the line, 70.5. He's at 28th at the minute. Again, I think he's got to go for it here. Home track, hometown hero, throw it all out there.
Yeah, look, he was really good earlier on today and yesterday, but he looked scrappy earlier on, and he's looking scrappy once again. Now, this looks a little bit more fluid. But he's absolutely ripping through the circuit. Big, wild transition on the handbrake, though, down into the outside zone. The judges won't like that on the handbrake again as he sets the car off this outside zone. Not deep into it, now has to think about it. Now starts to position the car, but it washes away from the wall. Again, another wild, scrappy run from Edgars Keras.
I think it's better than the first run. I think it's probably better. The first corner seemed to be better.
A little bit.
Yeah, I think first corner, look at this.
It wouldn't surprise me if almost the same score dropped in again.
I think this was really good. He was like, this whole first section was
that was very fluid.
And look at that, gets the inside zone, perfect on the outside zone. The transition here, as you said, this handbrake here, not the end of the world, does get the zone right. Transitions back, gets to the wall a little late, and then leaves it a little early, but not bad. I think there's definitely more scores on the board for the first 2 corners than there is for this finishing section. So we don't know.
No.
We don't have to decide. We don't have to know.
And you know what? I could be very wrong, or I could be very right. Who knows? As
Mostly you're wrong. So we'll prepare ourselves for that.
Been wrong for 5 years. And I was right.
Yeah, very similar score to the first one. That's what I said. You never said anything.
Oh, yeah. You always do that to me. Yeah.
73 on the board, but at 28th position for Edgars Keras.
Look, it was fluid in some parts, but the other run was fluid in some parts. It was a mixed match. Put both runs together, it could have been a really good run.
Absolutely. Yves Meyer, 80.5, good first run.
Amazing.
Solid first run.
Amazing.
22nd position on the run. I think he can go higher. Remember I told you, if you just tidy one part of the track up, this would be a big run. Let's see if he can do it.
It was the inside zone, Dave. Now, has he gone back and looked at the runs? Has he assessed what he did before? Look at this. His textbook once again on the outside zone is so clean as he fires that car down. Nice line, nice transition. Look at this. Really good stuff at the moment from Yves Meyer from Switzerland as he puts this car right to the edge of the circuit. A little shallow there on the outside zone. He makes it work. Now wanders out of the outside zone, but he thinks about it. He's got that mindset, gets into the zone again, picks up the throttle and across the line.
He got the bit that he got wrong the last time, right? And then he got a new bit wrong, which was the outer zone. But again, he's probably one zone away from a massive score here.
Yeah,
but
he is, yeah.
He just can't seem to put it all together in one run, and that is difficult out here. I will be honest. This first corner, though, he has absolutely dialed it every time. Perfect. I think he slowed a little here, knowing that he missed the inside zone the last time. Got it perfect this time. But I like how the car washed out. So this was all really good. Watch this transition, though. Does he take it too tentatively again here? Yeah. Just doesn't trust the car to wash out too wide.
And he's kind of lifted off the throttle a little bit there, Dave. You can see the rear wheel slow down.
And the rest is pretty solid. So just one error. Just one.
Just one.
We'd have 52.
We would be
in the wall. That's where we'd be.
Off the start line. I would have crashed into the cones.
You'd be on the recovery truck going, that didn't go well.
We didn't. Yeah. It would take the pair of us to do half of that run.
They'd need another recovery truck because it'd be the two of us. 73.5, 22nd position for Yves Meyer. And I will say that I can see that. I think the first run was stronger, a little bit more committed. So he's still in 22nd. It's not terrible place to be. Not so close to the drop zone. Teemu Peltola, though, way off down in the drop zone. Bottom of the sea right now as he got 0 on his first run because he went up on the curb. Can't afford to do that again, but I have a feeling Teemu's going to learn from that. Very uncharacteristic mistake on the first run. He's got to tidy it up, and I want to see this thing in the top 32, so we're all willing him on here. Yeah, we certainly are, Dave. Down through the gears he goes. As he puts the back wheels into that zone, but he drops out of it, back into it again. Now, will he go on the curb? No, keeps clean of it this time. Now starts to work himself into those outside zones, fulfills them as he now looks for the big, long wall drag. Big old car he's got to put in the outside zone, and he can't get it in there as he wavers, gets it back in again. Will he go too deep? Oh, he just tags the bumper. Oh, I don't know, Ian. There was a couple of wobbles there. First corner, dropped out of outer zone 1. A little bit shallow, gets outer zone 4, great. But then a little shallow again as he transitions back for outer zone 5. A lot of smoke either way. Yeah. It's the most smoke on the start line we've seen from anybody. Yeah. Like, watch this, look. Doesn't get the outer zone. Transitions on the left foot brake, gets this one a bit late. This inside zone is good. Outer zone 4 here is really good. Watch out to the edge of the zone. And this when he transitions, I think he's made mistakes here in practice and he's come a little tentative and he's a little shallow with that zone. He's on the wrong space. And then again here, needed a bit more momentum to get him across the track, but didn't have it. So there's a couple of errors creeping in throughout the run. It's exciting to watch, though. It is exciting. And the fact that it's a diesel car just makes it even more ridiculous. A wagon. A diesel wagon. This just should be practical senior citizen mobile. Not at all. It should be used to tow the drift car to the track, not... It's a 70. He creeps in. He creeps in. I'll tell you what, it just about creeps in for the moment. And Teemu had a stressful first run, a better second run. And we're going to go down to Becky Evans because she is with Teemu. He's crept in 31st position, Becky, just in the show for now. Absolutely, Dave. Just in the show there, Teemu. Obviously, your first run didn't go exactly to plan. And I'm just having a chat with you here, and you're telling me that you're having a few issues with your car. Yeah, we have an issue because the run is so long and material thickness in the exhaust manifold is too thin. So we get exploding the exhaust manifold, and we have a quite huge leak there, and that affected that I don't have enough power and didn't get to the outer zones, and yeah. What is it like seeing so many Finnish fans traveling to support over here? It's amazing, of course. It's like
Kiitos! It's like driving in a home track.
Fantastic. Well, we're giving you good luck to hopefully you stay in the top 32 and we'll see you there. Thank you so much, Teemu.
Well, you heard it there, and it's great to have Becky down there being able to get the inside scoop. So they're basically exploding the manifold, and he's losing power from the start to the end of the run.
Do you want to know why? 5 bar of boost.
5 boost.
Two turbos, that's why.
5 bar of boost. It's ridiculous.
They're 2 huge turbos. Someone needs to go down there and say, hey, just turn it down a little.
A little bit.
Just turn it down a little.
You try telling Teemu up. Yeah, you turn it up. You go 6 bar boost. Next time we got a taste of that from where I'm looking right now. He's looking safe enough with the first score. He got 88.5, so he can improve from there, but he looks solid.
When he came out swinging on that first qualifying run, Dave, and again, we've said it before and we'll say it again, this is a young man that's very consistent, lays down very, very similar qualifying scores, and from where I'm sitting, it looks exactly like the same run that he did in the first. And he is on rails. This guy is so consistent, it's dangerous.
And a 360 for the fans at the end. I'll tell you what about it, taste of that. Young driver, 17 years of age, to show that kind of, I suppose, cool head, you know, on young shoulders, to come out and do 2 very, very similar runs. I mean, he knows from the first run he's in the top 10.
He can't even see.
He can't see where he's going.
You're on board right now with Itay.
Am I in the sky?
There you go.
We're in the car.
He had to stop to let the smoke out.
I can see nothing. I have no idea where I am. But it doesn't matter. You don't have to see after the finish line.
No. He's like, the run's done now.
He saw enough in the run. So he was in 9th position, and I'll be honest and say probably a pretty similar run. Could have been a little wider here and there, but nothing crazy.
No, I mean, look, splitting hairs here. He is a young man. He is a very capable driver, but he is super consistent. And we've said it, and I've said it again. We say it time and time again. That consistency is dangerous. And I think once you get him into the battles tomorrow, I think you can see him do some damage. The amount of smoke in the car. This is before the 360. And then he goes, I'll just throw a 360 for more smoke.
That'll help. That'll help.
And look at this, he goes for it. He says, there's loads of people here cheering and shouting, so I'm going to make them cheer some more.
Yeah, put more smoke in the car. And then you couldn't see anything.
And then he was like, uh-oh.
Somebody, it's like Marco, Polo, 79 on the board.
Yeah,
so,
I think that was outside zone 1.
Yeah, I think not as aggressive on the first zone there. Makes perfect sense from the judges. 9th position he stays, but it's still a very good first score, which is nice that you can rely on it. One man that I don't think can rely on it, though, is Michal Reichert.
No.
First run, he shook the head, wasn't happy with it. He's outside the top 32, he got a 65.5, and we know Michal Reichert can do better than that. Come on, Mr. Reichert, throw it in, full steam into that first corner. Put a 90 on the board. That's what the Czech Republic fans want to see.
Yeah, look at this. Goes for a nice wild initiation. Little dab of the handbrake. Sets the car off the outside zone. A lot cleaner. A lot more comfortable from Reichert as he pops a wheel on the curb. It sets him up lovely for those outside zones. Oh, he's a little shallow on that one. But could he redeem himself here? And he certainly does as Reichert now looks for the ball perfectly timed. And Reichert on an absolute ripper right now as the Czech Republic driver puts the rear wheels in the zone, the bumper to the wall across the line. That is one of the best runs we've seen from him this year.
Yep. And he's been off form a little this year by his standards, and now he's been...
Now you can't stop him from drifting.
Slow down, Mr. Reichert. You've done it. It's finished.
It's finished. Well,
no more scores.
Calm down.
Nothing more to be gained. So Michal Reichert, you can see as he comes through this first corner, he does not lift for a second through the first 4 zones. It's really good.
It's really, really good.
Left foot braking just to adjust it there. Here, thought he was going too fast, but he made it work.
A little dab of the handbrake, which is, you know...
Okay. We'll allow it.
We will allow it. Everyone at home might allow it. The judges...
Not a fan.
Not a fan of that.
And I think what happened here was he kind of went on the left foot brake and he had to kind of push the car back into the wall a little bit, but he made it work. It's definitely going to be better than 65.5, but where does it sit in the scoreboard? That's the exciting part. We don't know.
We don't know. We don't know.
So Michal Reichert will put a score on the board. Was to be one of 2 Czech drivers here, but we've lost Marko Zacher, unfortunately. 87.5, no problems at all for Michal Reichert because he left it all to the second half of qualifying. And he's happy with it.
We can just hear him leaving. He is very happy with that. There we go.
Oh, we got America.
Oh, that is freedom right there.
Yeah, bald eagles ready to leave the line, although they're all Japanese.
They're all Japanese eagles, yeah.
Do
they? Japanese have eagles?
I'm sure they do.
Someone will correct us online.
Ornithologists, we don't know. So here we go. Adam LZ is next up, sitting in 30th position with a 70 from his first run. Needs to go a little bit wilder, and he is. He's firing through the gears now. Very early initiation from LZ as he pushes wide to the end of the track. And it's perfect so far. And a big mistake on the second half of the first run. Got to be clever here. Make it work. Transitions very fast. Again, going way too fast, but he makes it work. But he transitions snappy. He's got to get into that outer zone very late, but he made it work on the transition. As Adam LZ takes it across the line, it will be an improvement on his first run, but he is not backing down. There's a tentative run in there, but he's not taking the option for it.
No, he's not, Dave. He's not going to drive at 50%. He's going to drive at 110. He's been driving like this all weekend, though, and he said that Riga was a bucket list for him. He said he wanted to come here and drive this track. It's one of those ones that a lot of people watch and say, I want to have a go because it looks so treacherous, and it is. If it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's really wrong. And for me, LZ really pulled out all the stops there.
He's grabbed a lot of points through the first two corners, and this is really good here as well. Late there, though, on big angle. So up to here, everything is perfect. This is on both runs. He's suffered a little bit here, but he makes it work. Doesn't go up on the curve, transitions back. But that snappy transition means that he gets to that last outer zone a little later than he would want to. But everything else, apart from that, pretty spot on, I think.
Yeah,
E36 went through the wars in Finland.
Every round.
Everybody's been through the wars in Finland, though, to be fair.
We went through the wars and we were just in the commentary booth.
We were just at the after party.
Yeah.
So here we go. It is Adam LZ to see what score he's got. Will it be an improvement on a 70? He's sitting in 30th, which is treacherously close to the top zone. It's an 85. An 85 into 17th position goes Adam LZ.
He slightly lifted where he transitioned there, and I think that's why he come up a little short, Dave.
Yeah, maybe so.
You see it on there on a slow-mo. Slow-mo catches it all.
You are the expert, Ian.
I shouldn't, you shouldn't say that.
I'm not sure.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's something. I'm pretending to know what you're talking about. You are an expert.
Joachim Andersson is on the line from Sweden. Comes off. He would love to get himself into the show. He'd love a weekend, a fun weekend here in Riga. He said he's scared of this track every single time he pulls a handbrake, but he doesn't look scared right now. Right to the edge of the tarmac goes Joachim Andersson. A brave flick across as he now looks for the outside zone and fulfills it. And Joachim Andersson on a ripper. The Swedish driver holding nothing back for this second qualifying run early into this outside zone. Now dialed in, puts a bumper to the wall, starts to fire through and gets the job done.
Oh. He wasn't holding back there.
No.
That was full tilt.
He said a 75 is nowhere near where he wants to be this weekend.
But I think
look how early. Now about 4 or 5 drivers sitting outside of that zone that can really affect anyone else now into that drop zone. Go back to the start line to a young man from Ireland, a rookie of Drift Masters this year is Fionn Roche at 64. He is outside in 36th position at the moment. He's going to want a little bit of redemption. Kind of screaming through the gears, smoking the tyres all the way from the start line. Again, another driver goes super early, big handbrake drag though, but he gets himself dialed into the outside zone on the foot brake across the circuit now, and he goes a little shallow on the outside zone. Will he collect this one? He certainly can, as Fionn Roche pilots this GT86 through the circuit, down onto the wall now as he looks to put the back bumper to the wall. Fionn Roche absolutely hammering the rev limiter across the line.
It's a good run, really good run. And a very wild 360 for the fans in the grandstands. Both sides now. Used to be one side, now we got grandstands on both sides.
That's because people won't stop coming, Dave. They love it. Keep coming.
I would like to be in those grandstands. The atmosphere looks pretty boiling point right now. I like it.
Can we do the commentary from the grandstands one year?
I don't think they'd hear us to that level there.
True, yeah.
We'd be swamped. with fans because there's so many nationalities now coming. It's almost like, you know, any sort of, you know, football, rugby, whatever you
It's like the Olympics, though.
It is like the Olympics.
It's like the Olympics.
Drift Olympics.
Drift Olympics.
And Fionn Roche doing a great job here on the transition. This, to me, is a big teller of how comfortable you are on the circuit, is how you transition into the last outer zone.
Yeah.
And he did a great job. The first time he did it, it was a little laboured. That one was spot on. So outside the top 32 right now, I'm going to predict he's inside the top 32 now. But where is the question?
I think he's moved himself way up the order. I think he's going to be comfortable, but
yep.
It's where...
There's not a whole lot to take out of that run. Now, that's 79, so he's into 27th position.
I think
So Teemu Peltola drops out.
Oh.
So that is the end of his weekend, so unfortunately. And we move to the line, another Irish driver on the line. It is Tomas Falvey's son, Conor Falvey. So I was about to say, Tomas Falvey, his father drifting for probably over 20 years. Now his son is in the biggest stage of them all. And Conor Falvey has sit right now in 3rd position with a 93, so he knows what mistakes he made, and he's lost the bumper with the speed of the first corner already.
Oh, wow, he's going to go for it, Dave. Oh, he's a wheel over there, though, but he's going to hold on to it now. Look at the speed. He's disposing of the spoiler, the bumper, the lob. He's a little shallow on the outside zone. He's carrying so much speed for the circuit. Wheel onto the line, and look at this. Oh, he's the back end on the wall, but it upsets him. He has to think about it again. Get back into it now. Tomas Falvey. Conor Falvey, you got me going now, Dave. Puts it all on the line. You know what? That was just a risk or reward run.
I think he overdrove that one.
Yeah.
I think if you sit there with a 93, and I think we're going to see this with a lot of drivers from here on in, where is the next 7 points coming from?
Yeah.
And you know they're going to come from some risk.
I like the way the bumper was like, I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing none of this
I'm
again.
out of here. I mean, the speed of the flick on entry here is just insane.
And if you're wondering why me and Dave keep referring to Tomas Falvey, which is Conor's father, that's because historically Tomas Falvey drove an identical S15 in the local championship in Ireland and in the UK. And, well, Dave, we're that old in the game. We were commentating on Tomas driving. Now we get to commentate on his son driving.
And I'm going to go out there and say that Conor Falvey's a lot better than Tomas Falvey.
Wow, wow.
Put it out there.
I wasn't going to say it because Tomas Falvey is a mountain of a man and he would put me in a headlock.
I'm going to stay up here for the night. But anyway, I will say that this is I think this is an opportunity for drivers, especially when they're in the 90s, that we know they're kind of fun throwaway in a way.
Well, they can push. They can say,
push and
how far
try and
can you
top
go?
qualify.
Yeah.
But after that, they can't really do much more. So an 82 on the board, 93. Still stays in 3rd position, Conor Falvey. And what he's thinking now is, will that score be strong enough to stay within the top four for the shootout later on? So we have the shootout battles coming up. The top 4 go into a semi-final final. Whole new thing this year. A lot of fun, exciting. Man that is in the top 4 right now also is Peter Fiancek. He has a 95. Where do you find the other 5 points? He has got a 99 on the circuit before. That is a fact in the S15. But I think this 95 is the highest score he's got so far in the Supra.
It is, yeah, you're right.
But could he go higher? Could he go up to 99 or 98 or 100? I don't know what that looks like. So that would have to be a scary thing to watch. Let's see what happens. Comes off the line. Peter Fiancek in the Toyota Supra. Can he go even higher? Can he beat Lauri Heinonen?
Oh, well, he's gone early. He's gone early and he's going faster than he did before, and he's right to the edge of the circuit. Look at that wheel on the white line as he puts the wheel to the curb now. As Fiancek says, I can go higher. Oh my God, it didn't even make sense. He was 90 degrees to both curbs as he now puts the car into the outside zone. Peter Fiancek is on another level this year. He's on another level right now as he finishes an incredible run.
Oh, that's up there. It's already up there. He's already in 2nd position, but is it better than Heinen's? He was 1.5 points behind Heinonen on his first run. I think everything was perfect. Does he make too much contact with the wall at the end? Is the only thing I could take a point or 2 away from, and I'm not a judge, so I don't know why I'm taking points away from.
Yeah, I don't know how much is too much.
This is perfect.
This is phenomenal.
Perfect. Transitions, perfect.
No, it's the transition here.
But does he hit the curb? Is that a deduction?
Watch. No, he's literally on it. It's perfect. Look at this. And again, and then look at the line.
Oh, he's so full steam here.
Oh my God.
And it's the only thing I was talking about. He comes in here, it's perfect. Does he tag
He
the wall?
didn't even slow the car down.
Does he tag the wall a little heavy? Just, it doesn't even really, does he?
Does he handbrake here?
It's a touch.
3 small jabs.
Yeah,
will do.
And now we're on the wall.
Look
Watch
at
the steering
focus.
wheel. Does he have a bit heavy of a hit towards the end of the wall? Just keep an eye. He won't.
I don't think he does.
It's 1st position. It's at 97.5, and you know what? I completely agree.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to take 1 point or 2 points. I wasn't comparing him to Lauri Heinonen at the end. I was comparing him to perfect.
Yeah, we're basing him off 100.
Of 100 points, I thought he was thereabouts, and that is a 97.5 for Peter Bjornsson. Wow, what a run. Wow. Oh, here we go. Juha Piytalaakso from Finland got an 82.5 on his first run. Can he jump up into the 90s? Let's see what happens.
Well, he's going to go for it, that's for sure, Dave. He certainly got there in Finland, and look at this now. He knows the groove. He knows where he needs to be, but he comes out the outside zone a little early, and he gets to that one a little early, and now it starts to fall apart, and he's going to sacrifice a lot of line here. This one's starting to fall apart. He's bleeding points now all over the circuit. Gets into that last outside zone perfectly on time, puts the back end of that BMW right up onto the wall. Perfect from Piytalaakso on that point, but there were mistakes in the beginning of the run.
There were, but there was a lot of aggression in there too.
Yeah, but when you're
Was it better than 82.5?
I don't think it was. Watch how early he comes out of this outside zone. Yeah, he's super deep, but watch.
Left foot braking again. Whenever
Bam,
we see
look how early.
whenever we see the brake lights come on, I find they start falling out. Oh yeah, handbrake's way too early. He was on the wrong. He transitioned too early.
Yeah, I'm right. Are you saying I'm right?
You're in the ballpark.
Oh, I'm there. I'm there or thereabouts. Oh, okay.
I wouldn't say you're right.
It's better than a...
Well, you're not wrong. Yeah, you know, it's so harsh because one tiny error like that in the first corner could hamper the whole score for the rest of the run, and the rest was pretty good.
The rest was very, very good. I'm just not sure if that first score of an 82.5 can be challenged. They were quite big mistakes there, and you've got to consider if you're a chase car, yeah, there we go, it's reflected. If you're in that chase position and he leaves that outside zone super early, you're going to get pinched on the inside, Dave, and you could end up putting that chase car up into that wall where there is no runoff.
How does anyone beat a 97.5 though from Peter Bjornsson? That's like
Lauri Heinonen sitting down the paddock going, watch this.
Yeah, he's also
I've just done the worst run of the weekend.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know, but outside the top 32 is Max Heidrich. He got a 68.5, not good enough.
Well, a little bit of info. First of 6 drivers that can now knock anyone out of the top 32.
Let's see what happens. Heidrich from Germany, clutch kick there into the first corner. Very aggressive, lot of angle. This is pretty good. The left foot brake though. It's going to be struggling to get out of this outer zone, which it is.
Yeah, and you can see straight away, as soon as those guys now start left foot braking or slowing that car down on those transitions, you can see where it's going to position the car, and he fails to get into the outside zone until the very, very end, and that's going to massively hurt.
Yeah, I'm not so confident about that now.
No.
I kind of wanted Max Heidrich to come in here, put a 95 on the board, but I don't think that's what happened. I think especially the first corner, and especially missing outer zone 4, and then not getting into the last outer zone until very late. It looked like everything was going right. He just kind of hit the left foot brake here, which took the front in, and then left this transition very early, meaning he's on the inside of the track, trying to extend it with the left foot brake again. But here, as he transitions, it's a good angle here. Look, this is really good. Left foot braking, nice. Now watch this transition. It's like it just snapped too early. Took a while to get to that wall, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like he was way on the inside.
He's like nearly over halfway through that outside zone before he gets wheels in it.
It's unfortunate. I wonder, will it be enough? We're looking at 70 as the cutoff now. 71.5. Gets the fingertips in there in 32nd position.
But bearing in mind, there's 5 more drivers outside of that could knock him out.
Yeah, true. Manuel Vacca now drops out of competition into 33rd position. Unfortunate for the Italian. Back to the start line we go. Alex Solovnia from the Ukraine. Look at that, ready to go. 83 on the first run, 20th position. Think that's safe? I said early 80s is where it would be, so I'm feeling confident about that, but he would still like to be way up in the 90s and not have to worry about it at all.
No, he certainly would be, Dave, and fires that car in nice. Little weight shift for initiation there. Comes off it early, and he's done it again, and now we're seeing drivers come out of that first outside zone a little early, and they get to that second outside zone way too early, and that's going to upset the line. He now does get it back online. He gets into this outside zone perfectly. He's on the wall, but I think all the damage is already done on the first half of the run.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, because you'll hear us like sort of drop our tone a little because we're like, oh, he's made a mistake there. Like, there's nothing really you could gain back. There's no like comeback, you know, haymaker punch you can do at the end to recover from. You're deducting scores. You can't get them back.
And we might sound so harsh to some people sitting at home watching, but these are the best of the best.
Yeah.
with the best machinery that they could possibly build. And
well, we have to, you know, for realistic sake, we know what's going to win an event here.
Yeah.
And obviously we want every driver to have the best possible opportunity. We want everyone who's out there to be shown in the best possible light. But we know what it takes to win a round of Drift Masters. And unfortunately, every one of these drivers also does too.
Yep.
And when they sign up for it, they know they've got to be incredible. And that's what we're all looking for. That's what the judges are looking for. And that's what you guys at home are looking for, because that's why you watch it.
And we've come to expect it now.
And we're also spoiled.
We've been gifted so many good runs, so many good qualifying runs, so many incredible battles over the years that now you see a mediocre or a 70-point run, you kind of get a little bit disheartened because you're like, well, these guys can do it. They can put down 90-point runs.
And we also watch practice, and we know we don't often see the best performance in front of the cameras. So 81 on the board, stays where he is, Alex Lavnia. Looking okay there. I'd say he's okay.
I think he's okay for top 32 there.
He won't be too nervous.
No.
Move on to the start line with Tor Arne Kvia. Had a big run, missed one zone. If he can collect that zone, this man could top qualifying. But it's going to be wild, it's going to be fast, and it could be edge of your seat. Hold on to everything. Here comes Kvia from Norway into that first corner.
Yeah, he's going to go for this. Look at this. He's already nice and early, right to the edge of the circuit. Little dab of the handbrake right before the scoring zone. He's super wide, though, and it's so wide. His wheels off circuit. Now he's on the inside, and I think it's all over. I think that could be wheels off circuit. I think that could be a zero, Dave.
Yeah. He's definitely flirting with 3 wheels off on that first corner. Unfortunate. Another driver who had a great first score, pushing it a little too hard on the second run.
Yeah, Kvia's a man that would admit himself, you know, if he's got a good score on the board in his first qualifying run, he will push too hard on that second one and try and overdrive the car. And I think that's exactly what happened there. You can see how hot he came in on that initiation. And I think he realised himself that we're way too deep here.
I think it's scary. I think imagine dropping off the edge of that track at that speed. It must be just a moment of, oh no.
Look at that, he free-wheeled on initiation. I missed that. Look at this. He clutch kicked, car popped up on 3 wheels. And that's just, he's just carrying way too much speed. That's 3 wheels off track there, Dave.
It's almost 4.
It's almost 4.
Almost 4. I think that's going to be a 0.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fairly confident that could be a 0. But what do we know? We are mere commentators, Dave.
They gave us the microphones.
They did. They said you guys are in charge of the whole show.
That's their own fault.
Yeah. They said, you guys, this is your show.
You know what to expect when you put me in on the microphone. It's a 0. We were right.
We knew it.
88. So that's definitely safe. So not a big worry for Kvia. He's just probably going to be sitting there going, what could have been?
Could have won this.
Could have won this.
Could have won this.
Top qualifying there. Could have got a few battles in the qualifying showdown.
Diogo Correia sits on the line, way out of top 32. 57.5 on his first qualifying run. 27-year-old Portuguese driver now sits on the line with work to be done. Broke the engine in practice, they got it rebuilt, repaired, and there's off the line. Big clutch kick, he goes early as well. Now, is early the trick or is early the danger point? Well, it works for him right now as he gets to that second outside zone, full throttle as he comes past the commentary tower, flicks it across the circuit, goes nice and wide, just about collects that zone, but now gets into this one very early, keeps the back end in it, absolutely hammers the throttle through the floor to keep it dialed on, gets the job done.
Much better, much better. You can see the relief.
Yeah.
Look at the relief in his face.
That was a shake of the head to say, I can do it, the car can do it, but wow, did we have to fight today to make it happen.
You know what, I think for all of his team, he wanted to give them that moment.
He wanted to give them it,
I think he has.
Yeah, I think he has. I'll be
Just don't care.
Dejected. And he says, you know what? We tried our best.
He got back out there. What can you do? He's out, but they have a car to work with.
Yeah, they do.
And they might very, very easily have not had a car to work with. That could have been the end of the season, so he'll take that. Next up, Paval Korpulinski. Currently sitting in 14th, got an 86.5, and it's only good enough for 14th. So here we go. Here comes the big old scores.
Yeah, here they come.
Will he go high 90s? Can he do it? It looked very safe, very controlled on the first. Will he risk it for a biscuit here?
Yeah, he's going to try, that's for sure, Dave. And we know Korpulinski always pushes that little bit extra in that second qualifying run. When he did just there, he put the wheel over the edge of the circuit. Doesn't go too deep there, keeps it clean now. As he comes past the tower, flicks that car across the circuit, nice and deep. Will he get this one? Oh, and he handbrakes into it. Judges won't like that. There'll be points deducted for that moment, as he now gets himself set up perfectly on this long outside zone, and Korpulinski still absolutely clinical as always.
He's just, he makes it look so easy.
Effortless.
And you're like, it's not easy. Just like the mullet that guy had in the grandstand. It's not easy to get that talented.
It's not easy to pull it off.
No. And Korpulinski does pull it off in this first run. Oh, that hurt him.
Yeah.
He had to go on the left foot brake there quite considerably. He did well to recover, though. We've watched a lot of drivers do that and not get the next couple of zones, but he does.
He does make it work, but as you say, yeah.
You know what? There's nothing wrong. Oh, a little handbrake there. That's not bad.
I mean, there was 2 points. So we're saying the handbrake into the outside zone, the wheel dropped on outside zone 1. They're probably the only 2 places on the circuit
and
where
this
he
is
could
us,
bleed
I mean,
points.
remember, we're trying to see, has he scored higher than an 86.5?
Yeah.
So we're not saying, has he done well? He's done well, there's no question. But has he done well enough to beat his own score? That's what we're judging on now, because the first score is, you know, it actually doesn't matter, the run, if it's less than an 86.5.
No,
it doesn't count.
No.
So, you know, if it's less, just scratch it down to experience and say, it doesn't matter.
Everyone's having fun on Sunday.
This is qualifying, and the place is rammed. 85.5, so almost identical score for Paval Korpulinski, 14th position, which is harsh enough with an 86.5 to be in 14th, in my opinion, but my opinion doesn't matter because everyone's driving awesome.
Exactly.
So we move to Clint van Oort's, a 0 on the first run, wheels off circuit. So we gotta get it done. We're now looking needs at least a 71.5.
Well, it was a shutdown.
Yeah, it was a shutdown. Yeah, you're right.
The wall and shut the car down.
Finish. Cars back together. Clint's got to go for it here. The only Dutch driver on the grid. You can see the bodywork falling off the car immediately, but it doesn't matter about the bodywork. It matters about where those rear wheels are.
Yeah, it certainly does, Dave. He goes for that outside zone, but he's little on the inside. It does make it work. Oh, and he gets wheels up on the curb, puts it into a spin, and saves it in the wall.
That is just horrible to watch. He got through the hardest part of the course. He must have hit the curb pretty heavy there.
I think, from my very minor experience, he was carrying a hell of a lot of speed.
You think he went up on the curb and just lost grip with the back of the car?
You watch him from outside zone 1, he was a little shallow on it, carried a lot of speed, then he came up shallow on outside zone 2, and then he was deep on inside zone 3, deep here. Touched the curb, unsettled the car, because he's carrying so much speed, he's kind of missed those zones, and he's created a longer arc than what the judges are looking for.
And of course, wheels at full rotation, and then all of a sudden
look how high he goes up the curb.
It bounces, and when it bounces down,
and he goes way wider than anyone else has done on the curb because he flicks up red dust. Oh, a 0-0. And he was looking so good in practice.
One of the standouts from practice. Goes to show how harsh it is coming from a top 8 in Spain.
Yep.
And a 0-0 in Riga. You can't write this stuff.
You can't.
Next up, Mika Keski-Korpi.
Well, it has to be a Finnish driver because the place has erupted.
Yeah. Whenever you hear the noise, you just go, oh, it must be a Finnish driver or a Latvian driver. Here we go, Mika Keski-Korpi. First run, 81, 23rd position. Looks laser focused here, would like to go higher.
Yeah, fires a car in, little dab of the handbrake before he gets himself set for the outside zone, and this is a flyer so far. Big flick to angle there on the outside zone, now starts to carry the speed, now starts to put the angle on as he fires down, looks for that transition back, and he's, oh wow, that was very nice from Keski-Korpi. He was going to go into the wall, but he saved it and kept it clean, and Keski-Korpi now puts the tail light and the bumper on the wall.
Just thinking there. Bit of an advantage being in a right-hand drive car in that last corner because you can really tell how close you are to the wall. In a left-hand drive car, a little bit more tricky.
Yeah.
So just
you're a little further away there.
Have a think about that.
Have a think about it. It's for the drivers that are qualifying high, like Peter Vincek, who's in a left-hand drive car.
Yeah, so it didn't matter to him at all. But What I noticed about this run is that it's not got major angle.
No.
Very precise.
There was moments where he did flick the car.
You know, I'm saying the rate to angle is good.
Oh, yeah.
But not massive amounts of angle. Very precise, fast, gripped. Is it better than 81? Could be.
In this new chassis, he seems to be way more consistent and way more technical.
But that's a good thing. And also, I mean, look, let's be honest. You've got to go to battles. Like, nobody's going to remember who topped qualifying 5 years from now, unless you go to the statistics.
We do.
You want to win. You want to win the event.
Yeah.
So get in the show, and that's what he's done. 82.5. Get in the show, and then start taking down some people.
We only know because we're
told.
Geeky about it.
We're a bit geeky, and we're told also.
We're told also constantly.
Constantly. Remember this. But
remember that.
Let's be honest. All they want to do is guarantee a good step in the top 32. If you're in the championship, like Heinonen and those guys, maybe you want to be in the top 4. Get some bonus points in the showdown. Oliver Randalou next on the line. Randalou has an 83, so he's in 19th, mid-pack. And as you said, looking to find that touch of form this year. He's kind of been, I would say he's been very good, but not amazing. And now he's done very well. This could be trouble, but he stays in it. Whoa, that was a moment there.
Very lucky for Randalou. Picks up the throttle now. Carries on the run. Little dab of the handbrake as he comes down into the outside zone. Picks up the wall. Nice line. And you can hear him on the rev limiter. Down the gear he goes. Picks up the throttle once again. Hammers the rev limiter across the line. He was lucky to save that, Dave. That looked like he was going to over-rotate and put that car backwards.
And it can happen so fast in that first corner where you can just drop a wheel on the dirt. And we've watched it flip cars the other way or send them the other way into the wall. He does well. You can see he gets on it way too late. And once he's dropped, he's like flooring the throttle to make sure that he stays on track. Luckily, there's another bit of tarmac there, which he found. And got him the grip to get back out of that one. But it's a deduction. Not massive, I would say. Like, it's a wheel off. It's not amazingly bad, but it does mess up some of his night. Do you know what? He does well to recover from it, to be honest.
He does. He does very well. And he finished up the run very nicely, very deep on that zone. And
yeah,
look
the more I watch it now, the more I think he's doing all right here. It's a wheel drop, but it's not the worst wheel drop we've seen.
No, certainly not. And you know what? I think this is another case of one of those runs where if it wasn't for the wheel drop, that could have been a very, very good run.
Yeah.
Oh, he did tag the wall quite heavy there, though. You can see the car get a little unsettled.
I just find it so bizarre that the trailing front wheel is all completely off the ground. And 80 on the board for Oliver Randalou. Puts him in the 20th position, so pretty similar to the first one.
Yeah.
Probably safe there, I would imagine.
Let's take a look, Dave. How many people have we got?
Yeah, I think that might be okay. Then we move on to Conor Shanahan. Your 2023 Drift Masters champion. First run an 86, but it's only good enough for 15th position now. So this is Shanahan having to step up. He would like to be in the 90s, and if he wants to climb back into the championship top 10, he could do it that qualifying showdown. Big run coming in here.
Yeah, he's coming in hot now, Dave. He's really committed right to the edge of the circuit. Left foot braking, just dabbing it as he puts the wheel on the curb there. And this is an absolute flyer so far from Shanahan. Big angle carried into the outside zone. Fires the car back across the circuit. Shallows up the angle, thinks about it. Adjusts the car on the handbrake, gets it into the outside zone, puts it back in towards the wall, but not too close. Remember, these GTA 60s don't like being on a wall. Across the line. That was beautiful from Shanahan.
Yeah, I think that's better than the first one, maybe. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I would imagine. Maybe. Oh, I don't know.
You're so unsure of yourself.
I'm so unsure of myself.
You were like, that's better. No, it's not. Yes, it is. It was
I need to replay.
It was like Dave Egan had split into two people and was fighting himself in the tower.
I had an argument with myself.
He did. It was brilliant. I loved
86 is very good too.
Oh, it is.
So
it is. And I'm going to say this is better than an 86.
Perfect. Yeah, gets the inside zone. There's a lot of angle here, which is good.
It's beautiful.
No major decels.
Uses the angle to slow the car as well. Look at that little, very small wobble. But apart from that, a little slight dab of the handbrake, adjusts the car, gets it in there, and it's not too close to the wall that we've seen it time and time again.
Is it in the 90s?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying I think it's better than his first qualifying run.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's definitely equal or above.
Yeah.
That's the safest thing I can say.
That's the safest way you can go without arguing with yourself.
It's a great run. I don't actually see any major mistakes there. So this is just going to be down to how much the judges give him on style, give him on aggression. Because from a line here, you go 92 for Conor Shanahan, puts him into 6th position. I think that's a very fair score.
Yeah.
Because again, I'm doing the thing where I go, is it a 95 to 100? And I didn't think it was, but it was definitely better than the first run. So
100%.
Perfect there. So Irish fans are happy.
Oh, here we
go.
Look.
So you can see in the pits right now, we got Max Heidrich waiting to see how Juha Rintanen scored a 67 on the first run. If he goes higher than a 71.5, then Max Heidrich is out of competition. It's almost a battle on one driver in a minute. Here we go. Rintanen had a big mistake on the first run. Can he tidy it up here? GR86 flying through that first corner.
Yeah, he's absolutely hammering right now. And we know that Rintanen's got what it takes, but I don't know if it looks like he's rock steady this weekend, or can he prove me wrong as he flicks it across the circuit? Nice from Rintanen. Oh, and it makes a mistake again. Dives out of the outside zone and upsets the line. He's triangulating this outside zone now. Could he tag the wall? He stays out of it. But it's scrappy on the second half of the run from Rintanen.
Yeah, again, it just seems like something happens.
Even he knows, he shakes his head.
You can see Max Heidrich, he doesn't know. And it's not a clear cut either.
No.
There's a mistake from Rintanen. Much obviously better run than the first run, where he got 67, but let's see how bad the mistake was, because it might not be as bad as we first thought. Perfect through the first corner, we agree.
Yeah, very nice. Nice transition.
Lovely here. Inside zone, spot on. Gets to the outside of the track. Perfect. And then it's like here, something just every time. That's the last corner, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
So here, not terrible.
I don't know.
Doesn't straighten.
I don't know if the judges are going to like that line. Because if you're in the chase position and they come across the track early, again, you're going to pinch that chase car up on towards the wall.
But everywhere else was really good. Really good. And Heidrich had major mistakes. He was outside of his zone here and outside of his zone there.
The judges are looking for perfection, Dave.
Yeah, but well, no point in us arguing about it.
No. I'm not going to split myself into it.
Yeah, I can't argue with myself all day.
It's fun to watch.
I have enough fun arguing with you, Ian, without arguing with myself.
I just don't know.
He does overcook a little bit and back off, but it's not. He recovers really well. I think that's going to be a better score than Max Heidrich.
Well, we're going to find out. Here we go. Score drops in.
Yep, 77.5 into 29th position. It won't be an impressive score by Juha Rintanen standards, but it's enough to get him into the top 32, which is the most important thing. And it knocks Max Heidrich from Germany outside of competition. So we'd love them all to be in competition.
We would.
But we can't have them all there. So you can see Max Heidrich there. Yeah, he knows the story. Look, not happy.
He's like, okay.
Yeah. Well, look,
look.
Always next time. Always hungry.
Yeah, he's always hungry. He's not always hungry, is he?
No, he's not always hungry, but there always is hungry.
Because
that's where we're going after this.
Right. Okay. And talking about Hungary, we've got Hungarian driver on the line.
There we go. It came full circle. Kevin Biscaldi leading the start line. Biscaldi sitting in 13th position. Good run at the first, 87.5. Didn't have the X factor, but it had everything else, and now he's coming in a lot more aggressive here.
Yeah, he's bringing that X factor now, Dave. We said he was a little bit lax to the last one. He was a little bit too chilled out. Now he starts to dial on the angle, starts to find that Kevin Biscaldi style. But look at that 90 degrees to that curb, and now Biscaldi's in the zone. He's woken up. Someone's given him a good shakedown in the paddock and said, come on, let's throw it all together. That was beautiful.
That's a big run. That is a big run right there, Ian. A very big run. Flames erupting from the side of the BMW E92. He parks up to... They're doing this now. They figure out the screen is there.
Yep.
So that's why they stop up, so they can see their score come in before they leave the arena. The marshals don't like it, but the drivers love it.
Yeah, the marshals are like, we need you to go. And he's like, I'm not going anywhere until I've seen my score.
I'm not leaving until I get my score. This is a much more aggressive run from Kevin Biscaldi.
Yeah, the last one was very chilled. He just didn't have the X factor.
But maybe that's the point of the first run. Just do a good run.
Yeah.
This is like big angle.
That's beautiful.
I love this transition. It's so smooth. Big angle to big angle with no wobbles in the middle.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's lovely.
This could be a contender.
It's not going to affect the top spot. Yeah, I don't know if it's got the appeal.
Well, okay. Is it a contender for the qualifying showdown, top 4?
Oh.
Now
you're asking me questions I don't know the answer to.
That question's a little more difficult. It's an 87.5. It's exactly the same. So he doesn't improve. So tidier on the first run.
Yeah.
Wilder on the second, but not as tidy.
There
you go.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
Twice.
Yeah.
13th position.
Biscaldi's like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah. Bit of both.
Do I go chilled? Do I go angry? What do I do? We're back on the line. Adam Zalewski, the Polish driver, the former champion of Drift Masters.
He was 0.5 away from a 90 on his first run. He's in 9th position, and I'm going out there. I think.
Oh, you're not going anywhere.
Oh,
he ain't going anywhere.
Oh no. What's happened there?
And I said
at the end
there was
of the
a water
run,
leak on the car, and nobody heard me. Nobody listened. They're not listening to us, Dave.
If you watch the first run, that's exactly what happened.
Well, I'm sure he's going to be told.
Or is he going to go?
Hold on. Now, the only thing that could be is from water sprayers on the car, or from
It's a water sprayer.
it's a cool suit, and they've told him to turn the cool suit off and do it. You're going to have to get hot and sweaty, Zalewski, if you want to get this one done, because you're going to have to turn that cool suit off. Here we go, fires the car in, absolutely tilted to the outside zone, and he's angry now. He says, oh, you want me to get hot? I'll get hot. Wow, right to the edge of the circuit from Zalewski as he puts that car onto the curb, dials it in. That's beautiful to the outside zone from Zalewski. And the 2017 champion is on fire right now. Oh, and it tags to the wall and pushes it away, but it doesn't matter because Zalewski's on form.
Okay, now we got a contender. Now we have a contender.
Say to a driver, hey, you're gonna have to, you know that cool suit you're wearing keeps you
No,
nice
it's
and
actually
cold?
the cooler for the intercooler. I just turned it off my headset.
Oh, but now we've got a problem because we can now see Edgars Keras sitting there nervous with one driver that could knock him out. That's what that shot was all about. Look at Zalewski, Dave. Do you think that's a contender for top spot?
Yeah. I make a big statement. I think if you look at the precision of his rear wheel here, he just
Right on the edge of the zone,
right on the edge of the zone. And
no, on the wrong side of the zone.
No. Now watch the speed here. Watch this. Those three zones. Look at the angle here. Boom. Transitions back. No handbrake. No little handbrake, but not too much. And then this transition into the wall was so fast. We're splitting hairs now. They're all fantastic drivers.
I'm going to put it all out there, and I'm going to say the first outside zone is going to determine
the score,
the whole score. Because if you look at the replay,
oh, it's a 91.5. Into 8th position goes Adam Zalewski.
I'm going to look at Kevin O'Connell. I'm going to say to him, was it that first outside zone? Yeah, in and out. Dave,
in and out of the zone.
You'd never listen, Dave, to me.
But you're very hard to listen to, Ian.
I know,
I'm sorry. Very annoying.
Sorry.
I zone in and zone out.
Yeah. Oh, I like it. I like it.
Yeah, zone in, zone out.
Like
See, I bring it full circle, don't you worry. Jakub Krol is up next, and he is looking pretty comfortable in the 80.5 in the first run, 24%. He'd like to be higher, but he's in.
Yeah, but now he can go for it.
He's guaranteed in. He can go for it now.
Yeah, at least go for a nice early initiation and puts that car right to the edge of the circuit, right on that white line. Jakub Krol, the Polish driver, puts the wheel on the curve. This is nice for Krol. Little correction on the steering there, but nevertheless, dials on big angle. He's going to go for a big flare one at the end of the run. He fulfills the outside zone now, fires down, looks for this one, and he's wandering and wavering. He's not into it as deep as you'd like to see him, and he's just on the edge of that white line. Now dips in right across the line.
Oh. Jakub Krol this year.
I know, right?
I mean, come on,
right?
If he continues this rate of form into next year, you got ourselves a problem here.
The only thing that I worry about is that they're going to take the car apart and then they have loads of problems next year.
No, I don't think they'll touch it. The thing, it's not even that badly damaged.
No.
He's pretty much kept it, you know.
It's only a couple of 100,000 euros of carbon Kevlar they need to replace. It's cheap.
It looks pretty good.
It looks good.
There's a lot of cars that don't look good after I'm going to be honest.
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot. Well, we got Poland to go yet, where there is only walls, and yeah.
So we have got Edgars Keras.
We've got one driver that can take Edgars Keras out of competition, and that is Benediktas Cirba with a 61.
True, Cirba having big trouble with his car in the first run, and that's the only movement we'll see probably outside of whoever's in 32. Other than 85 on the board does move up. Jakub Krol into 17th position. And it looks to me like we are going to have, one more scary one of who's in and who's out. And then now it's all about Jack Shanahan said, what did he say in the interview?
He said the old Jack's back.
The old Jack's back. I'm in the show now, so screw it, I'm going for it.
I'm going to go for it,
I'm going to just sit back now and say, this could be a scary one. Could be very scary as Jack Shanahan goes through the gears, firing into that first car. Big flick entry. Little dab of the handbrake right to the edge of the circuit. He's over the edge of the circuit, but he's gone way too hot. Way too hot. He's in the show anyway, so he knows it doesn't matter. But that smiling Jack Shanahan might not be smiling right now.
No, he's going to be angry.
You might just crash it into the wall on purpose and angry. You never know.
You never know with Jack.
He's definitely a character on the grid, and he drives with his heart, maybe sometimes above his head, but just get that last run in to make sure everything's okay. For the fans, expect a 360, I'd imagine, or something similar at the end. Just to, there you go. Just trying to say to the fans, thank you for all the support. But it's not going to be his first score, because it is a 0.
Yeah.
And 0 is a lot less than 91, Ian, just for your information.
Is it?
Yeah.
No way, I thought 0 was what we
put your calculator away.
Oh, okay.
I got you on this one.
Oh, cheers, dude.
Yeah, I think he got way too much on the marbles on the outside and knew that car was going to go around.
Yeah, look, he's literally, I mean, he's 2 wheels off at that point anyway.
Yeah, I think he's just saying, look, if I could transition like this, I could probably end up in that wall, and what's worth the risk when I'm already in the show?
Yeah.
You just see him like, oh, that didn't work.
Yeah, I need first gear now, not third gear.
Let's just forget about it. So Jack Shannon does not improve, and he stays in 8th position where he was. And that leaves us with, we're getting towards, you know, the business end of the championship contenders, and we're now going to start looking at the top 4, because we know who's going to go into the qualifying showdown if they stay as they are. It would be Josiah, Heinonen, Falvey, and Przygonski, but a lot of contenders in there.
And look at this. Right, now this is where it all comes in.
This is the big one, because if Benediktas Cirba scores above, and if I'm not pretty accurate here, if he scores above a 73, it puts the local hero Edgars Keras out of competition. Cirba's having trouble with the car, not going well, but he's an amazing driver. Lithuanian's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders now. Let's see if he can make it work.
Okay, he's through the gears down, comes carrying a lot of speed, goes for an early initiation, has to dab the handbrake again now, as Cirba goes really wide. Looks like that car now is on full power. Big transition, big flick across the circuit from Cirba. He's shallow on the outside zone. It looks like the car's gripped up massively. Flicks it through. It doesn't look clean from Cirba, but all he needs to do is get a 73. Is this enough from Cirba as he puts the back bumper to the wall across the line? Could it be the one?
Yeah, I think it's probably enough.
Look, for me, you've got to put Keras' run and Cirba's side by side in your head and look at all the different points. I think that Cirba's run was probably a few points better, and I'm talking 75, 76.
It was a bit faster.
Yeah.
It was a bit more aggressive, and he didn't miss 2 zones. He did miss 1, I think.
And I think the Lithuanian fans are outnumbering the Latvians in Latvia.
Yeah, there's plenty of chance going on in the grandstand. Now watch Cirba here.
I'd say he's cleaner through here.
Yeah.
And this, look at the flick. You know, he's using the car to slow down, gets to the outside zone. I'm going to say it's not a massive score, but I think it's enough for the show.
Yeah, I think it's going to be high 70s, low 80s.
Yeah, 100%.
I think that's where he's going to end up. Not that I know, but that's my guess.
No, we've been wrong a lot today, but hey.
We're wrong every day.
Yeah,
so
every day.
This is just a normal day.
That's what my wife tells me as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Always wrong?
You're
always wrong.
Yeah.
Strange that.
Yeah.
Coincidental.
Mad.
So we have got Benediktas Cirba waiting for his score to drop in, and that's where Edgars Keras will feel emotion one way or the other.
On one hand, you feel for Edgars Keras, home event, all the Latvian fans. On the other hand, you got, oh my God, a 73.5.
Wow, 0.5 between the two. And Cirba goes through, and look at that. Keras is just, he cannot believe it. 0.5 has knocked him out of competition.
On one way, it's complete sadness for Keras, but on the other hand, for Cirba and a team, it's elation. They got the car fixed, they got back out, they got into the show. The hard work was worth it.
But that is just heartbreaking.
But for Keras, man, what?
Yeah.
He is.
Oh, drifting. Why would you do it?
Heartbreak and smiles all in the same sentence.
You go from big smiles to heartbreek in a moment.
Right.
So Orjan Nilsen, right now, this is a man that would like to get into the top 4. He's in 5th. He has to outdo a 92.5 to get himself into the showdown right now. Let's see how he does.
Well, he could end up on his roof, or he could end up at the top spot. Here we go. The circuit goes Orjan Nilsen in this incredible Toyota as he flicks it right to the curb. This is so clean so far from Orjan Nilsen as he puts it right to the edge of the circuit once again. Big, dangerous flick across, but he makes it work now as Nilsen flirts with danger, tags the wall, puts the back end back into the pocket, back into the groove goes Nilsen as he absolutely rips it across the line.
That's outrageous. That is an outrageous run from Orjan Nilsen. Oh, he's asking the question now.
He's been asking the question for a few events now.
He has. He's been asking the question, and I'll tell you what, there wasn't much more left out on the track.
There's not a lot out there.
Heavy left foot braking out of zone 4, but he made it work, but that's the only thing I could take one thing away. And that's the only thing. Perfect through the first corner. sweet here. Look at that. Right in the middle of the zone. Left foot braking. Gets
Perfect.
all the way out to the curb. This flick across the track is just insane.
Absurd.
And makes it work. Little casual gear change at full tilt. Look at this. Out to the curb, big angle. And
Still
this for me goes early, but actually flexes the wall in and gets it done. That's the earliest anyone's been in there.
Yeah. And that close.
What a run from Orjan Nilsen.
This is another guy.
So we're trying to explain. He's going to end up in the top whatever in qualifying anyway, but if he gets into the top 4 in qualifying, we see those drivers have a semi-final and a final, and that gets bonus points for the championship. And if you're Orjan Nilsen, those championship points really matter right now when you're sitting inside that top 10 or so. 92.5 puts him into 4th position. He outdoes Jakub Przygonski because of a higher score, or is it? No, that's provisional, I would imagine, at the moment. They both have exactly the same score, I think.
Oh, they do as well.
Exactly the same. Oh, look at this.
Cirba says sorry.
Cirba comes over to Crogeras to say, I'm sorry, buddy, even though it's nothing to do with Cirba. So let's go down to Becky. Becky, that was a heartbreaking moment between Benediktas and Edgars.
It absolutely was, Dave. I mean, it's all love down here. We were watching so tensely for Edgars right there when Cirba pulled to the line, and we thought, you know what? Go out there, put a big score on the board, but 0.5, and you've knocked your buddy out of competition. I'm gonna ask you, put it straight to you. Like, how are you feeling right now? At least you're in the show.
I am happy to be in the show, but I don't know what's happening for me today because I show for me bad run in the weekend. I don't know what's happening in the evening. I don't know. Maybe a little bit tired. I don't know.
Do you normally like this track? I mean, you're always pretty fast out here. You're one of the cars that we always love to watch here.
I like it, this track, and this track, it's almost my home track, almost. But he is a home track.
Well, at least you're in the top 32. We're going to pass it over to Edgars. Edgars.
Yeah, hi.
It was a nervous wait for you, and 0.5 has put you out of the top 32. But look, this is an amazing event. Like, it's great to be at your home track, right?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Thank you, all the fans who are here. Yeah, I was last man Latvian standing, but my brother took me out. It's sports, it's good, it's fun. I will cheer for him. I didn't want to say anything bad for him, just like all the best. And hope so you'll be better, like win tomorrow, please, for this one.
Well, thank you so much, Edgars, and we'll see you at the next round. Guys, back up to you.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
And you know what,
I want
though?
both of them in the show.
Edgars is kind of happy that the only person that took him out was Benediktas because they are good friends behind the scene. They're pitted together. They are good friends.
Well, you know what? We're good friends, and I would still want to beat you every day. You know, I would have no
I would nail the
sympathy.
tyres down
I wouldn't
your
even
car.
not talking to you. I'd have said, screw him.
At night, I would have secretly broke your car, so you couldn't drive the next day. I would have been like, oh, Dave.
Says more about your character than mine. Anyway, we'll move on to the next battle. It's Kevin Pezor, last year's Rookie of the Year. Can Kevin Pezor get himself? You know what? Not the most characteristic first run. Needs to improve a little bit, I think. 84, he's safe in the show, but I think there's more in the tank for Pezor as he fires that car into the first car. But again, a little bit left for braking, pull him out of that zone.
Goes out of the outside zone, and that's going to upset the line, and it does. You can see him shallow on that inside zone, shallow on the outside zone. Now he needs to kind of pull this one together, and it's not clean again from Kevin Pezor. And, you know, that form he had at round 1 in Spain hasn't shone through for the rest of the season. Can he do it tomorrow in battles? We know he's safe in competition. Kevin Pezor, though, Dave, is just looking a little bit on the ropes now.
Well, here's the thing. Right now, we got Viansek in first position with a 97.5, Heinonen in second, Conor Falvey in third, and Orjan Nilsen in fourth. Those four sit right now. As it stands, they're going to go into the showdown. There's 3 drivers remaining, Dean, McKeever, and Heinonen. And Heinonen can't really upset that order because he's already in the top 4. So it's up to Dean and McKeever to see if they can get in that top 4. I don't think with this run, Pezor is going to make any difference here. And he might jump up a little bit in the order, but it looked kind of similar to the first run to me. So I'm just keeping you guys updated. I'm having a look over here and seeing what the drama is building in the background. And to me at the moment, Viansek absolutely safe, I would imagine. And Heinonen may be safe. So Conor Falvey or Orjan Nilsen will be looking on to see if McKeever and Dean could knock them out of that top 4. So we shall see. As things, Kevin Pezor will receive a score from the judges. 77, so doesn't improve on his first run. I can see that. Struggling a little bit, Kevin Pazur, even though I actually saw really good runs in practice from him. So I think maybe, like Benediktas Cirba said, maybe just a long day and trying to stay in the zone all day is
a long day.
Yeah, lose a bit of concentration towards the end.
And they've done a lot of driving already so far today. Right, we go back to the line to a man that was angry.
He was pretty angry with an 88, so...
And we don't often see the machine angry.
So he's in 11th position right now. To get into the top 4, which is where he would want to be to do the showdown battles, he would need a 92.5 or better. Probably a 93. So here we go. James Dean fires into that first corner right to the edge of the circuit. Much better this time. Doesn't fall out of that zone. Very aggressive flick across the track from James Dean. Much more precise than his first sort of big angle to the center of the course. He lifts the wheel off the ground, gets right to the curb and initiates right onto that wall. Perfect so far from James Dean. And he takes it right out to the wall, spoiler hanging over the wall. Oh, and a massive 360 in front of the grandstands. Not a shake of the head that time. Much happier.
That's it.
You think that's the one?
That's it. Look how early he initiated. Look where the rear wheel is. He gets middle track there. I mean, middle track, middle of that zone there. Everywhere else is absolutely clinical.
It's a hell of a run, I've got to say.
Look at the angle. And then look at the line. Boom.
It's almost, there's nowhere to take anything from him. It's perfect. Now it comes down to subjectiveness of angle, speed, fluidity, risk, all that stuff. Wasn't a huge amount of risk on the run.
I don't know, Dave. He was past the tower pretty fast.
No, as in, like, what I'm saying is, 94 on the board. I'm going to say Wiańczek a little bit more risk with the speed.
You think he risked it more?
I think he just took a little bit more of a risk.
I thought it was there. I honestly thought it was there. I think it was the big transitions.
I think 94 is a fair score. I think it was a clinically perfect run. But that extra little X factor of just some big angle snap or something, Wiańczek, his snap through the center of the course was amazing.
Okay.
Now we move on. There's still one guy.
So let's recap on the top 4 in a moment.
Wiańczek's in first, Heinonen in second, Dean in third. Now Dwayne McKeever could go into that top 4. He has got a 90.5 in his first run. He's currently second in the championship. The championship points that are on display for the showdown, he needs them. He's coming in hot.
Oh, wow, he's coming in super hot. He's very wide. He's clinical. It's absolutely beautiful at the moment from Dwayne McKeever as he smokes out Riga, fires down, middle of that zone for the transition, up into the wall. Bumper just flirting with touching onto the wall as McKeever absolutely hammers the rev limiter across the line. It's job done for Dwayne McKeever.
So this is going to be, is it higher than a 93? That's where it's going to be now. Oh my God, what? I can hear or see absolutely nothing. Dwayne McKeever.
2 360s.
He made the entire, I'm not even, that's a 720, that's the math.
Sorry, my bad.
Dwayne McKeever having fun out there. Now let's watch the run, let's dissect it. We're looking for 90 plus here. Is there anywhere, first corner to me looked pretty solid. Through the first corner.
Do you know what? Side by side, I think that's the same as James Dean's run.
You think so?
The rear wheels were in exactly the same place.
Could he have been a little wider here? And could he have been a little wider on this outer zone? That just, again, have a watch.
Yeah, you're right. He was middle of this.
Yeah, middle of the zone, middle of the zone.
Yeah,
he wasn't right out on the curbs on those 2 areas. Everywhere else, amazing.
I'm not going to say too much more because I just made a massive mistake saying James Dean had it and it didn't have it, but...
I think it's that little bit of risk with the curb, that little X factor with the, I mean, that's the little bit that's separating a 90 from a 100, I think. And this has it in spades on this wall, spades on the entry. Let's see where McKeever goes. Oh, into 4th position he goes. He creeps into the showdown, knocking out Conor Falvey. Same score as Falvey, but the first run much better from McKeever. And now he's into the qualifying showdown is Dwayne McKeever. So we are down at trackside. Becky, you're with James Dean. He is into the qualifying showdown, finishing somewhere in the top 3. Great result as usual, but he must have enjoyed that second run. He wasn't so happy after the first.
Yes, Dave, obviously the first run didn't exactly go his way. We could all see the emotions there on the camera, but out again for his second run. And James, you're in the qualifying shootout with a 94 into 3rd place. I mean, you must be feeling a little bit better than how you were earlier.
Yeah, definitely. Really happy we managed to pull it together for the second run. After the first run, it was the worst lap I did all weekend, and I was really, to be honest, frustrated at myself for making mistakes like that. I put a lot of pressure on myself. Obviously, I want to try my best in front of even qualifying day, this amazing crowd. So when I messed it up, I was, to be honest, really angry. But you know, this isn't easy. It shows the emotions come out sometimes, and that shows how difficult this sport is. Even though it's qualifying, we still want to do our best. So I'm really happy that we managed to pull it together and calm down a little bit for the second run and refocus and put down a good run. So I'm happy. Yeah, for sure. It's going to be fun now to go out and have some fun battles, and it's a good way to wrap up the day for sure.
Excellent. Congratulations, James. Back to you guys.
Well, you know what? I've just been doing a little calculating here.
Oh, no.
Top 3 in the championship are in the qualifying showdown. So therefore, the bonus points, they all kind of get them.
Oh, there's no messing around.
So Lauri Heinonen now to top qualifying has to get a 98, really. It has to be perfect.
Oh my God, look at his eyes. He's absolutely dialed in, Dave, and he goes for it earlier than anyone else. He's wider than anyone else. He's carrying a big angle. Look at the angle on that first outside zone, right to the edge of the curve. This is unbelievable from Lauri Heinonen. He wants that top spot in qualifying. Oh, wow, how did he make it work? Oh, but he stalls up on the outside zone. I think that is where he's going to lose some points, and he now puts the back bumper to the wall, dials it in, smashes the back end off the wall for the fans and across the line.
For such a cool and calm, collected person, what did he attempt there? Like a full 90 degrees backwards entry halfway through the course. I mean, no, he's got a 96.5, so it doesn't matter. He's still in the showdown. But that was outrageous. The confidence. I'm unbeatable. I can make anything happen.
Oh,
and that is
dangerous.
That's a confident man.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, but like he's trying backwards entries in qualifying. That's, you know, that's not Lauri Heinonen last year.
No.
That's tidy. Here we go. Final results are in. Fiancek takes top step. Total change of fortune from the first round. He gets a 97.5. Lauri Heinonen, championship leader, in second position with 96.5. James Dean in third position, had to get it done in the second run. McKeever in fourth position. Conor Falvey, fifth position with a 93. Orjan Nilsen, sixth position with a 92.5. Jakub Przygonski in 92.5. And Conor Shannon rounding out the top 8 with a 92. And here we go. Adam Zalewski did a little too much on the second run. Could have topped it, but just overstepped the mark. Same with Jack Shannon, spinning on the second run. 2 solid runs for Ate Sada. And then you can see everybody else rolling out. Let's see who's on the drop zone. Let's see who are losing from competition. That sometimes can also be very interesting.
Yeah, well, we know that Benediktas Cirba rounds out the top 32, and here we go. You're going to see it there. Cirba 32nd place with a 73.5. Alharbali in, Juha Piytalaakso way down the order. Josiah Fallaise into the show as well. And there we go, the guys we're going to lose. Heidrich, Correia, Peltola, Manuel Vacca out, and then some big names. Bluss, Clint van Oort, 0-0. Such a tough weekend for him.
Look, it's definitely not, you know, the score doesn't reflect the talent for a lot of those guys.
No.
You know, a lot just didn't go right today. Just didn't go right in qualifying, and that's all it was. So.
And I think the pressure of the qualifying session here in Riga, and now, do you know what? Every round is higher than ever.
Yeah, well, we've got the qualifying showdown coming up. I'm not sure the local commentary team are informing the fans because they're going, oh, is that it? And they go,
they're
no.
going home now.
You're going to see some crazy battles before we leave here today. And to me, that would mean that we get, you know, small little battles like, you know,
Vincent
Peter Viansek against
Dwayne McKeever, yeah.
Dwayne McKeever against Viansek, just a casual one.
And James Dean versus Lauri Heinonen.
Lauri Heinonen, James Dean, just, you know, casual qualifying day.
Yeah, you know.
People are like, what's this qualifying show? And I was like, I'll tell you what it is. It's watching the best battles that you ever want to see before you even get to the top 32.
Yeah.
Masters. It's like, and there's more.
We've got 3 finals coming up.
Yeah.
3 final battles of any round, anywhere in the world.
We made a promise to ourselves, Ian, that we wouldn't lose our voice on the main, you know, the first day.
Yep.
That might be a struggle here.
I might lose it.
Because Viansek, McKeever, 2 of the fastest men on the track. You know what? I said, you said Viansek, well, I said McKeever. Well, you said McKeever was faster. I said Viansek's faster.
Oh, we're going to find out. We're going to find out.
We can settle it.
Well, this is how it works, Dave. Top 4 qualifiers face off in battles, extra championship points, up to 4 additional points for contenders. So that's more points in the bag. Lauri Heinonen will be looking at that saying, I could do with those.
So to be clarify this for everybody.
Yep.
Before we run ahead of ourselves and get too excited.
We're getting excited.
The qualifying order is set. So it's set now. It is, Viansek still will be top qualifier, but this is for extra points, like bonus time. Let's look back at Finland. That was a pretty wild affair in that showdown.
Yes, very wild affair.
It was, we got a look at it here, with Conor Shannon against Orjan Nilsen. Just remind me of all the carnage in Finland, because here's a bit more of it.
Yeah.
Conor Shannon going in too hot, spinning out, Nilsen getting the win. And you can see Conor Shannon going, well, I went this way, I went that way, and then I went out. That's international stuff. And then you can see some battered cars. You know, Heinonen, 2 Finnish drivers. You had Heinonen and Piytalaakso in the other semi-final. But look at this. Shut down on the inside from Juha. Cost him.
Cost him massively.
Then it was Orjan Nilsen against Lauri Heinonen in the final. And, well, it was Sweden versus Finland. And this is actually a pretty good one.
Norway.
Sorry, Norway, my mistake. Norway against Finland.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. A lot of Scandinavians. And it was Lauri Heinonen who, well, he was unstoppable the whole weekend.
I mean, look, he went to his home event and said, I'm going to take everything.
Hey.
I'm going to take the lot.
What if Lauri Heinonen just kind of beat James Dean and Peter Viansek before he even got to top 32 this weekend?
Oh, don't it. Stop it.
Or Dwayne McKeever.
Stop.
His championship rival.
Stop.
What if he did? What would that say? They're all going back to the, you know...
Vincek's probably in the paddock now with a big cheesy grin on his face. We know what the Candyman's like, right? Yeah. He'll be smiling. He'll be so happy. He'll be high-fiving the crew. And then they'll go, yeah, but you might get beaten by Heinonen in a minute. And he'll be like, oh,
no,
God, don't.
Viansek beats McKeever, who's second in the championship. Viansek can say, just to remind everybody, this is who I would be beating if my car didn't break down the first couple of runs.
Well, I mean, look, it was misery in Finland for him.
Oh,
absolute
car shut
heartbreak.
Off 10 feet from the finish line. He won the battle.
Yeah.
So Viansek looking for redemption. He would be a 3-time King of Riga if he won tomorrow. But here's how it looks in the point standings right now.
At the moment, yep. This is for today. At the moment.
Yep. So this is how it is before we get to the showdown.
Yep.
And look at that. Heinonen, Dean, and McKeever, who are top 3 in the championship, all getting pretty much the same points so far. But hey, you could get some bonus ones if you beat him on the track, not in qualifying.
Well, car's warming up.
Oh,
make your predictions.
I love this
Make your predictions at home. Who do you think at home is going to take it?
So this is where it sits right now. Look, right now it's no changes.
Lauri Heinonen, I tell you what,
got a bit of a lead, but not a massive lead over McKeever, to be fair, with 3 rounds to go.
Starting to get some legs on people.
He is, but you want more now. So Viansek goes up against McKeever. If McKeever beats Viansek, he goes to the final. He could get extra points to climb back the gap against Heinonen, right? So let's see what happens. It's all about to go down. The driver's ready. We're ready. Let's go to the qualifying showdown. And here we are. If you're new to the format, this means the top 4 qualifiers will face off in 2 semi-finals and a final, and it's for extra points in the championship. But we stay as we are for qualifying order for the battles tomorrow. So this is just for bonus points, but man, is it all about putting an impression on the rest of the grid. Viansek beats McKeever, or McKeever beats Viansek. A lot of ego here. A lot of ego on that star line.
And it's almost bittersweet for Vincek.
And we would probably say the 2 fastest men on the track this weekend are about to go head-to-head. Who really is the fastest? We're about to find out. McKeever will be in the chase, Viansek in the lead. Perfect conditions, everybody's driving great. They're both qualified in the top 4. And now, Dwayne McKeever says, you know what, I'm putting him down. And Viansek's like, remember me? Remember me?
Remember?
I was in that S15, now I'm in this. I've got to figure it out. I'm taking you all down. This is going to be fun.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be fireworks. Here we go. They get the thumbs up all around. They get told to wait for the green light. It goes green. McKeever jumps the start line. He knows that Vincek's fast, but is he faster than McKeever? We're about to find out. Through the gears, they come down, hammering through the gears as they fire it in. And look at McKeever straight onto the rear wheel, straight onto the side of that Toyota Supra as they fake it across the circuit. McKeever not letting Vincek get away. A little wobble from Vincek there as he goes up on the curb and holds onto it as McKeever keeps onto the back bumper. Now they fire in to the outside zone. McKeever goes early. He's going to dive. He's going to make a move onto the side of that Supra, and he does. He gets back into the groove. Onto the door he goes.
Oh, what a treat this is at the end of qualifying. Well, I'll tell you what, neither faster than the other.
No.
But McKeever cutting some course to stay in it.
I think that Vincek was making a lot of mistakes.
McKeever goes shallow in the first corner, that's what you want to do.
Yeah, but watch Vincek. He makes a few mistakes here, Dave. Watch this. Transitions, lovely, perfect, really nice. Locks up the front wheel, goes way wide, goes up on the curb, both wheels, down, and look at McKeever. He's like, oh, I'm going to transition before you.
But
look, drops dirt.
I agree. But I think McKeever transitions. This could put McKeever offline, so you could allow it. Yep. He transitions too early here. McKeever transitions now before Viansek, which puts him on the inside of the track. Has to do a massive handbrake drag to get back in it, and he's not following the lead car's line. So 2 mistakes both sides for me.
I'm going to say that's even Stevens.
Even, maybe Viansek is a little worse, because you could say that maybe Viansek affected McKeever's momentum with that curb drop.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying it.
We'll let you say that at home.
I think it's pretty close. Let's see what happens. Viansek and McKeever for extra points in the championship. McKeever's now in the lead position. Has Viansek got the pace? Well, we've never had to ask that question before, because he usually does. Let's see what happens. Will he push? Remember, they got to save the cars for tomorrow. They're probably not going to remember that. Here we go.
Yeah, through the gears they come. Look at this. McKeever fires away, and now he starts to drag away from Vincek. Vincek shortcuts the circuit, dives through the smoke. McKeever's fast. And look at Vincek, though. He's up onto the door, into the pocket. He goes across the circuit. Big, wild transition from McKeever, but he's shallow on the zone. He's into that one early. Oh, and look at Vincek buried onto the door, pushing Dwayne McKeever around the outside zone as they bring it across the line.
My goodness.
Wow.
My goodness. McKeever, I can't even see where they are. Oh, that was insane. I thought, oh, Viansek is gone. He's not going to catch him. And then, boy, did he.
McKeever dragged him down here. Look at this.
So, and this, look at the risk he takes from here. He goes for it here, Viansek. You can't even see him.
Oh, he's buried up the inside there. He makes some risky dives to keep himself in the battle. That's what Vincek does right there.
He gets him. He knows he's lost some ground on the first corner.
Yeah.
But this, for me, way better proximity here. It almost runs into him.
Gosh, incredible. You know what? I almost for a moment forgot how good Riga is for twin battles.
It's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal.
This is just a taster. Remember, they're probably pushing 90%. Because it's only for... Oh, he's
90%.
I say pushing. He's pushing 100% on Dwayne McKeever there at that point. Look at that, tire to tire. Oh, that is it. How does he know he's that close? Can he know? He probably does know.
He does. But he's on the other side of the car as well.
Yeah.
He's on the door. He's rubbing the door.
Bits of tire flying out. Look at Peter Vansek's like, oh, I was just smashing into you, and you were there, and
things
were going on, and we don't. The two of them are like, oh, let's politely stand here and pretend that we don't care what the result is. But we do care what the result is. Hey, it's only qualifying showdown, and then the intensity stare at the screen.
McKeever hasn't took his eyes off the screen, to be fair. He's desperate for more points.
Yeah. Well, who's going to get the win? Who's going to go through to the final of the qualifying showdown?
I don't know for what, to be honest.
And you can hear Peter say, I don't know who's won.
There can't be one more time.
Yeah, there's no one more time.
No one more time.
So,
it has to be a decision.
Winner.
No, it's just that. I know. But I don't know why they're doing the race.
Let's see which way it goes.
It really went off or no? Oh, wait a second. It can be one more time.
It's a one more time. We can do it one more time.
Can do it one more time.
McKeever, you are wrong. One more time. And they're like, now we got to do it again?
Oh, well, the judges are all looking at each other, and the guy who does all the inputs onto the screen's looking at me. Everyone's got confused faces around the place. We're like, well...
It's a one more time.
Do you know what? Let's just send him again.
Do you know what? I don't care. It's really good. I want to watch more.
Dave, don't tell anyone, but I really want to see it again.
Do you know what? Let's take a break here from all the action and go to Lauri Heinonen and James Dean.
Oh, yeah. Let's chill out for a moment.
Yeah,
Give ourselves a break.
This will be a boring one. Oh, the man of the moment right now
and this is
in Europe. The man of the moment in Europe and the man in the moment everywhere else.
This is a redemption battle, though, because Lauri beat James in Finland.
He did.
And James is saying, hold on, young buck. I have won here more times than anyone else. This is my track.
King of Riga, Barry took the crown off, son.
I've still got the mark on the back of my head.
I'm surprised he's not wearing it in the car to remind him.
He is, under the helmet.
Yeah. James Dean in the chase. This is a big one.
Oh.
The two hottest properties in world drifting right now are going head-to-head on the scariest track on the calendar.
Well, the man that leads the European Championship is sitting alongside the man who's leading the American Championship. They are going head-to-head.
And you know what, James Dean is kind of getting closer to Lauri Heinonen in the championship too. Here we go, through the gears, up to 140k. Look at the laser focus. But you can have all the lasers you want when the machine is coming after you as Dean fires in.
Oh, look at the angle they both carry in the outside zone, and Dean deals with it. Now Dean finds the front wheel of Lauri Heinenen's car. They both fire on big angle. Oh, they fire down again. These two are not messing around. Dean has a little transition, but now he'll make it up, and he jumps onto the front wheel, onto the door as Heinonen drags him across the line.
Oh.
Dave.
This is bananas.
No,
it's day one.
The angle was just stupid. Can somebody tell them to calm down?
There's a lot of Irish here. There's a lot of Finnish here.
They look at this. Look at James Dean. He's almost full angle on outside zone 1.
I mean, this isn't just if you're joining us. This is the qualifying showdown. This is kind of like for fun. It's only a few points in the championship. I don't think anyone's told them that. You're right, James. He hesitates a tiny bit on the transition. I think he thinks he's going to hit him, and he loses a tiny bit of ground. If I was to take 1 point from the whole run,
it was that.
That's the only bit Heinonen could actually do better. But on the first corner, does Heinonen drop a wheel off the track on the lead position? I think he does a little bit.
Do you?
A little bit.
I don't think I see it. Just because I have my hands over my eyes.
Yeah.
That's why. We were both looking the other way.
Yeah, we were both worried for their safety.
Yeah.
Because that was wild. Oh, how good is it to see Heinonen and Dean just battle it out for a bit of fun before we get to top 32 tomorrow? I mean, I say a bit of fun. They're not taking it as fun at all.
This is not fun for them.
They're like, haha, it's real good fun, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
lower
winning.
the pressures.
Yeah.
Pop
Soften
it up.
the coilovers.
Turn it to 11. Here we go. Dean now in the lead. Has Heinonen got the pace for Dean? Not many people have stuck it with Dean here. Can Heinonen do it?
Well, there we go. We're going to find out. Through the gears goes James Dean. Look at the focus on James Dean's eyes. And Heinonen now waits for the initiation, and he's a little bit behind. He hasn't got the pace. Or has he? He dives through the smoke. He goes early for it. Now he tucks up on the inside. As Dean goes nice and wide, Heinonen transitions before him. He comes alongside him, down onto the rear bumper. Oh, and Heinonen gets lost in the smoke. And spins out. And that's the first mistake Heinonen has made in a long time.
I think it's the first big mistake Heinenen's made this season. Went for it. And you know what? We were sitting there all happy with ourselves going, oh, James didn't overcommit on the transition. He made a mistake. He didn't make a mistake. He was clever. Heinonen did, and that's what cost him. You can't beat that experience, right?
That is the man who's won King of Riga multiple times.
He backed off. Heinonen goes early, and he's in the wrong place altogether. Now, does it matter? Tomorrow it will, more. But today, you'd rather get your mistake out of the way here, wouldn't you?
Exactly.
If you're a Heinonen, you'd rather do it here than do it in the top 32.
And he knows that Dean is a fair few points behind. It's not enough now, if he wins this, to catch.
Yeah, but at the same time, Dean will catch points here. If he wins the final, they get an extra 8.
Yeah.
Which is starting to claw back with 3 rounds to go.
It is.
I love this new edition. We usually are like, oh, there's some single runs, let's go home, have a beer, wait for tomorrow. Now we're getting to see the best of the best battle it out before we even get to top 32, and then we really need a beer because it is intense out there on track. And it is James Dean getting the win. He knows that. You're not going to win it facing the wrong way. Lauri Heinonen says, haha, smile, smile.
Yeah.
Right,
Well done.
Now business time.
The Heinonen team aren't sleeping tonight.
No.
That car is going to have every single nut and bolt checked. It will be 150% for tomorrow because he will not want that to happen.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy one for Dean. I think after the first run, he would have been a little concerned.
Yeah.
Didn't get the proximity he wanted through some of the sections. And Heinenen's still like, well, you know, you win some, you lose some. But I'm winning them all
Still
tomorrow.
stone cold.
Yeah, he is. The Undertaker.
The Undertaker.
Yeah. Bong.
Oh, he's going to be ringing the bell tomorrow.
Yeah, he'll be ringing the bell.
He will be not messing around tomorrow.
Well, you can win all you want today. Doesn't mean you get the crown of the King of Riga. And Heinen's never had the crown.
No, never.
Dean has had it. It's probably in that van there. It's probably 3 or 4 of them.
There's a few of them, yeah. Cable tied to the wall, just as a reminder.
Which crown will I take with me tomorrow? I really hope he turns up tomorrow with a crown on. Just to remind everybody. He won't. No. James Dean is very humble.
He's humble, yeah. He'll have it painted on the helmet overnight.
James Dean says to his team, more fuel, more tyres, please.
Yeah, we're going
I'd like to go and beat the winner of whoever wins between Dwayne and Peter, which has gone one more time.
And I mean, look, if he battles Dwayne, it's again another incredible battle. If he battles Peter, that we've seen them two go head to head here multiple times before.
There's no bad battle.
It's just, it's not.
So it's either way, it's a dream battle. And the fans are sitting here going, oh, we're getting
what is
treated.
going on?
We are getting treated here. Look at the Irish, delighted.
Excited as well.
They are very excited.
Very excited.
Could not be more excited. It's sunshine, so any Irish person here is like, I don't even care if there's nothing going on.
If you notice, they're hiding in the shade.
Yeah, well, they are shade hunters by nature, the Irish. Yeah.
And the finish, well, they're just...
The finish are like, oh, Lauri's going to win tomorrow. Then we'll show them all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still
You
win the
wait.
championship.
You wait till tomorrow.
Hey.
And there's the Polish fans.
The Polish fans are like, Peter Viansek's going to beat everyone. That's
oh, no, they're all finished as well, sorry.
Oh, they're all finished?
Yeah, they're all finished as well. Lithuanians there as well.
Yeah. A real mix of culture.
I mean, there's two Polish guys in the middle of a load of finish, and they're like, oh my God. It's like being at the wrong end of a football game.
Do you know what, though? All smiles on faces, amazing fan base. Like the finish fan. Oh, we're awake, we're up.
These guys.
Yeah.
Crazy.
They fan hard.
Oh, the official
It's
Finnish
intense.
drift fans.
It's
Right, here we go. They got warm tyres.
Now, Viansek goes
now,
up.
What do they do now?
Well, Viansek's got to not go on the curb. That's the only mistake he made.
Yeah.
And without that, he had the proximity. Dwayne knows Viansek's, he can't lose him on the first corner. I think that's where we're at with that. You see both of them just getting checked to make sure all their safety equipment is good. And it looks like they are, so I would imagine they're heading up to the circuit now.
Yeah, they've got warm tyres down there at the back of the grid.
So if you're new to drifting, you might wonder, why are they doing all these donuts when they're doing plenty of drifting on the track? So the reason they do this is to bring temperature into the tires. Brand new tires, they're got a coating, you know, that's from transport, whatever it may be. You want to get through that first layer to make them to the grippy, warm part. Front tires also, you see them purposely, you see what he's doing there, purposely understeering the car to get heat into the front tires. Now remember, you're driving through the pits, you're picking up bits of gravel and stone and rubbish on the tires. This is where you clean the tires, get the same temperatures, and you of course want the same temperature when you get to the first corner as you do on the start line. So that's what they do. At least those are the notes I've been given.
Yeah.
That's why I do it. I don't know why I'm doing it, but I do it.
You just do it because they do it.
Because they do it.
Yeah.
They're very good.
Just copy what they do.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the best in the
world. If you want to be good
so,
at drifting, have a look.
Yeah.
Do what they do, and that's pretty much it.
And there you go, yeah.
So Peter Viansek will be in the lead again. Dwayne McKeever in the chase. This is a great extra practice too, by the way, for both of these guys, because
and twin battle practice.
Yeah, you're getting proper competition twin battle practice before everyone else, and there is 4 drivers that will have more competition battles than anybody else going into tomorrow. And unfortunately for the rest of the grid, they're probably 4 of the best.
Yeah.
So, but you know what? Anything can happen. It's Riga, baby. Peter Viansek now in the lead position. Dwayne McKeever in the chase position, and this is going to be one again, as I said, to prove a point.
Yeah, this is more for the marbles than anything else.
Yeah, you want to be able to say, hey, I beat everyone in qualifying, then I beat everybody. You know, I beat everybody in, that's for Viansek. Beat everyone in qualifying, beat the other 3 guys that were with me in battles, and then how confident can you be going into 32? Very confident. Looks like we're ready to go, and we are ascending. Peter Viansek in the lead, McKeever in the chase. Qualifying showdown, semi-final one more time.
Yeah, look at this, McKeever not letting Vincent get away this time. Right onto the door he goes, through the smoke. Nice transition, a little wobble there from both guys as they come through and down into this outside zone. McKeever lost in the smoke, but he makes his way through as they come into it. Oh, and the wrong lines from McKeever as they both get each other into the wall.
And that's the worry. That's the worry with the qualifying showdown, is you take too big a risk.
Conor Shanahan's like, well, I'm kind of glad I didn't get there, so...
You know what happened there? He got lost in the smoke.
He lost in the smoke.
McKeever transitioned through the smoke, no idea where Viansek was, and lost control. Heinonen did it, but not at the same speed, and he couldn't slow the car down. Looks like the...
Oh, damage on both.
Yeah, he's got suspension damage on the front there, McKeever. Viansek just got pinned into the wall. He wouldn't have known what happened there. The back end of McKeever's car took him into the wall. Imagine you're Vinesek here, and you see McKeever's car.
Way offline, though. Way offline. Look how early he gets to the wall. Oh, my God. Vinesek hits the wall. McKeever's already spinning. That is a...
But imagine if you're Vinesek, if you're Vinesek in the lead, right?
Yeah, but he's way offline.
No, but imagine what you see now if you're Vinesek.
Yeah, you just see
the rear of McKeever's car overtake you. No.
In all the years I've been coming to Riga, I've never seen that.
I've never. I think he's spinning.
He's hit the wall.
Yeah,
if you watch
true.
it from the other shot.
No, but is he avoiding McKeever coming in?
Oh, he's hitting the wall.
I think he's avoiding McKeever coming in. I think he's panicked because he's seen McKeever come in backwards in front of him. What do you do? That you can't just be casually doing your line at that point.
There's a lot broken on Vinesek's car, and you know what? For a man who's just top qualifying to have a broken car, that's going to be a tough night for the team.
Yeah. Now, from my perspective right now, does this put us in a position where Vinesek can't make the final? Who knows? That's a lot.
It now all comes down to who's deemed at fault.
Yeah.
Because, like I say, I see it one way, you see it the other.
Yep.
And I'm guessing, Dave, there is probably a million people at home watching this on the Drift Masters YouTube channel.
I agree with the point that Vinesek was offline, but he wasn't offline enough for McKeever to go backwards.
He was already the rear wheel was in the wall.
But is he going in the wall because he sees McKeever coming and he panics because there's another car coming backwards in front of you, Ian? Come on.
This is love. I like this. Me and you have a little tussle in the tower.
We've forgotten we're live on microphones again, haven't we? Just having an argument.
I'm sorry, we get shouted at now on the headset.
I think Vinesek's going to get around it, but when McKeever comes through the smoke backwards, he panics and goes, what the hell is going on? McKeever's coming like a torpedo. You can't just casually just drive as if nothing's happened. And he has to slow, or else he hits McKeever worse.
I see your point.
I think McKeever gets lost in the smoke, but he's lost in the smoke, and I will agree with you because Vinesek's not on the perfect line.
I think this one is going to be one of those battles that you see all over the internet with loads of people talking about it, loads of different opinions.
There is no way, and I'm going to put this out there, that anybody watching that battle can be 100% sure of what happened there.
Well, we're not.
Yeah,
and we do this.
And we've watched a few runs.
A couple of thousand.
So it's going to be interesting.
Well, it is going to be interesting. And what for me is now going to be interesting is how this plays out, who the judges deem at fault, how they see it. Now, I've just looked across at the judges.
I have some information.
Oh, stop it.
We have a decision.
Well, they're still looking at the replays.
No, we have someone deemed at fault.
And
the person deemed at fault is, you're going to love this, Peter Vinesek. Peter Vinesek deemed at fault. Can we get a quick chat with the judges for maybe 10 seconds just to explain what they saw there?
Yeah, Dave, it was not easy decision. Actually, it was split decision. Two judges were for deeming fault to Piotr. One judge was deeming fault for Dwayne. So that's showing how difficult that situation was. If you look how Piotr was approaching outer zone 5, he was completely on the wrong line, not coming correctly into the transition to the wall and to the deceleration zone. That put Dwayne in the wrong position. He was covered with the smoke, and when he come out, he was already in the wrong position, but that was mainly caused by the wrong position of the leader. And then there is another situation where Piotr was coming already into the wall, and two judges were saying that, okay, he would crash into the wall anyways, so that's why he was deemed at the fault.
You know what? Judges split, we're split.
Definitely, the whole world is split.
Definitely half of Peter Vinesek's car is split. But I'll tell you what, I said this as well. He got lost in the smoke, and you could say he was lost in the smoke because Vinesek's in the wrong position. But it's very hard to know. At this point, I will say, if Vinesek sees McKeever overtaking him, I think he's let off the throttle. I think he's panicked there because he knows there's going to be a crash.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's an argument for all sides of this one.
Yeah.
And I'm sure...
And I'm going to be honest and say, we just said it before we went to the judges, a split decision from the judges, and I would say there's not one human being on earth, and including the two lads that were in the cars, that know what is the right thing that happened there. Because you could argue that one forever.
Oh, you could.
Now, in many ways, fortunately, it happens the day before the top 32 and also when it doesn't matter as much championship-wise. But Conor Shannon is down there going, I don't know what happened there. I wouldn't like to be a judge.
And the two brothers are happy, and they're giving each other a little bit of banter.
Yeah.
That's always good.
But so we're going to get into Becky Evans. Becky, Conor Shannon was watching that one. Just while you have him, what was his view?
Thanks, Dave. Obviously, Conor, you've just watched this like the rest of us have. What, in your opinion, happened there?
Yeah, I think they made the right call. First of all, Peter was on the completely wrong part of the track, I think, and Dwayne was in the right part of the track, which meant that he was in his smoke trail. Yeah, okay, it's questionable if you should get lost there or not, but then, yeah, I think the result, what they came up with, in my opinion, was something what I seen when I first looked at it as well. Something quite new for drifting, a drift car passing him on the inside in the last corner, but makes it exciting. The battles have been good, and I'm just enjoying the whole show, what's going on right now.
I was about to ask you, how is your Riga? I mean, this is an event every year that everybody looks forward to because it's such a fast and technical track. But it seems like quite a lot of drivers are struggling this year.
Yeah, for sure. To be honest, I'm struggling myself. This is the one weekend where I can't really fault the car. The car has been pretty good, and I'm just kind of struggling a little bit with track conditions and changing a little bit and stuff just to put it all together. For me also, it's kind of right now, do I take the risk or do I not take the risk? And I'm on that second run, I made a mistake on the first corner, and then I said, okay, I'll just play it safe for the rest of it, get inside the show, and we start pushing tomorrow. It's been a tough year for me. I really could do with a podium tomorrow to more lift the team than anything. They've been working their butts off, to be honest, to get us here, and I can't blame them. They've been doing everything right. We're just having the most random problems ever, and I guess you have years like that. It sucks that it came after the most successful year of my career, but it's the joys of the game.
And how are you finding the travel? I mean, you're doing Formula Drift this year. You're coming over doing Drift Masters as well. I mean, following in the footsteps of James Dean there. But, like, can you tell us just how difficult it is to manage the stress and the tiredness that comes with doing 2 championships in 1 year?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, it's lots of traveling. You know, it's this the first time what I've took on something like that. It was a pretty last-minute decision. I think the biggest thing for me is I'm getting over sitting on the plane for 12 hours. It's jumping from left and drive to right and drive when I arrive at the racetrack is the biggest thing for me right now. But, you know, overall, as I said, it's been a tough year, but I've kind of been able to step back and be grateful to be in this position. There's many kids looking up to us and would give their right arm to be here, never mind winning events. So for me, it's kind of changed my attitude a little bit. I'm competitive as ever for sure, and I want to get back at winning events, but we're trying our best. It's not going our way, and I'm just grateful that I'm in the opportunity to do the 2 most successful championships in the world, and getting a win in America, showing the skill of a Drift Masters driver once again is quite nice, and I'm just happy. I can't thank my partners. I'm having a good time. My team are working hard, and I'm happy to be here.
That's a super positive. I mean, let's have a quick look as we turn our eyes to, I mean, the top 3 contenders are in the qualifying shootout right now. I want your predictions. I mean, you never know with drifting, anything could happen, but if you're looking at how this year is going to shape up, who do you think is going to take the top spot?
Yeah, it's kind of changing every lap. Really coming into this weekend, I thought Lauri was on a league of his own. This guy's like a robot. It's insane to watch. I have massive respect for him, and of course all the Finnish fans who are supporting him. It's insane to support what they have, and it's something what we look up to as a whole drifting community, and it's making the sport bigger. So I really did think Lauri was on the street of his own, but James is chasing hard. You know, I know he wants to always be the most successful driver in this sport, and he's doing a pretty good job at it right now, and I take my hat off to him, the commitment, the motivation he has, and he's chasing Lauri hard for this championship, and he's not going to let it give it to Finland too easy. So this time right now, I'm swinging with the Irish flag. I'm going to say James Dean is going to be chasing hard for the rest of this championship, but Lauri for sure is going to be hard to beat also.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Conor. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Becky. I'm going to put one name in the ring, though, that can upset the whole apple cart. It starts with Dwayne and it ends with McKeever, because Dwayne McKeever is currently 2nd in the championship. Lauri Heinonen has been beaten by James Dean. If Dwayne McKeever beats James Dean right here, right now, in this qualifying showdown, that's a big statement. For a man that's 2nd in the championship, chasing down Lauri Heinonen, can he do what Lauri couldn't do? Secondly, has anyone ever really won a big championship without taking down James Dean at least once in the year? Is that like the rite of passage? And right now, James is on the streak of a lifetime, 12 podiums in a row, wants 13 tomorrow. No one's ever done that before.
No one.
Dwayne McKeever won't care. But Dwayne McKeever, I think, because you've got such hype around James Dean, especially around his accomplishments and who he is and what an ambassador for the sport, and he's been around for a very long time being the best in the world, and in my opinion is still the best in the world. Lauri Heinonen's aiming for that, and he's got huge support from all the Finnish fans. But maybe Dwayne McKeever's sitting in the middle of that, without the same level of pressure on both sides of podiums and fans, just getting the job done.
Yeah.
And maybe he's sitting there going, hey guys,
you're forgetting about me.
You're forgetting about me, and I've been quietly just doing my work this year, and all of a sudden he starts to emerge in the second half of the season. Could that be the story? You don't know.
He's never done it before.
No.
He's never won Drift Masters before. He's never won a big European Championship. And there was a question in my headset a minute ago saying that Dwayne McKeever had 5 minutes to get that car done and out, and there he goes back towards the start line.
Got that car out in 3 wheels, don't worry about it. They're in it now for the long run. They've changed a lot of the mechanical problems that Dwayne has had over the last couple of years. He had differential problems, they upgraded it. Gearbox problems, they've upgraded it. Engine problems, they've upgraded it. So that car is now as good as it's ever been, and it looks reliable this year. Dwayne hasn't had, he had a gearbox issue in Mondello Park that just cost him the win. I think it cost him the win.
It cost him the win,
because as far as I was concerned, that day no one was beating him.
No.
And I think James got a little bit lucky that Dwayne had that issue. But now both cars are working. They're both in a track they both love. And let's be honest, Dean's coming off a very strong, I've beaten Lauri Heinonen. McKeever's coming off, I just beat Peter Viansek. There's going to be a lot of action in this one, I think. And two drivers that do know each other very well as well.
Oh, do you know what? You kind of get to the halfway point of the championship and you see Lauri Heinonen start to pull a gap on some of the guys and you think, it could be done. He could run away with this one. We could go to the PG Narodov way, the final, and it could be his.
Yeah, but think about it. Lauri Heinonen doesn't make mistakes. He made a mistake.
He made a mistake. There was a chink in the armour.
Yeah. Dean, unstoppable until he's not. You know what I mean? And who's going to stop? He's got to stop somewhere. And Dwayne, I think today, will start looking at, remember, this is not a podium, this doesn't count, it's just qualifying showdown. But there's a lot of gamesmanship in this of, if you go into the paddock at the end of this and go, well, I beat him, and I beat him, and now what are you going to do tomorrow? I think there's a lot more in this than you think. It is for fun, it is a little taster of what's to come tomorrow. But the mental game that these drivers have to go through, I think these battles mean a lot. Now, the people that I really feel sorry for are Peter Viansek's mechanics because they have a lot of work to do. Yeah. Because that car looks pretty banged up. Now, Peter does have 2 Supras here, so they will have a spare of everything.
Yeah.
But, you know what? Going into tomorrow, top 32, if you're not watching live on Red Bull TV, I don't know what you could even tell me is more exciting than seeing what actually happens in that top 32. Because we could be sitting at the end of that day going, well, this guy won and we don't even know where he came from. No. He had nothing to do with the qualifying showdown. So, there you go. This guy he needs to be consoled. Yeah. He needs to be consoled after all the action he's seen.
The sun's gone down now in Riga, Dave, and it's starting to get a little chilly in the tower, and it's starting to get a little heated on track because guys aren't giving up.
Well, Jay, you got to look at it from another perspective. James Dean has gone, won the Irish events, won the UK events, and won the European events. Dwayne McKeever has followed that step, but he hasn't quite got there on the European stage. This is a chance here to prove that he should be in the conversation. And I'm just saying, not overbuilding the battle a lot, but just saying, to go that close, if you beat Viansek and Dean on one afternoon in Riga, you're in the conversation, and you're second in the championship. Just put it out there. Talk amongst yourselves.
I mean, and he's a higher qualifier right now. Dwayne McKeever sits in the lead position as a buy run.
Well, he's going to win this anyway. That's for sure. I'm pretty sure he can do this. All he's got to do is just go through that first corner, prove his car is working, all is well.
So, start line marshal Martin just having a word in the ear of Dwayne McKeever, plugs in his headset, talk to the team.
And I think what this is going to be is putting in a lead run.
Yep.
And his team are going to be like, is this good enough to beat James Dean?
Yeah.
So that's what they're going to try and do.
I don't think he's going to do too much.
You don't think? You think he's going to do the first corner?
I think he's going to do the first corner, spin around, go straight back to the start line. Now, I could be wrong.
Well, if you counted, even on today, we'd be top qualifiers. So that's the score we've got.
Well, we're going to find out. Here we go. What's he going to do? He fires in, initiates, fulfills that first outside zone. The car's not 100%. Oh. And he does shut it down.
There's a problem with the car.
Going to fulfill the run then. Oh, and it doesn't look good.
No, something looks wrong with the car.
Yeah, he's on the radio straight away.
That was a big bang. with Peter Bjornsek.
It was a big hit.
It was a big hit. Yeah, shaking the head.
Shaking the head.
So we might be robbed of this. We might not get to see what happens next.
Now, it's whether Dwayne McKeever...
Welcome back to Drama Masters. Here again in Riga. Yeah, something on the front. It's definitely steering related.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You think he's lost power steering? Has he lost something?
Oh, something might be bent. Look, he's took his helmet off. He's talking to our safety marshal, Maciek Polity down there. And I am not sure whether Dwayne McKeever...
He might retire this.
I think he might retire this. I think he might say, look, I'll take second place.
Is it worth risking the car now? No.
And I've got more time to work on the car.
Yeah. Well, we got to be 100% sure that, like, you're not going to risk the car over a top 32. You know, no. Oh, like, you got to make top 32.
And tomorrow's where the trophy's at. There you go. Look, he's back into
and if he crashes it here, that first corner,
it could be the end of the weekend for him.
that first corner, and then for what? An extra point in the championship, and lose all those points tomorrow? No. So unfortunately.
And I'm hearing it in my headset, he does retire. Yeah, he throws his hands up, he's going to retire. So it does mean that James Dean will do a bye run for the final of the qualifying showdown.
And you know what?
And he's angry.
Yeah, and he wanted to do it. He wanted to beat Dean.
Of course he did.
Because that's a big statement. But he's not out. Normally this would be the end of your weekend. This is the start of his.
I mean, it's out for the qualifying showdown, but it's not out for the weekend. Now they have to do the work, though, Dave. Now they have to make sure that car's ready to go. So look, what you can do, make it official.
He's going to get the win for this, obviously. So Dwayne McKeever goes through to the final of the qualifying showdown, gets the championship points.
But he won't advance any further.
But he won't advance any further, and Dean will do a bye run just to beat. So, strangely enough, Dean doesn't top qualifying, but does win the qualifying showdown. So what does that say? Who knows? All it means, yeah, look at that face from Dwayne McKeever. He's like, disgusted. You can put that as a meme. Look up this, if you look up disgusted in the dictionary, you'll see that face from Dwayne McKeever. Oh. He says, I can't do it.
I can't do it.
Can't do it.
So apparently he's saying that the problem they had is that they never had time to fully align the car correctly, and he wasn't happy with the setup. And when he threw it in, he said he realised that the front wheels weren't doing what he wanted them to do. He doesn't want to risk it. He obviously hasn't got any more time now to fix the car.
No.
So they're saying, look, we're going to retire the car. We're just going to get the car 100% ready for tomorrow.
But you know what the thing is? He's very annoyed for a man that's still in the top 32 tomorrow, still qualified in the top 4,
and still second in the championship,
and still win the event.
Yeah.
But it goes to show how competitive these guys are. This is just for fun, guys. It's just for a few extra points. And he's like, no.
It just, you can just fail the 2 wheels aren't going the same direction. She just want the person out.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
No, it's too dangerous for first corner.
There you go.
There you go.
He's not doing it.
He's not doing it. And it goes to show the experience that McKeever has, where he's like, I'm not going to risk the car. I'm not going to risk hurting anyone.
Would you go into that corner if the 2 wheels weren't going the same direction?
I'd go around that corner in the rental car, Dave.
So James Dean is just going to get one more lap of the track, which will give him the win in the qualifying showdown. Not how he wants it.
No.
But cars in one piece.
A few more points.
And a few more points in the bag. And guess who was chasing with those points?
Dwayne McKeever.
Dwayne McKeever. So we'll be able to see how it all sits going into tomorrow. I love the fact that we are set up so beautifully for tomorrow. Top 32 is going to be crazy. James Dean throwing in one last lap for the day. And it's absolutely perfect. Look at this from Dean. I mean, this is a guy every driver in the paddock's going to be watching now going, he's on it now.
He's on it now, yeah.
He's on it now. It's the same run every single time, too, so it's very hard to beat him.
I mean, look, he's got the nickname The Machine for a reason, Dave, and that's why. Because he is absolutely pinpoint perfect all of the time. Big 360 coming up.
Oh, what a way to finish the day. It's been an interesting one. It's been a very interesting, and it's only qualifying, by the way.
And I mean, look, if this is the story that goes into tomorrow.
No, I'm telling you now.
What's tomorrow going to be?
There's going to be some story tomorrow. You are going to sit there and watch this and go, edge of your seat, going, what is going to happen? We've learned not a lot from the qualifying showdown.
But a lot.
But a lot in a way that what we've learned is it can all go wrong in an instant.
Yeah.
Dean fires through. Look at this. Cool, calm, collected, as you would expect. Top of 4th, limiter in 4th gear. That's a lot of speed.
Look at that, look. The dash lit up, those LEDs at the top. That is the rev limiter. 4th gear, rev limiter.
Yeah, look at that. First lift is 3/4 way through the course.
Down the gear.
And the footwork. Left foot brake in. Oh, You'd swear he does it every weekend, Ian.
Yeah, but he's pretty good at it as well.
He's pretty good at it. The big 360 for the fans that stayed until the end today. We look forward to tomorrow's top 32. We make it official from the judges. James Dean will win the qualifying showdown. And Becky, you're there with James Dean. He hadn't anyone to battle in the final. He would have loved to battle with Dwayne, but he must be happy that he's taken maximum points from the showdown.
As a drift driver, it's always a fight, never a forfeit. I know, James, you would have loved to have seen yourself and Dwayne in the final there, but you have gone on to win the qualifying shootout. You must be delighted, but it's not been an easy day for you.
It's definitely not been an easy day. Practice felt strong, and then that first run just like messed with my head a bit, but we gathered our thoughts and got back out there for the second run, put down a solid run. Really enjoyed my battle with Lauri. It was a shame he spun. It was a really close battle. But and then with the battle with Dwayne, I saw when he was driving out to the start line, his front wheels were towed in a lot, so the alignment was well out. So unfortunately, they didn't have enough time to get the car 100% after the bang. Would have loved to have a battle with Dwayne because it would have been just a bit nuts because you can see how hard everyone is pushing, and this is just like, it's not even the main competition. It's wild. And to see that and see how hard everyone is going, I think tomorrow is going to be a special show for everyone, no matter what happens.
We've got to talk about Riga this year. I mean, the cars are pushing on so much harder. The grip, the speed, everything just seems to go up a notch every single year. Are you feeling that yourself?
Absolutely. I've never went around this track as fast as this year. It's crazy. You know, it's wild. And there's more tire smoke every year we come back. The speeds are higher. You have less time to react to tandem situations. So it's very challenging. But, you know, there's even more grandstands here this year, so more fans for us to, you know, try to put on the best show possible and just try to remember to enjoy it. Like, I need to sometimes, you know, remember that a bit more. So I do my best, and I'm very happy to be here, and hopefully we have a good day tomorrow.
Well, this started off a season, as you say, and do you know what? I'll do Mondello, you know, see how it goes. And then obviously we went away and we're here. There's a few more points in the bag. You're getting that ever closer to potentially that top spot at the end of the season. So I've got to ask the question. I mean, are you going to do Hungary after this?
I have a plan in my head, so it depends how tomorrow goes. If we have a really good result tomorrow, I'll do Hungary. If not, I have a separate event on the same weekend that I already committed to. So if I'm doing Hungary, I'm doing 2 events in 2 different countries the same weekend. So yeah, same for you. So it's I'm going to see how we're doing tomorrow and decide after the event. So let's see.
Well, James, congratulations on winning the shootout. An amazing performance today. And guys, I'm going to hand it back up to you. There you have it. There's your winner. What an incredible day for qualifying.
I'll tell you what, Becky, it was edge of your seat stuff all the way through, and it's only the warm-up. This is the boring day. Yeah. This is the qualifying day. As we head tomorrow to our top 32, here's how it stands after James Dean maximum, not maximum points, but he got 10 points. Jancic gets 10, Heinonen gets 8, McKeever 8, Falvey 4, Orjan Nilsen 3, Przygonski 2, and Conor Shannon 1. So let's see where that sits us in the championship, because that's what I want to see. And it looks like Dean will gain a little bit on McKeever, I would imagine. Oh, it's getting close at the top. 200 points for Dean, 220 for McKeever, and 254 for Heinonen. I'll tell you what, getting pretty close in that top 8 as well, from about 4th down to 8th. So a lot to play for here tomorrow in Riga, as we have 3 rounds left in the championship. So it is definitely not out of touch for, I would imagine, the top probably 4 drivers right now. So they are kind of in the mix right now as we go ahead. Stranger things have happened, though. We've seen big comebacks, big upsets, and I feel tomorrow we're going to see a little bit more of that as well. I cannot wait till we kick things off here tomorrow in Riga. Remember, it is exclusively live on Red Bull TV. These 4 people are not even going home.
No,
just
they want to stay till tomorrow.
Stay until tomorrow. Me and Ian are definitely going to have a lie down, because that was very excruciating to watch at times. And we have got a top 32 at 1:45 p.m. local time, top 16 at 5:20 p.m. local time. You know where you need to be, on Red Bull TV. Ian and I'll see you there, along with half of Riga packed into a stadium to see who becomes the king. We'll see you then.